The Ash Tree by M.R. James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To listen or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Dixon. Everyone who has travelled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank little buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. For me, they've always had a very strong attraction, with the grey paling of split oak, the noble trees, the meres with their reed beds, and a line of distant woods. Then I like the pillared portico, perhaps stuck onto a red brick Queen Anne house, which has been faced with stucco to bring it into line with the Grecian taste of the end of the 18th century. The hall inside, going up to the roof, which hall ought always to be provided with a gallery and a small organ. I like the library too, where you may find anything from a Psalter of the 13th century to a Shakespeare quarto. I like the pictures, of course, and perhaps most of all, I like fancying what life in such a house was when it was first built, and in the piping times of landlord's prosperity, and not least now, when if money is not so plentiful, taste is more varied, and life quite as interesting. I wish to have one of these houses, and enough money to keep it together and entertain my friends in it modestly. But this is a digression. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house as I have tried to describe. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story, but the essential features I've sketched are still there. Italian portico, square block of white house, old inside and out, park with fringe of woods and mere. The one feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree growing within half a dozen yards of the wall, and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place, and since the moat was filled in and the Elizabethan dwelling house built. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the hall is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. It will be long, I think, before we arrive at a just estimate of the amount of solid reason, if there was any, which lay at the root of the universal fear of witches in old times. Whether the persons accused of the offence really did imagine that they were possessed of unusual power of any kind, or whether they had the will at least, if not the power, of doing mischief to their neighbours, or whether all the confessions, of which there are so many, were extorted by the mere cruelty of the witch-finders. These are questions which are not, I fancy, yet solved. And the present narrative gives me pause. I cannot altogether sweep it away as mere invention. The reader must judge for himself. Castringham contributed a victim to the auto-da-fe. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run-of-the-village witches, only being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. They did their best to testify to her character and showed considerable anxiety as to the verdict of the jury. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell. He deposed to having watched her on 3 different occasions from his window, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from under the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches, clad only in her shift, and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife, and as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion Sir Matthew had done his best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise he had made, and all he could see when he got down to the garden was a hare running across the path in the direction of the village. On the 3rd night, he had been at pains to follow at his best speed, and had gone straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house, but he had had to wait a quarter of an hour, battering at her door, and then she had come out very cross, and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed, and he had no good explanation to offer for his visit. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial, with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures at Bury St. Edmunds. Sir Matthew Fell, then Deputy Sheriff, was present at the execution. It was a damp, drizzly March morning when the cart made its way up the rough grass hill outside Northgate, where the gallows stood. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery. But Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper. Her poisonous rage, as the reporter of the Times puts it, did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the living aspect of a mad devil. Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law, only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect, that, as one of them afterwards assured me, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon his mind for 6 months after. However, all that she is reported to have said was the seemingly meaningless words, "There will be guests at the hall," which she repeated more than once in an undertone. Sir Matthew Fell was not unimpressed by the bearing of the woman. He had some talk upon the matter with the vicar of his parish, with whom he travelled home after the assize business was over. His evidence of the trial had not been very willingly given. He was not specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but he declared then and afterwards that he could not give any other account of the matter than that he had given, and that he could not possibly have been mistaken as to what he saw. The whole transaction had been repugnant to him, for he was a man who liked to be on pleasant terms with those about him, but he saw a duty to be done in this business, and he had done it. That seems to have been the gist of his sentiments, and the vicar applauded it, as any reasonable man must have done. A few weeks after, when the moon of May was at the full, vicar and squire met again in the park, and walked to the hall together. Lady Fell was with her mother, who was dangerously ill, and Sir Matthew was alone at home. So the vicar, Mr. Crome, was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. Sir Matthew was not very good company this evening. The talk ran chiefly on family and parish matters, and as luck would have it, Sir Matthew made a memorandum in writing of certain wishes or intentions of his regarding his estates, which afterwards proved exceedingly useful. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30 o'clock, Sir Matthew and he took a preliminary turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. The only incident that struck Mr. Crome was this. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped and said, "What is it that runs up and down the stem of the ash? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now." The vicar looked and saw the moving creature, but he could make nothing of its colour in the moonlight. The sharp outline, however, seen for an instant, was imprinted on his brain, and he could have sworn he said, though it sounded foolish, that squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Still, not much was to be made of the momentary vision, and the two men parted. They may have met since then, but it was not for a score of years. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. I did not prolong the description of their anxious listenings and renewed batterings on the panels. The door was opened at last from the outside, and there they found their master, dead and black. So much you have guessed. That there were any marks of violence did not at the moment appear, but the window was open. One of the men went to fetch the parson. Mr. Crome himself went as quick as he might to the hall, and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. He has left some notes among his papers, which show how genuine a respect and sorrow was felt for Sir Matthew, and there is also this passage, which I transcribe for the sake of the light it throws upon the course of events, and also upon the common beliefs of the time. There was not the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale, in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury and Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterwards declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural, in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbours of poison. The body was very much disordered, as it laid in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony, What is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in a great pain and distress both of mind and body, saying what was indeed confirmed upon the first view, that they had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with their naked hands, that they were sensible of a more than ordinary violent smart and aching in the palms, which, with their whole forearms, in no long time swelled so immoderately, the pain still continuing, that as afterwards proved, during many weeks they were forced to lay by the exercise of their calling, and yet no mark seen on the skin. Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, who was still in the house, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens of crystal, of the condition of the skin on this part of the body, but could not detect with the instrument we had any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiments, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there is anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible of the small size, in which my friend, punctual as in matters of less moment, so in this more weighty one, used nightly, and upon his first rising to read a set portion, and I taking it up, not without a tear duly paid to him, which from the study of this poorer adumbration was now passed to the contemplation of its great original. It came into my thoughts, as at such moments of helplessness we are prone to catch at any the least glimmer that makes promise of light, to make trial of that old and by many counted superstitious practice of drawing the sorts, of which a principal instance, in the case of his late sacred majesty the blessed martyr King Charles, and by Lord Falkland, was now much talked of. I must needs admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me, yet as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results, in the case it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I then made 3 trials, opening the book, and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words, from Luke 7, "Cut it down." In the second, Isaiah 20, "It shall never be inhabited." And upon the third experiment, Job 30, "Her young ones also suck up blood." This is all that needs to be quoted from Mr. Crome's papers. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth, and his funeral sermon, preached by Mr. Crome on the following Sunday, has been printed under the title of The Unsearchable Way, or England's Danger and the Malicious Dealings of Antichrist, it being the vicar's view, as well as that most commonly held in the neighbourhood, that the squire was the victim of a recrudescence of the popish plot. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates, and so ends the first act of the Castringham tragedy. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor indeed was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase slightly as time went on. Those who are interested in the details will find a statistical account in a letter to the Gentleman's Magazine of 1772, which draws the facts from the baronet's own papers. He put an end to it, at last, by a very simple expedient, that of shutting up all his beasts in sheds at night, and keeping no sheep in his park, for he noticed that nothing was ever attacked that spent the night indoors. After that, the disorder confined itself to wild birds and beasts of chase. But as we have no good account of the symptoms, and as all night watching was quite unproductive of any clue, I do not dwell on what the Suffolk farmers called the Castringham sickness. The second Sir Matthew died in 1735, as I said, and was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built on the north side of the parish church, so large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole, the position of which was accurately known, thanks to a note on the plan of the church and yard, both made by Mr. Crome. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, who was still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed, and the feeling of surprise, and indeed disquiet, was very strong when it was found that, although her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside it of a body, bones, or dust. Indeed, it is a curious phenomenon, for at the time of her burying, no such things were dreamt of as resurrection men, and it is difficult to conceive any rational motive for stealing a body otherwise than for the uses of the dissecting room. The incident revived for a time all the stories of witch trials and of the exploits of the witches, dormant for 40 years, and Sir Richard's orders that the coffin should be burnt were thought by a good many to be rather foolhardy, though they were duly carried out. Sir Richard was a pestilent innovator, it is certain. Before his time the hall had been a fine block of the mellowest red brick, but Sir Richard had travelled in Italy and become infected with the Italian taste, and having more money than his predecessors, he determined to leave an Italian palace where he had found an English house. So stucco and ashlar masked the brick. Some different Roman marbles were planted about in the entrance hall and gardens. A reproduction of the Sibyl's Temple at Tivoli was erected on the opposite bank of the Mere, and Castringham took on an entirely new, and I must say, a less engaging aspect. But it was much admired, and served as a model to a good many of the neighbouring gentry in after years. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. It had been windy, and his chimney smoked persistently, yet it was so cold that he must keep up a fire. Also something had so rattled about the window that no man could get a moment's peace. Further, there was the prospect of several guests of position arriving in the course of the day, who would expect sport of some kind, and the inroads of the distemper, which continued among his game, had lately been so serious that he was afraid for his reputation as a game preserver. But what really touched him most nearly was the other matter of his sleepless night. He could certainly not sleep in that room again. That was the chief subject at breakfast, and after it he began a systematic examination of the rooms to see which would suit his notions best. It was long before he found one. This had a window with an eastern aspect, and that with a northern. This door the servants would always be passing, and he did not like the bedstead in that. No, he must have a room with a western lookout, so that the sun could not wake him early, and it must be out of the way of the business of the house. The housekeeper was at the end of her resources. "Well, Sir Richard, you know that there is but the one room like that in the house." "Which may that be?" said Sir Richard. "And that is Sir Matthew's, the west chamber." "Well, put me in there, for there I'll lie tonight," said her master. "Which way's it?" "Here, to be sure." And he hurried off. "Oh, Sir Richard, but no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there." Thus she spoke, and rustled after him. "Come, open the door, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least." So it was opened, and indeed the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, and impatiently, as was his wont, threw the shutters back, and flung open the casement. For this end of the house was one which the alterations had barely touched, grown up as it was with the great ash tree, and being otherwise concealed from view. "Air it, Mrs. Chiddock, all to-day, and move my bedroom furniture in the afternoon. Put the Bishop of Kilmore in my old room." "Pray, Sir Richard," said a new voice, breaking in on this speech, "might I have the favour of a moment's interview?" Sir Richard turned round and saw a man in black in the doorway, who bowed. "I must ask your indulgence for this intrusion, Sir Richard. You will perhaps hardly remember me. My name is William Crome, and my grandfather was vicar here in your grandfather's time." "Well, sir," said Richard, "the name of Crome is always a passport to Castringham. I am glad to renew a friendship of 2 generations standing. In what can I serve you for your hour of calling? And if I do not mistake you, your bearing shows you to be in some haste." "I am riding from Norwich to Bury St. Edmunds, with what haste I can make, and I have called in on my way to leave you with some papers, which we have just come upon in looking over what my grandfather left after his death. It is thought you may find some matters of family interest in them." "You are mighty obliging, Mr. Crome, and if you will be so good as to follow me to the parlour, and drink a glass of wine, we will take a first look at these same papers together. And you, Mrs. Chiddock, as I said, will be airing this chamber. Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Yes, the tree perhaps does make the place a little dampish. No, I do not wish to listen to any more. Make no difficulties, I beg. You have your orders. Go. Will you follow me, sir? They went to the study, the packet which young Mr. Crome had brought. He was then just became a fellow of Clare Hall in Cambridge, I may say, and subsequently brought out a respectable edition of Polyenus, containing among other things the notes which the old vicar had made upon the occasion of Sir Matthew Fell's death. And for the first time Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae, which you have heard. They amused him a good deal. Well, he said, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice. Cut it down. If that stands for the ash tree, he may be rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of guitars and args was never seen. The parlour contained the family books, which, pending the arrival of a collection which Sir Richard had made in Italy, and the building of a proper room to receive them, were not many in number. Sir Richard looked up from the paper to the bookcase. I wonder, says he, whether the old prophet is there yet. I fancy I see him. Crossing the room, he took out a dumpy Bible, which sure enough bore on the fly-leaf the inscription to Matthew Fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldous, 2nd of September, 1659. It would be no bad plan to test him again, Mr. Crome. I wager we get a couple of names in the Chronicle. What have we here? Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Well, well, your grandfather would have made a fine omen of that, eh? No more profits for me. They are all in the tale. And now, Mr. Crome, I am infinitely obliged to you for your packet. You will, I fear, be impatient to get on. Pray, allow me another glass. So with offers of hospitality, which were genuinely meant, for Sir Richard thought well of the young man's address and manner, they parted. In the afternoon came the guests, the Bishop of Kilmore, Lady Mary Hervey, Sir William Kentfield, etc. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks with the Bishop of Kilmore. This prelate, unlike a good many of the Irish bishops of his day, had visited his see, and indeed resided there for some considerable time. This morning, as the two were walking along the terrace and talking over the alterations and improvements in the house, the bishop said, pointing to the window of the west room, "You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard." "Why is that, my lord? It is in fact my own." "Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree, and you have a fine growth of ash not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps," the bishop went on with a smile, "it has given you a touch of its quality already, for you do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you. That or something else, it is true, cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it. I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage. Your lordship is right there, I think. But I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on, no doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass, that kept me open-eyed." "I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you see it from this point. None of these nearest branches even can touch your casement, unless there was a gale, and there was none of that last night. They missed the panes by a foot." "No, sir, true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so, eh, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks?" At last they agreed that the rats must have come up through the ivy. That was the bishop's idea, and Sir Richard jumped at it. So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms, and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The room is over the kitchen, and the night outside still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head rapidly to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive in the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which move back and forward, even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? There! Something drops off the bed, with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another, 4, and after that, there is quiet again. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected air, all these and more guesses were hazarded, and the Bishop of Kilmore looked at the tree, in the fork of whose lower boughs a white tomcat was crouching, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly, it got up and craned over the hole. Then a bit of the edge on which it stood gave way, and it went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were, the witnesses are not sure which, and then a slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Hervey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir Richard Kentfield stayed, yet even they were daunted, though it was only at the cry of a cat, and Sir William swallowed once or twice before he could say, "There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I am for an instant search." And this was agreed upon. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow, could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and let it down by a rope. "We must get at the bottom of this, my life upon it, my lord, but the secret of these terrible deaths is there." Up went the gardener again with the lantern, and let it down the hole cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and saw his face struck with an incredulous terror and loathing, before he cried out in a dreadful voice and fell back from the ladder, where happily he was caught by 2 of the men, letting the lantern fall inside the tree. He was in a dead faint, and it was some time before any word could be got from him. By then they had something else to look at. The lantern must have broken at the bottom, and the light in it caught upon dry leaves and rubbish that lay there. For in a few minutes a dense smoke began to come up, and then flame, and to be short, the tree was in a blaze. The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the Bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire. So it was. First at the fork, they saw a round body covered with fire, the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a similar ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. The Bishop went as near as he dared to it, and saw what but the remains of an enormous spider, veinous and seared. And as the fire burned lower down, more terrible bodies like this began to break out from the trunk, and it was seen that these were covered with greyish hair. All that day the ash burned, and until it fell to pieces, the men stood about, and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and they cautiously closed in and examined the roots of the tree. "They found," says the Bishop of Kilmore, "below it a rounded hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had plainly been smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair, which was pronounced by those that examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years. The end of the ash tree.
Bells of Oceana by Arthur J. Burks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Bells of Oceana by Arthur J. Burks. It was on a heavily laden troop ship, westward heading, hours before the sun had gone down toward China, trailing ebon night behind her. For a full week, since dropping the California coast behind us, there had been nothing in all the wild waste of waters for us to see, save ourselves. No ship's funnels broke the lowering horizon, no sign of land, for our skipper had chosen a passage lying somewhere in between the usual steamer lanes. The nearest land save that which stretched in eternal darkness some 3 miles below us, was more than 1,000 miles beyond the southern horizon. We were just a single ship, burdened with a precious freight of souls upon an ocean that seemed endless. The first day out had been squally, and everyone had been sick, save those of us who had gone down to the sea in ships before. But with the dawning of the second morning, the sea had calmed down, and our vessel rode through the blue toward the horizon bowl which ever crept before us in the golden wake of the setting sun. The voyage, if the old salts spoke truly, would be uneventful, but with that strange premonitory feeling which comes to all of us at times, I did not believe them. Something, from the very first, warned me that our voyage was ill-fated. I couldn't explain my feeling. It wasn't a feeling of dread exactly, nor of fear. Just a strange feeling of unease, much like that which comes to people on their first voyage, when a ship is rolling slightly under their feet, and everything, until they get their sea legs, seems strangely out of focus. That doesn't explain it, I know, but it is as near as I can put my feeling into words. I knew when the sun went down ahead of us, with the 180th meridian less than 24 hours ahead, that we were on the eve of strange, momentous happenings. To add to my feeling of unease, and as though it had been all planned out by some invisible something or somebody in the vague beginning, the officer who should have had the watch that night fell suddenly ill, and I was called upon to take his place. I knew as I donned my belt holster and pistol that I but obeyed the will of some invisible prompter, a prompter without a name. We had 7 sentries out at various important places about the ship, and I made the routine inspections before turning in, less than an hour before midnight. When I entered my stateroom and turned on the light, that feeling of unease was more pronounced than it had been at any time previously. I had the feeling, though I had locked my door when I at last quitted my stateroom, that I had entered again immediately after someone had left it. Yet that was impossible. I had carried the key in my pocket all the time, and my cabin boy was not provided with one. There was no way that anyone or anything could have entered my stateroom in my absence, save. Still, as though my every move had been ordered by some invisible prompter, my eyes darted to the porthole beside my bed. It was quite too small for the passage of a human body, and even to think of such a thing were the utmost folly. If anyone had gone out through the porthole, that one had fallen or plunged into the sea, for had the porthole been ever so big, there was absolutely no way one could have left my stateroom by that way and still remained upon the ship, unless that one had gone out and were even now hanging by his hands along the ship's side. So strongly had the feeling of an alien presence obtruded itself upon me that, in spite of knowing myself an utter fool for entertaining any doubt whatsoever, I strode to the porthole and looked out. There was nothing, of course, save water, now black and forbidding, stretching away to the south to a horizon that, since night had fallen, seemed to have crept quite close to us to watch our passing. Still unsatisfied, in spite of arguing with myself, condemning myself for a fool, I deliberately closed the glass which masked the port, took my seat in a chair beside the bunk, facing the round glass, which resembled to an imagination suddenly fevered the eye of a huge one-eyed giant, the porthole, and began to undress. Mechanically, I lifted first one foot and then the other, removing shoes and stockings. But I kept my eyes upon the closed porthole, and that feeling of an unseen presence in the room was stronger as the moments fled. My undressing completed, I stood erect to turn out the lights and paused in the very act, a cry of terror smothered in my throat by a sheer act of will. For the most fleeting of seconds, I had seen a dead white face outside the glass which covered the porthole. It was the face of a person who had drowned, I told myself wildly, and the dripping hair wore a coronet of fluttering seaweed. The eyes of this strange outsider stared straight into mine, devoid of expression, totally unwinking, and the lips, which seemed blue as though with icy cold, long endured, smiled a thin and ironic smile. It took all the courage I possessed, which is little enough in the face of the unknown, to hurl myself across the bed, right hand extended toward the heavy screw which held the circular piece of glass in place. In the instant my hand would have touched the glass, the ship rode into the edge of the storm that was to fill the remainder of the night, and the stern of the steamer rose dizzily on the crest of a mighty wave, dragging all the vessel with it, and the face slid slowly out of sight below the porthole, the bluish lips still smiling ironically. I admit that I was trembling, that my fingers were unsteady as I fumbled with the screw to unloose the glass. When the porthole was open once more, and the cold breeze of this latitude came in to fan my fevered face, I thrust my head out of the port and gazed right and left and up and down along the curving side of the ship. But there was nothing save straight ahead on our port side, and even there was nothing but black water, huge mountainous waves touched with whitecaps at their crests, like flying shrouds or like lacy streamers created as a fringe for the mantle of night. I watched several of the waves sweep under the vessel, which rose and fell sluggishly. The waves seemed to be traveling in no certain direction, but broke into a veritable welter of warring forces, roaring as they came together with the roaring of maddened, deep-throated bulls. Valleys with darkness on their floors, mountain-tops touched with snow that shifted eerily in the breeze. I was about to close the port when, many yards away from the ship, as though born of the womb of old Ocean, I heard the bells. Like the tiny bells which the bellwether wears to signal the ewes and the lambs, was the tinkling of the bells. Like those bells, yet not like them, totally out of place in mid-ocean, and I felt a strange prickling of the scalp as I listened. Hurriedly driven by a fear I could not have explained then, nor can I now explain, I closed the porthole again, and whirled about with another scream, which this time came forth from my quivering lips in spite of all I could do to prevent. Just inside my stateroom door stood my sergeant of the guard, and his lips were trembling more wildly than my own. His eyes protruded horribly, his face was chalk white, and he was striving with all his power to speak. As I watched his manful struggle, I dreaded for him to speak, for I knew that what he had come to tell me would be something strange and terrible, something hitherto entirely outside my experience. "Sir," he managed at last, when I stiffly nodded permission for him to speak, "I just made the rounds of the sentries." Here the poor fellow stopped, unable to go on, and his knees knocked together audibly. "Yes, Sergeant," I managed to mutter. "You went the usual rounds of the sentries, and then?" "The sentry who should be on duty on the main deck, forward at the bridge, is missing." Of course I knew on the instant that there might be many reasons for the failure of the sergeant of the guard to find the sentry, many logical reasons. The sentry might have quitted his post, a violation of regulations, true, for a quiet cigarette in the lee of a lifeboat. He might have been walking his post in the direction taken by the sergeant so that the latter had not overtaken him, even with a complete circling of the main deck. He might... Oh, there were many logical explanations, but I guess instinctively that none of these reasons fitted the case. For one thing, the sergeant of the guard was an old-timer, had spent many years of his life at sea, yet he was frightened half out of his wits, and I knew he held as many decorations for bravery as any other officer or man in the Marine Corps. There was something terrible, something, if you will, uncanny, behind this disappearance of the sentry. I muttered an oath more to prod my own flagging courage than for any other reason, and started toward the door, motioning the sergeant to precede me, but he shook his head stubbornly and barred my way. I halted, for it was evident that he had not completed his report. "You'll maybe think me daft," he said, "but I couldn't let you go out there, sir, without telling you everything. The corporal on watch at the head of the promenade gangway told me a strange story just before I made my rounds. He opened the door leading onto the starboard promenade for a look at the weather outside, and just as he was about to close it again, the ship lifted on the crest of a huge wave, and out beyond the wave, many yards away from the ship, he heard something which he likened to the tinkling of little bells." "Good God!" I exclaimed. "And the sergeant continued. "All the time I was looking for the missing sentry, I had the idea there was someone behind me, following me every step of the way. Yet when I whirled to look, the deck behind me was empty." "And you found no sign of the sentry?" I said stupidly. The sergeant shook his head. "Nothing," he said, except, well, sir, you'll maybe think me daft as I said before, but on the spot where the sentry had stood to wait for me on my last round, I found wet marks on the deck floor. The marks, as near as I could tell with my flashlight, of bare feet." Mechanically, as the sergeant spoke, I had been donning my clothes, leaving my shoes, however, unlaced. I felt an icy chill along my spine as the sergeant continued, and I dreaded, as I'd never dreaded anything before, to ask him further about those wet footprints on the deck. "The wet footprints," he went on, and he was talking wildly now, his words tripping over one another. So rapidly were they uttered, as though he wished to finish his report before I could interrupt again. "Led away where the sentry should have been standing straight to the starboard rail. Right at the rail I stooped to examine the prints more closely. They were the footprints of a human being, I was sure, and the marks of the toes were blurred, and very wide, as though whoever, or whatever, had made them had been carrying a burden in his arms." "Good God, Sergeant!" I said again. "What are you driving at?" "Just this, sir. There's something terribly wrong with this ship. Something took that sentry bodily over the side." I believe that putting a name, however meaningless, to what was in my own mind caused a little of my courage to return, for I did not find it difficult now to bring myself to leave the stateroom. The sergeant almost trod on my heels as I hurried to the main deck, starboard side, where the wind wrapped icy fingers around me, chilling me to the bone on the instant. As I hurried forward, I looked over the side, into the welter of waters, and stopped short. Behind me the sergeant groaned, hollowly, like a man who has been mortally wounded. For out of the waters away to starboard came the sound of tinkling bells. I darted to the rail and leaned far outboard, striving to pierce the gloom. But there was nothing save the watery wastes, mountains, and valleys, and two spots of greenish phosphorescence far out like serpents' eyes which watched the passing ship. But when I looked at them closely, straining my eyes, seeking the form below the eyes, the twin balls of eerie flame vanished, a wall of water obtruding itself between. Well, we found the sentry, sprawled on his face where the sergeant should have found him on his rounds. I turned the body over, and it was quite cold, with excellent reason. The corpse was dripping wet, entirely nude, and the lips and cheeks as coldly blue as though the corpse had been dragged for hours on a line in the wake of the ship. No matter how secluded one's life may have been, no matter how carefully one may have been guarded during one's lifetime, there come into the lives of most of us certain inexplicable happenings which may never be forgotten. This matter of the dead sentry was one of these for me, and I shall go to my grave with the memory of his cold cheeks and bluish lips limned upon the retina of my very soul. So many strange circumstances. Thank God that at the moment I could not look into the 2 hours or more of terror which even then stretched before me, else I should most surely have gone entirely mad. Were there connected with this matter that, taken altogether, it is little wonder that I have been unable to forget, or ever shall forget. The roaring of the wind, which was lashing all the ocean into fury, a maelstrom in mid-ocean, ghostly white caps stretching away into darkness, into seeming infinity. The frightened sergeant behind me, his teeth chattering with fear. The dead sentry at my feet, his body blue with cold, entirely nude, as I have said. The marks on the deck of huge, bare feet, wet as though the feet had come up out of the sea. The eerie sound of bells between our vessel and the lowering horizon, and that dead white face which I had seen beyond the porthole of my own cabin a half-hour before. What was the explanation of it all? What was the cause of the bells, if bells there were? What had come up out of the sea to stride barefooted across the promenade deck of the slumbering troop ship? Had my sentry seen whatever had come for him before he had been taken? Add to all these circumstances the fact that all hell was loose in the watery wastes, that it was now after midnight, and you will understand a little of my feelings. Never before or since have I been as frightened as I was then. I don't regard myself as a coward, nor am I ordinarily superstitious. But show me the man who is without fear in the presence of the unknown, the utter uncanny, and I will show you a man who has no soul. I whirled, bumping into the sergeant, who manfully muffled a scream at my unexpected movement, and started, almost blindly, toward the stern of the troop ship. As I strode along with the sergeant at my heels once more, strange images fled across my mind. I remembered the tale of Die Lorelei, the maiden who lured sailors to their death with her eerie singing, and strained my eyes through the gloom, seeking shapes I feared to see. Then my mind went further back, to the years before I could read, years in which, thirsty for knowledge, I studied pictures out of old histories to satisfy my longings for wisdom. One of these pictures came back to my mind as I hurried aft, a picture of a hideous monster of unbelievable proportions who had come up from behind the ocean's horizon, blotting out the sunlight, long arms extended into the picture's foreground, the right hand holding aloft a medieval sailing vessel which had been lifted bodily from the ocean. A fantastic picture, I knew now, drawn to prove the existence of terrible monsters beyond the horizon, to which as yet no caravel or galleon had dared travel. I wondered as I strode aft why this old picture should return to my mind at this time, and fear was at my throat again as I walked. "I am coming, oh my beloved!" The words, high-pitched with ecstasy, came from straight ahead of me, and out of the heavy shadow cast by a huge funnel stepped one of my sentries. Just for a second, as he strode toward the starboard rail, I could see his face, and the face was transfigured, as though the man gazed into the very soul of the perfect sweetheart somewhere beyond the rail. Slowly, step by step, as though he would prolong the joy of anticipation, the sentry, who had hurled his rifle aside, approached the rail, still with his eyes fixed on the welter of waters overside, while I halted spellbound to watch what he would do. From out of the waters there came once more the tinkling of bells, and with the sound, as though the sound had been a signal, a huge shadow detached itself from the shadow whence the sentry had stepped but a moment ago, and loomed high above the luckless youth. At the same time the ship climbed high upon a monster wave, so that her starboard side went down, down, until white water came over the side, and when she straightened again, shuddering through all of her, the sentry had vanished. From well rearward of where the man had disappeared, from out of the smother of waters, there came a single, long-drawn cry. And it was not a cry of terror, not a cry of pain, but a scream of ecstasy. "He's gone, Sergeant," I said stupidly. "But what took him?" "Not the wave. He had but to seize the rail to save himself." "Did you see the shadow, Lieutenant?" the sergeant replied. I did not answer. He knew I had seen it. We strode on again, heading toward the stern of the ship, and all about us now over the ship, on either side of her, but never on her, there tinkled the eerie, unexplainable bells. We stood at last in the very stern of the troop ship, gazing into the ghostly wake, far below our coign of vantage, and with certain care I followed the wake rearward with my eyes. But one could not follow it far. That was the circumstance which impressed itself upon me almost at once. The wake died away, short off, within less than a dozen yards of the ship's stern, as though at the very moment of birth it had been ignominiously smothered. In a trice I understood the reason, and thought I understood many things besides. For like a monster raft, stretching away rearward as far as I could see, and into the darkness beyond my vision to right and left, there followed us, close to, an undulating mass of odorless seaweed. Acres and acres of it there were, rising and falling sluggishly, but keeping pace with the troop ship through the night and the storm. Came again that sound of bells, and my hair stiffened at the base of my skull when I saw, watching the seaweed, the result of the tinkling of the bells. The seaweed, when the bells sounded, seemed imbued suddenly with life that was utterly and completely rampant. Long tendrils of the stuff drew away to right and left below us, as though endowed with will of their own, and these tendrils, countless thousands of them, collided with other tendrils in the mass, and slithered over them, so that all the mass of the seaweed writhed as though in torment, resembling countless hordes of serpents gathered together from all the evil places of the earth. And where the tendrils had drawn aside, I could see black water in the rift, as though the tendrils had drawn aside so that I might see. Some terrible fascination held me, my eyes fixed on that space of black water. For several moments after the tendrils of seaweed had drawn away to the right and left, and up from the depths into the opening came two who filled all my being with abject terror. And something else. One of the two was dead. I knew on the instant, for I could see his face all white and drawn, yet with the blue lips smiling, of the ill-fated sentry who had gone over the side before my very eyes. And he had been brought up from the depths in the arms of... I hesitate to give the creature a name. A woman? I scarcely know. Yet this I do know. In the instant I looked into her eyes, raised to mine for a full minute, I understood the ecstasy which I had read in the face of the sentry whom she now held in her arms. Her breasts, nude and unashamed, were the breasts of a buxom woman, her lips as red as full-blown roses, her hair as black as the wings of a crow, a mantle of loveliness all about her wondrous body, whipping this way and that in the storm. Her eyes swerved away from mine, and one arm, shapely and snowy, raised aloft from the water, and to my ears came again the sound of tinkling bells. Once more the seaweed writhed and twisted, pressed forward about the ship, but a single mass of it detached itself from the larger mass, pressed close to the... should I call her woman? And swerved away again, and the arms of the beautiful creature were empty. Instinctively I whirled about, knowing somehow that I must move my head before I met this creature's eyes again, and stared forward to the shadowy portion of the promenade whence the sentry had emerged before his plunge over the side. Up the starboard side of the ship crept a veritable wall of seaweed, up the rail, pausing there for a moment, then to the deck, where it writhed for a moment or two, taking a weird, distorted shape that made me think of a man, yet which I knew was not a man, before it strode into the center of the promenade. From out of the heart of this monstrosity there dropped soggily a white, cold figure. The second sentry had returned, as the first had done. Why? 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 What did all this unbelievable terror mean? I knew as I searched through all my experience, seeking the key to this uncanny enigma, that we were heading westward outside the usually traveled sea lanes. That ships seldom, if ever, came this way. That in 7 days we had seen not one vessel, nor even the smoke of one upon the horizon. Why did not vessels come this way? But I could not answer my many questions. I could only ask them and hope within me that they be not answered, ever. Nauseated by the return of the dead sentry, nude as the first had been, I closed my eyes for a moment, and when I opened them again there was no seaweed, no monstrous shape, upon the promenade. But even from where I stood I could see the wet footprints, and wondered whom, the next creature of the deep, would claim from aboard our ill-fated vessel. Resolutely I drew my pistol and returned once more toward the stern of the vessel. This creature of the depths, whatever it was, had taken life, twice. Whatever it was mortal, and whatever is mortal, a bullet will slay. But in the very act of whirling, I stopped short, for between me and the stern of the vessel, smiling dreamily, water rippling over her nude and glorious body to splash upon the deck, stood the creature who had come up from the depths in the wake of the ship, bearing the dead man in her arms. My arm fell to my side, my weapon clattered to the deck, and as I moved forward once more, slowly, a step at a time, as the sentry had done, the wondrous creature held out her dripping arms, and my eyes drank in all the glorious wonder of her, from head to... But she had no feet. Where the feet should have been, and the legs. There were neither legs nor feet, but a scaly column, wet and dripping like a serpent with a woman's body. I screamed in terror and unbelief, but it was too late, and her arms were about me, preventing all escape. But with the touch of those arms I did not wish to struggle. I knew what had happened to the 2 sentries. Knew the same was in prospect for me. Yet at the moment there seemed nothing in all the world more worthwhile than to slip over the side into the depths with the arms of this wondrous creature about me. "Lieutenant! Lieutenant! For the love of God, what is happening to you?" It was the voice of the sergeant of the guard, freighted with abysmal terror. But I did not care. The shapely, strangely warm arms of the sea creature were about me, and the sound of the bells, unbelievably sweet now, was in my ears. For me the world had ceased to exist, save for the knowledge that these 2 things were true. I was carried to the rail, and went over slowly, without commotion, as comfortably as though I had been riding on a couch of eiderdown, and came to myself, to know myself lost indeed. I was deep down, whirling over and over behind the whirling screws of the ship, holding my breath until my lungs were nigh to bursting, swimming with all my might, striving to reach the surface and life-giving air, when I hadn't the slightest idea which way was upward. With all my power I fought toward the surface, but my progress was slow and dragging, for there was a weight about my knees, as though arms were clasped about them, striving to hold me down. A wordless voice was in my ears, begging, beseeching, and there was something in the voice which made my struggles seem foolish and unnecessary, so that I desired never to reach the air I needed. I closed my eyes, which I had opened instinctively upon striking the water, and 2 lips pressed firmly against my own, and those lips saved my life and my reason, for they were the cold lips of a corpse, with neither love nor challenge in them. I flailed out once more, and my hand caught in the line which the steamer dragged over her stern to measure the knots she traveled. All about me, as I was hurled forward, now under water, now with nostrils out for a brief breathing space, the mass of seaweed rose and fell on the heavy seas. God knows how I ever got back aboard the troop ship, but I awoke at mess call in the morning, and sent immediately for the sergeant of the guard. "What happened after I came back aboard last night, Sergeant?" I asked abruptly. The sergeant of the guard stared at me as though he thought me insane. "I don't understand you," he managed finally. "Have we finally passed through the area of seaweed?" "Seaweed? Is the lieutenant making sport of me? We're 2,000 miles from any land, save the ocean bottom. And there ain't any seaweed anywhere. I don't understand you." "Let it pass," I said. "When did you last visit the sentries last night?" "Just before midnight, sir." "And were all of them at their post of duty?" "Yes, sir." "And what about the bells?" Again the sergeant's puzzlement was so genuine that I knew he did not understand my meaning. How much of my experience had been real? How much fantasy? I tried another tack. "Did you make a round of the sentries after midnight?" The sergeant shook his head sheepishly. "It is one of the rules of guard duty that one visit to all sentries must take place between midnight and morning." "Then the guard hasn't been mustered this morning. Is everyone present? You don't know? Then go at once and find out." 10 minutes later the sergeant returned, chalk-white of face, to report that 2 of the guard were missing, and could not be found anywhere aboard. He told me their names, and instantly my mind went back to the night of uncanny happenings just past, and the 2 nude bodies brought back from the deep in the arms of whom or what? I never knew, and to this day the questions I have propounded have never been answered. But this I know, there are strange things and sounds in the sea near the 180th meridian, 1,000 miles north of Honolulu, and this is the strangest incident in my night of terror. The clothing which I donned next morning was entirely dry, but my hair was stiff with salt water, and there was the tang of seaweed in my room when I awoke. I looked too at the glass which covered the porthole beside my bed. Outside that glass were the smudged prints of thin lips, the blur above them which told of a face pressed against the glass from outside, as though somebody or something had tried to peer in between nightfall and morning. And the bells? I still can hear them in memory, when sometimes I waken at sea after midnight, and the rolling and plunging of the ship tell me that a storm is making. End of Bells of Oceana by Arthur J. Burks.
The Cone by H. G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Dixon. The night was hot and overcast, the sky red-rimmed with the lingering sunset of midsummer. They sat at the open window, trying to fancy the air was fresher there. The trees and shrubs of the garden stood stiff and dark. Beyond in the roadway a gas lamp burnt, bright orange against the hazy blue of the evening. Farther were the three lights of the railway signal against the lowering sky. The man and woman spoke to one another in low tones. "He does not suspect," said the man a little nervously. "Not he," she said peevishly, as though that too irritated her. "He thinks of nothing but the works and the prices of fuel. He has no imagination, no poetry. None of these men of iron have," he said sententiously. "They have no hearts." "He has not," she said. She turned her discontented face towards the window. The distant sound of a roaring and rushing drew nearer and grew in volume. The house quivered. One heard the metallic rattle of the tender. As the train passed, there was a glare of light above the cutting and a driving tumult of smoke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 black oblongs, 8 trucks, passed across the dim grey of the embankment and were suddenly extinguished one by one in the throat of the tunnel, which, with the last, seemed to swallow down train smoke and sound in one abrupt gulp. "This country was all beautiful and fresh once," he said, "and now it is Gehenna. Down that way, nothing but pot-banks, and chimneys belching fire and dust into the face of heaven. But what does it matter? An end comes, an end to all this cruelty, tomorrow." He spoke the last word in a whisper. "Tomorrow," she said, speaking in a whisper too, and still staring out of the window. "Dear," he said, putting his hand on hers. She turned with a start, and their eyes searched one another's. Hers softened to his gaze. "My dear one," she said, and then, "It seems so strange that you should have come into my life like this. To open—" She paused. "To open? All this wonderful world," she hesitated, and spoke still more softly. "This world of love to me." Then suddenly the door clicked and closed. They turned their heads, and he started violently back. In the shadow of the room stood a great shadowy figure, silent. They saw the face dimly in the half-light, with unexpressive dark patches under the penthouse brows. Every muscle in Roth's body suddenly became tense. When could the door have opened? What had he heard? Had he heard all? What had he seen? A tumult of questions. The newcomer's voice came at last, after a pause that seemed interminable. "Well," he said. "I was afraid I'd missed you, Horrocks," said the man at the window, gripping the window ledge with his hand. His voice was unsteady. The clumsy figure of Horrocks came forward out of the shadow. He made no answer to Roth's remark. For a moment he stood above them. The woman's heart was cold within her. "I told Mr. Roth it was just possible you might come back," she said, in a voice that never quivered. Horrocks, still silent, sat down abruptly in the chair by her little work-table. His big hands were clenched. One saw now the shadow in his eyes, under the shadow of his brows. He was trying to get his breath. His eyes went from the woman he had trusted to the friend he had trusted, and then back to the woman. By this time, for the moment, all three half understood one another, yet none dared say a word to ease the pent-up things that choked them. It was the husband's voice that broke the silence at last. "You wanted to see me," he said to Rot. Rot started as he spoke. "I came to see you," he said, resolved to lie to the last. "Yes," said Horrocks. "You promised," said Rot, "to show me some fine effects of moonlight and smoke." "I promised to show you some fine effects of moonlight and smoke," repeated Horrocks in a colourless voice. "And I thought I might catch you, tonight, before you went down to the works," proceeded Rot, "and come with you." There was another pause. Did the man mean to take the thing coolly? Did he after all know? How long had he been in the room? Yet even at the moment when they heard the door, their attitudes. Horrocks glanced at the profile of the woman, shadowy pallid in the half-light. Then he glanced at Rot, and seemed to recover himself suddenly. "Of course," he said, "I promised to show you the works under the proper dramatic conditions. It's odd how I could have forgotten." "If I am troubling you," began Rot. Horrocks started again. A new light had suddenly come into the sultry gloom of his eyes. "Not in the least," he said. "Have you been telling Mr. Rot of all these contrasts of flame and shadow you think so splendid?" said the woman, turning now to her husband for the first time, her confidence creeping back again, her voice just one half note too high. "That dreadful theory of yours, that machinery is beautiful and everything else in the world ugly. I thought it would not spare you, Mr. Rot. It's his great theory, his one discovery in art." "I am slow to make discoveries," said Horrocks grimly, damping her suddenly. "But what I discover—" He stopped. "Well?" she said. "Nothing." And suddenly he rose to his feet. "I promised to show you the works," he said to Rot, and put his big clumsy hand on his friend's shoulder. "And are you ready to go?" "Quite," said Rot, and stood up also. There was another pause. Each of them peered through the indistinctness of the dusk at the other two. Horrocks's hand still rested on Rot's shoulder. Rot half fancied still that the incident was trivial after all. But Mrs. Horrocks knew her husband better, knew that grim quiet in his voice, and the confusion in her mind took a vague shape of physical evil. "Very well," said Horrocks, and dropping his hand turned towards the door. "My hat!" Rot looked round in the half-light. "That's my work-basket," said Mrs. Horrocks with a gust of hysterical laughter. The hands came together on the back of the chair. "Here it is," he said. She had an impulse to warn him in an undertone, but she could not frame a word. "Don't go, and beware of him," struggled in her mind, and a swift moment passed. "Got it," said Horrocks, standing with the door half open. Rot stepped towards him. "Better say good-bye to Mrs. Horrocks," said the ironmaster, even more grimly quiet in his tone than before. Rot started and turned. "Good evening, Mrs. Horrocks," he said, and their hands touched. Horrocks held the door open with a ceremonial politeness unusual in him towards men. Rot went out, and then after a wordless look at her, her husband followed. She stood motionless while Rot's light footfall and her husband's heavy tread, like bass and treble, passed down the passage together. The front door slammed heavily. She went to the window, moving slowly, and stood watching, leaning forward. The two men appeared for a moment at the gateway in the road, passed under the street lamp, and were hidden by the black masses of the shrubbery. The lamplight fell for a moment on their faces, showing only unmeaning pale patches, telling nothing of what she still feared, and doubted, and craved vainly to know. Then she sank into a crouching attitude in the big armchair, her eyes wide open and staring out at the red lights from the furnaces that flickered in the sky. An hour after, she was still there, her attitude scarcely changed. The oppressive stillness of the evening weighed heavily upon Rot. They went side by side down the road in silence, and in silence turned into the cinder-made byway that presently opened out the prospect of the valley. A blue haze, half dust, half mist, touched the long valley with mystery. Beyond were Hanley and Etruria, grey and black masses, outlined thinly by the rare golden dots of the street lamps, and here and there a gas-lit window, or the yellow glare of some late working factory or crowded public house. Out of the masses, clear and slender against the evening sky, rose a multitude of tall chimneys, many of them reeking, a few smoking during a session of play. Here and there a pallid patch of ghostly stunted beehive shapes showed the position of a pot-bank, or a wheel, black and sharp against the hot lower sky, marked some colliery where they raised the iridescent coal out of the place. Near at hand was the broad stretch of railway, and half-invisible trains shunted, a steady puffing and rumbling, with every now and then a ringing concession and a series of impacts, and a passage of intermittent puffs of white steam across the further view, and to the left, between the railway and the dark mass of the hill beyond, dominating the whole view, colossal, inky black, and crowned with smoke and fitful flames, stood the great cylinders of the Jeddah Company blast furnaces, the central edifices of the big ironworks, of which Horrocks was the manager. They stood heavy and threatening, full of an incessant turmoil of flames and seething molten iron, and about the feet of them rattled the rolling mills, and the steam hammer beat heavily and splashed the white iron sparks hither and thither. Even as they looked, a truck full of fuel was shot into one of the giants, and the red flames gleamed out, and a confusion of smoke and black dust came boiling upwards towards the sky. "Certainly you get some fine effects of colour with your furnaces," said Rort, breaking a silence that had become apprehensible. Horrocks grunted. He stood with his hands in his pockets, frowning down at the dim steaming railway and the busy ironworks beyond, frowning as if he were thinking out some knotty problem. Rort glanced at him, and away again. "At present your moonlight effect is hardly ripe," he continued, looking upward. "The moon is still smothered by the vestiges of daylight." Horrocks stared at him with the expression of a man who was suddenly awakened. "Vestiges of daylight? Of course, of course." He too looked up at the moon, pale still in the midsummer sky. "Come along," he said suddenly, and gripping Rort's arm in his hand, made a move towards the path that dropped them to the railway. Rort hung back. Their eyes met and saw 1,000 things in a moment that their lips came near to say. Horrocks' hand tightened and then relaxed. He let go, and before Rort was aware of it, they were arm in arm and walking, one unwillingly enough, down the path. "You see the fine effects of the railway signals towards Burslem," said Horrocks, suddenly breaking into loquacity, striding fast and tightening the grip of his elbow with the while. "Little green lights and red and white lights, all against the haze. You have an eye for effect, Rort. It's a fine effect. And look at those furnaces of mine, how they rise upon us as we come down the hill. That to the right is my pet, 70 feet of him. I packed him myself, and he's boiled away cheerfully with iron in his guts for 5 long years. I've a particular fancy for him. That red line there, a lovely bit of warm orange you'd call it, Rot. That's the puddler's furnaces, and there in the hot light, 3 black figures. Did you see the white splash of the steam hammer then? That's the rolling mills. Come along. Clang clatter, how it goes rattling across the floor. Sheet tin, Rot. Amazing stuff. Glass mirrors are not in it when that stuff comes from the mill. And squelch. There goes the hammer again. Come along." He had to stop talking to catch his breath. His arm twisted into Rort's with benumbling tightness. He had come striding down the black path towards the railway, as though he was possessed. Rort had not spoken a word, had simply hung back against Horrocks' pull with all his strength. "I say," he said now, laughing nervously, but with an undertone of snarl in his voice, "why on earth are you nipping my arm off, Horrocks, and dragging me along like this?" At length Horrocks released him. His manner changed again. "Nipping your arm off? Sorry, but it's you taught me that trick of walking in that friendly way." "You haven't learnt the refinements of it then," said Rort, laughing artificially again. "By Jove, I'm black and blue." Horrocks offered no apology. They stood now near the bottom of the hill, close to the fence that bordered the railway. The ironworks had grown larger and spread out with their approach. They looked up at the blast furnaces now, instead of down. The further view of Etura and Hanley had dropped out of sight with their descent. Before them, by the stile, rose a notice board, bearing still dimly visible the words, "Beware of the trains," half hidden by splashes of coaly mud. "Fine effects," said Horrocks, waving his arm. "Here comes a train. The puffs of smoke, the orange glare, the round eye of light in front of it, the melodious rattle, fine effects. But these furnaces of mine used to be finer, before we shoved cones in their throats and saved the gas." "How?" said Rort. "Cones?" "Cones, my man, cones. I'll show you one nearer. The flames used to flare out of the open throats. Great, what is it? Pillars of cloud by day, red and black smoke, and pillars of fire by night. Now we run it on pipes, and burn it to heat the blast, and the top is shut by a cone. You'll be interested in that cone." "But every now and then," said Rort, "you get a burst of fire and smoke up there." "The cone's not fixed. It's hung by a chain from a lever, and balanced by the equipoise. You shall see it nearer. Else, of course, there'd be no way of getting fuel into the thing. Every now and then the cone dips, and out comes the flare." "I see," said Rort. He looked over his shoulder. "The moon gets brighter," he said. "Come along," said Horrocks abruptly, gripping his shoulder again, and moving him suddenly towards the railway crossing. And then came one of those swift incidents, vivid, but so rapid that they leave one doubtful and reeling. Halfway across, Horrocks' hand suddenly clenched upon him like a vice, and swung him backwards and through a half-turn, so that he looked up the line, and there a chain of lamp-lit carriage windows, telescoped swiftly as it came towards them, and the red and yellow lights of an engine grew larger and larger, rushing down upon them. As he grasped what this meant, he turned his face to Horrocks and pushed with all his strength against the arm that held him between the rails. The struggle did not last a moment. Just as certain as it was that Horrocks held him there, so certain was it that he had been violently lugged out of danger. "Out of the way," said Horrocks, with a gasp, as the train came rattling by, and they stood panting by the gate into the ironworks. "I did not see it coming," said Rot, still, even in spite of his own apprehensions, trying to keep up an appearance of ordinary intercourse. Horrocks answered with a grunt. "The cone," he said, and then as one who recovers himself. "I thought you did not hear." "I didn't," said Rot. "I wouldn't have you run over then for the world," said Horrocks. "For a moment I lost my nerve," said Rot. Horrocks stood for half a minute, then turned abruptly towards the ironworks again. "See how fine these great mounds of mine, these clinker heaps, look in the night. That truck yonder, up above there, up it goes, and out tilts the slag. See the palpitating red stuff go sliding down the slope. As we get nearer, the heap rises up and cuts the blast furnaces. See the quiver up above the big one. Not that way, this way, between the heaps. That goes to the puddling furnaces, but I want to show you the canal first." He came and took Rot by the elbow, and so they went along side by side. Rot answered Horrocks vaguely. What, he asked himself, had really happened on the line? Was he deluding himself with his own fancies? Or had Horrocks actually held him back in the way of the train? Had he just been within an ace of being murdered? Suppose this slouching, scowling monster didn't know anything. For a minute or two then Rot was really afraid for his life, but the mood passed as he reasoned with himself. After all, Horrocks might have heard nothing. At any rate, he'd pulled him out of the way in time. His odd manner might be due to the vague jealousy he'd shown once before. He was talking now of the ash heaps and the canal. "Eh?" said Horrocks. "What?" said Rot. "Rather. The haze and the moonlight. Fine." "Our canal," said Horrocks, stopping suddenly. "Our canal by moonlight and firelight is an immense effect. You've never seen it. Fancy that. You've spent too many of your evenings philandering up in Newcastle there. I tell you, for real florid effects. But you shall see. Boiling water." As they came out of the labyrinth of clinker heaps and mounds of coal and ore, the noises of the rolling mill sprang up upon them suddenly, loud, near, and distinct. 3 shadowy workmen went by and touched their caps to Horrocks. Their faces were vague in the darkness. Rot felt a futile impulse to address them, and before he could frame his words, they passed into the shadows. Horrocks pointed to the canal, close before them now. A weird-looking place it seemed, in the blood-red reflections of the furnaces. The hot water that cooled the toyers came into it, some 50 yards up, a tumultuous, almost boiling affluent, and the steam rose up from the water in silent white wisps and streaks, wrapping damply about them, an incessant succession of ghosts coming up from the black and red eddies, a white uprising that made the head swim. The shining black tower of the larger blast furnace rose overhead out of the mist, and its tumultuous riot filled their ears. Rot kept away from the edge of the water and watched Horrocks. "There it is," said Horrocks. "Blood-red vapour, as red and hot as sin. But yonder there, where the moonlight falls on it, and it drives across the clinker heaps, it is as white as death." Rot turned his head for a moment, and then came back hastily to his watch and Horrocks. "Come along to the rolling mills," said Horrocks. The threatening hold was not so evident that time, and Rot felt a little reassured. But all the same, what did Horrocks mean about white as death and red as sin? Coincidence, perhaps? They went and stood behind the puddlers for a little while, and then through the rolling mills, where amidst an incessant din, the deliberate steam hammer beat the juice out of the succulent iron, and black, half-naked titans rushed the plastic bars, like hot sealing wax, between the wheels. "Come on," said Horrocks in Rot's ear, and they went and peeped through the little glass hole behind the toyers, and saw the tumbled fire writhing in the pit of the blast furnace. It left one eye blinded for a while. Then, with green and blue patches dancing across the dark, they went to the lift by which the trucks of ore and fuel and lime were raised to the top of the big cylinder, and out upon the narrow rail that overhung the furnace. Rot's doubts came upon him again. Was it wise to be here? If Horrocks did know everything, do what he would, he could not resist a violent trembling. Right underfoot was a sheer depth of 70 feet. It was a dangerous place. They pushed by a truck of fuel to get to the railing that crowned the place. The reek of the furnace, a sulphurous vapour streaked with pungent bitterness, seemed to make the distant hillside of Hanley quiver. The moon was riding out now from among a drift of clouds. Halfway up the sky, above the undulating wooded outlines of Newcastle, the steaming canal ran away from below them under an indistinct bridge, and vanished into the dim haze of the flat fields towards Burslem. "That's the cone I've been telling you of," shouted Horrocks. "And below that, 60 feet of fire and molten metal, with the air of the blast frothing through it like gas in soda water." Rort gripped the handrail tightly and stared down at the cone. The heat was intense. The boiling of the iron and the tumult of the blast made a thunderous accompaniment to Horrocks's voice. But the thing had to be gone through now. Perhaps, after all. "In the middle," bawled Horrocks. "Temperature near 1,000 degrees. If you were dropped into it, flash into flame like a pinch of gunpowder in a candle. Put your hand out to feel the heat of his breath. Why, even up here I've seen the rainwater boiling off the trucks. And that cone there, it's a damn sight too hot for roasting cakes. The top side of it's 300 degrees. 300 degrees, said Rort. 300 centigrade, mind, said Horrocks. It will boil the blood out of you in no time. Eh? Said Rort, and turned. Boil the blood out of you, in. No, you don't. Let me go, screamed Rort. Let go my arm. With one hand he clutched at the handrail, then with both. For a moment the two men stood swaying. Then suddenly, with a violent jerk, Horrocks had twisted him from his hold. He clutched at Horrocks and missed. His foot went back into empty air. In mid-air he twisted himself, and then cheek and shoulder and knee struck the hot cone together. He clutched the chain by which the cone hung, and the thing sank an infinitesimal amount as he struck it. A circle of glowing red appeared about him, and a tongue of flame, released from the chaos within, flickered up towards him. An intense pain assailed him at the knees, and he could smell the singeing of his hands. He raised himself to his feet and tried to climb up the chain, and then something struck his head. Black and shining with the moonlight, the throat of the furnace rose about him. Horrocks, he saw, stood above him by one of the trucks of fuel on the rail. The gesticulating figure was bright and white in the moonlight, and shouting, "Fizzle, you fool! Fizzle, you hunter of women! You hot-blooded hound! Boil, boil, boil!" Suddenly he caught up a handful of coal out of the truck and flung it deliberately, lump after lump, at Rort. "Horrocks!" cried Rort. "Horrocks!" He clung crying to the chain, pulling himself up from the burning of the cone. Each missile Horrocks flung hit him. His clothes charred and glowed, and as he struggled the cone dropped, and a rush of hot suffocating gas whooped out and burned round him in a swift breath of flame. His human likeness departed from him. When the momentary red had passed, Horrocks saw a charred, blackened figure, its head streaked with blood, still clutching and fumbling with the chain, and writhing in agony. A cindery animal, an inhuman, monstrous creature that began a sobbing, intermittent shriek. Abruptly at the sight, the ironmaster's anger passed. A deadly sickness came upon him. The heavy odour of burning flesh came drifting up to his nostrils. His sanity returned to him. "God have mercy on me!" he cried. "Oh God, what have I done?" He knew the thing below him, save that it still moved and felt, was already a dead man. That the blood of the poor wretch must be boiling in his veins. An intense realisation of that agony came to his mind and overcame every other feeling. For a moment he stood irresolute, and then, turning to the truck, he hastily tilted its contents upon the struggling thing that had once been a man. The mass fell with a thud and went radiating over the cone. With the thud, the shriek ended, and a boiling confusion of smoke, dust and flame came rushing up towards him. As it passed, he saw the cone clear again. Then he staggered back and stood trembling, clinging to the rail with both hands. His lips moved, but no words came to them. Down below was the sound of voices and running steps. The clangour of rolling in the shed ceased abruptly. The end of The Cone.
Confession by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Glenn Carruthers. The fog swirled slowly round him, driven by a heavy movement of its own, for of course there was no wind. It hung in poisonous thick coils and loops, it rose and sank, no light penetrated it directly from street lamp or motor car, though here and there some big shop window shed a glimmering patch upon its ever-shifting curtain. O'Reilly's eyes ached and smarted with the incessant effort to see a foot beyond his face. The optic nerve grew tired and sight accordingly less accurate. He coughed as he shuffled forward cautiously through the choking gloom. Only the stifled rumble of crawling traffic persuaded him he was in a crowded city at all. This and the vague outlines of groping figures, hugely magnified emerging suddenly and disappearing again as they fumbled along inch by inch towards uncertain destinations. The figures, however, were human beings. They were real. That much he knew. He heard their muffled voices, now close, now distant, strangely smothered always. He also heard the tapping of innumerable sticks, feeling for iron railings or the curb. These phantom outlines represented living people. He was not alone. It was the dread of finding himself quite alone that haunted him, for he was still unable to cross an open space without assistance. He had the physical strength. It was the mind that failed him. Midway, the panic terror might descend upon him. He would shake all over, his will dissolve. He would shriek for help, run wildly, into the traffic probably, or as they called it in his North Ontario home, throw a fit in the street before advancing wheels. He was not yet entirely cured, although under ordinary conditions he was safe enough, as Dr. Henry had assured him. When he left Regent's Park by tube an hour ago, the air was clear. The November sun shone brightly. The pale blue sky was cloudless, and the assumption that he could manage the journey across London town alone was justified. The following day he was to leave for Brighton for the week of final convalescence. This little preliminary test of his powers on a bright November afternoon was all to the good. Dr. Henry furnished minute instructions. You change at Piccadilly Circus, without leaving the underground station, mind, and get out at South Kensington. You know the address of your VAD friend. Have your cup of tea with her, then come back the same way to Regent's Park. Come back before dark, say 6 o'clock at latest. It's better. He had described exactly what turns to take after leaving the station. So many to the right, so many to the left. It was a little confusing, but the distance was short. You can always ask. You can't possibly go wrong. The unexpected fog, however, now blurred these instructions in a confused jumble in his mind. The failure of outer sight reacted upon memory. The VAD, besides, had warned him that her address was not easy to find the first time. The house lies in a backwater, but with your backwoods instincts you'll probably manage better than any Londoner. She too had not calculated upon the fog. When O'Reilly came up the stairs at South Kensington Station, he emerged into such a murky darkness that he thought he was still underground. An impenetrable world lay around him. Only a raw bite in the damp atmosphere told him he stood beneath an open sky. For some little time he stood and stared, a Canadian soldier, his home among clear, brilliant spaces, now face to face for the first time in his life with that thing he had so often read about, a bad London fog. With keenest interest and surprise, he enjoyed the novel spectacle for perhaps 10 minutes, watching the people arrive and vanish, and wondering why the station lights stopped dead the instant they touched the street. Then, with a sense of adventure, it cost an effort, he left the covered building and plunged into the opaque sea beyond, repeating to himself the directions he had received, first to the right, second to the left, once more to the left, and so forth. He checked each turn, assuring himself it was impossible to go wrong. He made correct, if slow, progress, until someone blundered into him with an abrupt and startling question. "Is this right, do you know, for South Kensington Station?" It was the suddenness that startled him. One moment there was no one. The next they were face to face. Another, and the stranger had vanished into the gloom with a courteous word of grateful thanks. But the little shock of interruption had put memory out of gear. Had he already turned twice to the right, or had he not? O'Reilly realized sharply he had forgotten his memorized instructions. He stood still, making strenuous efforts at recovery, but each effort left him more uncertain than before. 5 minutes later, he was lost as hopelessly as any townsman who leaves his tent in the backwoods without blazing the trees to ensure finding his way back again. Even the sense of direction, so strong in him among his native forests, was completely gone. There were no stars, there was no wind, no smell, no sound of running water. There was nothing anywhere to guide him, nothing but occasional dim outlines, groping, shuffling, emerging and disappearing in the eddying fog, but rarely coming within actual speaking, much less touching distance. He was lost utterly. More, he was alone. Yet, not quite alone. The thing he dreaded most. There were figures still in his immediate neighbourhood. They emerged, vanished, reappeared, dissolved. No, he was not quite alone. He saw these thickenings of the fog. He heard their voices, the tappings of their cautious sticks, their shuffling feet as well. They were real. They moved, it seemed, about him in a circle, never coming very close. But they're real, he said to himself aloud, betraying the weak point in his armour. They're human beings right enough, I'm positive of that. He had never argued with Dr. Henry. He wanted to get well. He had obeyed implicitly, believing everything the doctor told him, up to a point. But he had always had his own idea about these figures, because among them were often enough his own pals from the Somme, Gallipoli, the Mespot horror too. And he ought to know his own pals when he saw them. At the same time he knew quite well he had been shocked, his being dislocated, half dissolved as it were, his system pushed into some lopsided condition that meant inaccurate registration. True. He grasped that perfectly. But in that shock and dislocation, had he not possibly picked up another gear? Were there not gaps and broken edges, pieces that no longer dovetailed, fitted as usual, interstices, in a word? Yes, that was the word. Interstices. Cracks, so to speak, between his perception of the outside world and his inner interpretation of these. Between memory and recognition. Between the various states of consciousness that usually dovetailed so neatly that the joints were normally imperceptible. His state, he well knew, was abnormal, but were his symptoms on that account unreal? Could not these interstices be used by others? When he saw his figures, he used to ask himself, are not these the real ones, the others, the human beings, unreal? This question now revived in him with a new intensity. Were these figures in the fog real or unreal? The man who had asked the way to the station. Was he not, after all, a shadow merely? By the use of his cane and foot and what sight was left to him, he knew that he was on an island. A lamp-post stood up solid and straight beside him, shedding its faint patch of glimmering light. Yet there were railings, however, that puzzled him, for his stick hit the metal rods distinctly in a series, and there should be no railings round an island. Yet he had most certainly crossed the dreadful open space to get where he was. His confusion and bewilderment increased with dangerous rapidity. Panic was not far away. He was no longer on an omnibus route. A rare taxi crawled past occasionally, a whitish patch at the window indicating an anxious human face. Now and again came a van or cart, the driver holding a lantern as he led the stumbling horse. These comforted him, rare though they were, but it was the figures that drew his attention most. He was quite sure they were real. They were human beings, like himself. For all that, he decided he might as well be positive on the point. He tried one accordingly, a big man who rose suddenly before him out of the very earth. "Can you give me the trail to Morley Place?" he asked, but his question was drowned by the other's simultaneous inquiry in a voice much louder than his own. "I say, is this right for the tube station, do you know? I'm utterly lost. I want South Ken." And by the time O'Reilly had pointed the direction whence he himself had just come, the man was gone again, obliterated, swallowed up. Not so much as his footsteps audible, almost as if, it seemed again, he had never been there at all. This left an acute unpleasantness in him, a sense of bewilderment greater than before. He waited 5 minutes, not daring to move a step, then tried another figure. A woman this time, who, luckily, knew the immediate neighbourhood intimately. She gave him elaborate instructions in the kindest possible way, then vanished, with incredible swiftness and ease, into the sea of gloom beyond. The instantaneous way she vanished was disheartening, upsetting. It was so uncannily abrupt and sudden. Yet she comforted him. Morley Place, according to her version, was not 200 yards from where he stood. He felt his way forward, step by step, using his cane, crossing a giddy open space, kicking the curb with each boot alternately, coughing and choking all the time as he did so. They were real, I guess, anyway, he said aloud. They were both real enough, all right, and it may lift a bit soon. He was making a great effort to hold himself in hand. He was already fighting, that is. He realized this perfectly. The only point was the reality of the figures. It may lift now, any minute, he repeated louder. In spite of the cold, his skin was sweating profusely. But of course it did not lift. The figures too became fewer. No carts were audible. He had followed the woman's directions carefully, but now found himself in some byway, evidently where pedestrians at the best of times were rare. There was this dull silence all about him. His foot lost the curb, his cane swept the empty air, striking nothing solid, and panic rose upon him with its shuddering, icy grip. He was alone. He knew himself alone. Worse still, he was in another open space. It took him 15 minutes to cross that open space, most of the way upon his hands and knees, oblivious of the icy slime that stained his trousers, froze his fingers, intent only upon feeling solid support against his back and spine again. It was an endless period. The moment of collapse was close, the shriek already rising in his throat, the shaking of the whole body uncontrollable when his outstretched fingers struck a friendly curb, and he saw a glimmering patch of diffused radiance overhead. With a great, quick effort, he stood upright, and in an instant later his stick rattled along the area railing. He leaned against it, breathless, panting, his heart beating painfully, while the street lamp gave him the further comfort of its feeble gleam, the actual flame, however, invisible. He looked this way and that. The pavement was deserted. He was engulfed in the dark silence of the fog. But Morley Place, he knew, must be very close by now. He thought of the friendly little VAD he had known in France, of warm bright fire, a cup of tea and a cigarette. One more effort, he reflected, and all these would be his. He pluckily groped his way forward again, crawling slowly by the area railings. If things got really bad again, he would ring a bell and ask for help, much as he shrank from the idea. Provided he had no more open spaces to cross, provided he saw no more figures emerging and vanishing like creatures born of the fog and dwelling within it as within their native element. It was the figures he now dreaded more than anything else, more than even the loneliness, provided the panic sense. A faint darkening of the fog beneath the next lamp caught his eye and made him start. He stopped. It was not a figure this time. It was the shadow of the pole grotesquely magnified. No, it moved. It moved towards him. A flame of fire followed by ice flowed through him. It was a figure close against his face. It was a woman. The doctor's advice came suddenly back to him, the counsel that had cured him of 100 phantoms. Do not ignore them. Treat them as real. Speak and go with them. You will soon prove their unreality then, and they will leave you. He made a brave, tremendous effort. He was shaking. One hand clutched the damp and icy area railing. Lost your way like myself, haven't you, ma'am? He said in a voice that trembled. Do you know where we are at all? Morley Place I'm looking for. He stopped dead. The woman moved near, and for the first time he saw her face clearly. Its ghastly pallor, the bright, frightened eyes that stared with a kind of dazed bewilderment into his own, the beauty above all arrested his speech midway. The woman was young, her tall figure wrapped in a dark fur coat. Can I help you? He asked impulsively, forgetting his own terror for the moment. He was more than startled. Her air of distress and pain stirred a peculiar anguish in him. For a moment she made no answer, thrusting her white face closer as if examining him. so close indeed that he controlled with difficulty his instinct to shrink back a little. "Where am I?" she asked at length, searching his eyes intently. "I'm lost. I've lost myself. I can't find my way back." Her voice was low, a curious wailing in it that touched his pity oddly. He felt his own distress merging in one that was greater. "Same here," he replied more confidently. "I'm terrified of being alone too. I've had shell shock, you know. Let's go together. We'll find a way together." "Who are you?" the woman murmured, still staring at him with her big bright eyes. Their distress, however, no whit lessened. She gazed at him as though aware suddenly of his presence. He told her briefly. "And I'm going to tea with a VAD friend in Morley Place. What's your address? Do you know the name of the street?" She appeared not to hear him, or not to understand exactly. It was as if she were not listening again. "I came out so suddenly, so unexpectedly," he heard the low voice with pain in every syllable. "I can't find my way home again. Just when I was expecting him to—" She looked about her with a distraught expression that made O'Reilly long to carry her in his arms to safety then and there. "He may be there now, waiting for me this very moment, and I can't get back." And so sad was her voice that only by an effort did O'Reilly prevent himself from putting out his hand to touch her. More and more he forgot himself in his desire to help her. Her beauty, the wonder of her strange bright eyes in the pallid face made an immense appeal. He became calmer. This woman was real enough. He asked again the address, the street and number, the distance she thought it was. "Have you any idea of the direction, ma'am? Any idea at all? We'll go together and—" She suddenly cut him short. She turned her head as if to listen, so that he saw her profile a moment. The outline of the slender neck, the glimpse of jewels just below the fur. "Hark! I hear him calling! I remember!" And she was gone from his side, into the swirling fog. Without an instant's hesitation, O'Reilly followed her, not only because he wished to help, but because he dared not be left alone. The presence of this strange, lost woman comforted him. He must not lose sight of her, whatever happened. He had to run. She went so rapidly, ever just in front, moving with confidence and certainty, turning right and left, crossing the street, but never stopping, never hesitating, her companion at her heels in breathless haste, and with a growing terror that he might lose her any minute. The way she found her direction through the dense fog was marvellous enough, but O'Reilly's only thought was to keep her in sight, lest his own panic re-descend upon him with its inevitable collapse in the dark and lonely street. It was a wild and panting pursuit, and he kept her in view with great difficulty, a dim, fleeting outline always a few yards ahead of him. She did not once turn her head, she uttered no sound, no cry. She hurried forward with unfaltering instinct. Nor did the chase occur to him once as singular. She was his safety, and that was all he realized. One thing, however, he remembered afterwards, though at the actual time he no more than registered the detail, paying no attention to it. A definite perfume she left upon the atmosphere, one, moreover, that he knew, although he could not find its name as he ran. It was associated vaguely for him with something unpleasant, something disagreeable. He connected it with misery and pain, gave him a feeling of uneasiness. More than that he did not notice at the moment, nor could he remember, but certainly did not try, where he had known this particular scent before. Then suddenly the woman stopped, opened a gate, and passed into a small private garden, so suddenly that O'Reilly, close upon her heels, only just avoided tumbling into her. "You found it!" he cried. "May I come in a moment with you? Perhaps you'll let me telephone the doctor." She turned instantly. Her face, close against his own, was livid. "Doctor," she repeated in an awful whisper. The word meant terror to her. O'Reilly stood amazed. For a second or two, neither of them moved. The woman seemed petrified. "The Dr. Henry, you know," he stammered, finding his tongue again. "I'm in his care. He's in Harley Street." Her face cleared as suddenly as it had darkened, though the original expression of bewilderment and pain still hung in her great eyes. But the terror left them as though she suddenly forgot some association that had revived it. "My home," she murmured. "My home is somewhere here. I'm near it. I must get back in time. For him, I must. He's coming to me." And with these extraordinary words she turned, walked up the narrow path, and stood upon the porch of a 2-story house before her companion had recovered from his astonishment sufficiently to move or utter a syllable in reply. The front door, he saw, was ajar. It had been left open. For 5 seconds, perhaps 10, he hesitated. It was the fear that the door would close and shut him out that brought the decision to his will and muscles. He ran up the steps and followed the woman into the dark hall where she had already preceded him, and amid whose blackness she now had finally vanished. He closed the door, not knowing exactly why he did so, and knew at once by an instinctive feeling that the house he now found himself in with this unknown woman was empty and unoccupied. In a house, however, he felt safe. It was the open streets that were his anger. He stood waiting, listening a moment before he spoke, and he heard the woman moving down the passage from door to door, repeating to herself in her low voice of unhappy wailing some words he could not understand. "Where is it? Oh, where is it? I must get back." O'Reilly then found himself abruptly stricken with dumbness, as though with these strange words a haunting terror came up and breathed against him in the darkness. Is she, after all, a figure? Ran in letters of fire across his numbed brain. Is she unreal or real? Seeking relief in action of some kind, he put out a hand automatically, feeling along the wall for an electric switch, and though he found it by some miraculous chance, no answering glow responded to the click. And the woman's voice from the darkness. Ah! At last I've found it. I'm home again. At last." He heard the door open and close upstairs. He was on the ground floor now, alone. Complete silence followed. In the conflict of various emotions, fear for himself lest his panic should return, fear for the woman who had led him into this empty house and now deserted him upon some mysterious errand of her own that made him think of madness. In this conflict that held him a moment spellbound, there was yet a bigger ingredient demanding instant explanation, but an explanation that he could not find. Was the woman real, or was she unreal? Was she a human being, or a figure? The horror of doubt obsessed him with an acute uneasiness that betrayed itself in return of that unwelcome inner trembling he knew was dangerous. What saved him from a cruise that must have had most dangerous results for his mind and nervous system generally seems to have been the outstanding fact that he felt more for the woman than for himself. His sympathy and pity had been deeply moved, her voice, her beauty, her anguish and bewilderment, all uncommon, inexplicable, mysterious, formed together a claim that drove self into the background. Added to this was the detail that she had left him, gone to another floor without a word, and now behind a closed door in a room upstairs found herself face to face at last with the unknown object of her frantic search, with it, whatever it might be. Real or unreal, figure or human being, the overmastering impulse of his being was that he must go to her. It was this clear impulse that gave him decision and energy to do what he then did. He struck a match, he found a stump of a candle, he made his way by means of this flickering light along the passage, and up the carpetless stairs. He moved cautiously, stealthily, though not knowing why he did so. The house he now saw was indeed untenanted. Dust sheets covered the piled-up furniture. He glimpsed through doors ajar, pictures screened upon the wall, brackets straight to look like hooded heads. He went on slowly, steadily, moving on tiptoe as though conscious of being watched, noting that the wall of darkness in the hall below, the grotesque shadows that his movement cast on the walls and ceiling. The silence was unpleasant, yet, remembering that the woman was expecting someone, he did not wish it broken. He reached the landing and stood still. Closed doors on both sides of the corridor met his sight as he shaded the candle to examine the scene. Behind which of these doors, he asked himself, was the woman, figure or human being, now alone with It. There was nothing to guide him, but an instinct that he must not delay sent him forward again upon his search. He tried a door on the right, an empty room, with the furniture hidden by dust sheet and the mattress rolled up upon the bed. He tried the second door, leaving the first one open behind him, and it was, similarly, an empty bedroom. Coming out into the corridor again, he stood a moment waiting, then called aloud in a low voice that yet woke echoes unpleasantly in the hall below. "Where are you? I want to help. Which room are you in?" There was no answer. He was almost glad that he heard no sound. He knew quite well that he was waiting really for another sound, the steps of him who was expected. And the idea of meeting with this unknown third sent a shudder through him, as though related to an interview he dreaded with his whole heart and must at all costs avoid. Waiting another moment or two, he noted that his candle stump was burning low, then crossed the landing with a feeling at once of hesitation and determination towards a door opposite to him. He opened it. He did not halt on the threshold. Holding the candle at arm's length, he went boldly in. And instantly his nostrils told him he was right at last, for a whiff of the strange perfume, though this time much stronger than before, greeted him, sending a new quiver along his nerves. He knew now why it was associated with unpleasantness, with pain, with misery, for he recognized it. The odor of a hospital. In this room a powerful anesthetic had been used, and recently. Simultaneously with the smell, sight brought its message too. On the large double bed behind the door on his right lay, to his amazement, the woman in the dark fur coat. He saw the jewels on her slender neck, but the eyes he did not see, for they were closed. Closed too, he grasped at once, in death. The body lay stretched at full length, quite motionless. He approached. A dark, thin streak that came from the parted lips and passed downwards over the chin, losing itself then in the fur collar, was a trickle of blood. It was hardly dry. It glistened. Strange it was, perhaps, that, while imaginary fears had the power to paralyze him, mind and body, this sight of something real had the effect of restoring confidence. The sight of blood and death amid the conditions often ghastly and even monstrous was no new thing to him. He went up quietly, and with steady hand he felt the woman's cheek, the warmth of recent life still in its softness. The final cold had not yet mastered this empty form whose beauty, in its perfect stillness, had taken on the new strange sweetness of an unearthly bloom. Pallid, silent, untenanted, it lay before him, lit by the flicker of his guttering candle. He lifted the fur coat to feel for the unbeating heart. A couple of hours ago at most, he judged, this heart was working busily. The breath came through those parted lips. The eyes were shining in full beauty. His hands encountered a hard knob, the head of a long steel hat pin driven through the heart up to its hilt. He knew then which was the figure, which was the real and which was the unreal. He knew also what had been meant by it. But before he could think or reflect on what action he must take, before he could straighten himself even from his bent position over the body on the bed, there sounded through the empty house below the loud clang of the front door being closed, and instantly rushed over him that other fear he had so long forgotten, fear for himself, the panic of his own shaken nerves descending with irresistible onslaught. He turned, extinguishing the candle in the violent trembling of his hand, and tore headlong from the room. The following 10 minutes seemed a nightmare in which he was not the master of himself, and knew not exactly what he did. All he realized was that the steps sounded on the stairs, coming quickly nearer. The flicker of an electric torch played on the banisters, whose shadows ran swiftly sideways along the wall as the hand that held the light ascended. He thought in a frenzied second of police, of his presence in the house, of the murdered woman. It was a sinister combination. Whatever happened, he must escape without being so much as even seen. His heart raced madly. He darted across the landing into the room opposite, whose door he had luckily left open. Arid by some incredible chance, apparently, he was neither seen nor heard by the man who, a moment later, reached the landing, entered the room where the body of the woman lay, and closed the door carefully behind him. Shaking, scarcely daring to breathe lest his breath be audible, O'Reilly, in the grip of his own personal terror, remnant of his uncured shock of war, had no thought of what duty might demand or not demand of him. He thought only of himself. He realized one clear issue, that he must get out of the house without being heard or seen. Who the newcomer was, he did not know, beyond an uncanny assurance that it was not whom the woman had expected, but the murderer himself, and that it was the murderer in his turn who was expecting this third person. In the room with death at his elbow, a death he had himself brought about an hour or two ago, the murderer now hid in waiting for his second victim, and the door was closed. Yet any minute it might open again, cutting off retreat. O'Reilly crept out, stole across the landing, reached the head of the stairs, and began with the utmost caution the perilous descent. Each time the bare boards creaked beneath his weight. No matter how stealthily this weight was adjusted, his heart missed a beat. He tested each step before he pressed upon it, distributing as much of his weight as he dared upon the banisters. It was little more than halfway down that, to his horror, his foot caught in a projecting carpet track. He slipped on the polished wood, and only saved himself from falling headlong by a wild clutch at the railing, making an uproar that seemed to him like the explosion of a hand grenade in the forgotten trenches. His nerves gave way then, and panic seized him. In the silence that followed the resounding echoes, he heard the bedroom door opening on the floor above. Concealment was now useless. It was impossible too. He took the last flight of stairs in a series of leaps, 4 steps at a time, reached the hall, flew across it, and opened the front door just as his pursuer, electric torch in hand, covered half the stairs behind him. Slamming the door, he plunged headlong into the welcome, all-obscuring fog outside. The fog had now no terrors for him. He welcomed its concealing mantle, nor did it matter in which direction he ran, so long as he put distance between him and the house of death. The pursuer had, of course, not followed him into the street. He crossed the open spaces without a tremor. He ran in a circle nevertheless, though without being aware that he did so. No people were about, no single groping shadow passed him, no boom of traffic reached his ears when he paused for breath at length against an area railing. Then, for the first time, he made the discovery that he had no hat. He remembered now, in examining the body, partly out of respect, partly perhaps unconsciously, he had taken it off and laid it on the very bed. It was there, a telltale bit of damning evidence in the house of death, and a series of probable consequences flashed through his mind like lightning. It was a new hat, fortunately. More fortunate still, he had not yet written name or initials in it. But the maker's mark was there for all to read, and the police would go immediately to the shop where he had bought it only 2 days before. Would the shop people remember his appearance? Would his visit, the date, the conversation be recalled? He thought it was unlikely. He resembled dozens of men. He had no outstanding peculiarity. He tried to think, but his mind was confused and troubled. His heart was beating dreadfully. He felt desperately ill. He sought vainly for some story to account for his being out in the fog and far from home without a hat. No single idea presented itself. He clung to the icy railings, hardly able to keep upright, collapsed very near, when suddenly a figure emerged from the fog, paused a moment to stare at him, put out a hand and caught him, and then spoke. "You're ill, my dear sir," said a man's kindly voice. "Can I be of assistance? Come, let me help you." He had seen at once that it was not a case of drunkenness. "Come, take my arm, won't you? I'm a physician. Luckily, too, you're just outside my very house. Come in." And he half dragged, half pushed O'Reilly, now bordering on collapse, up the steps, and opened the door with his latchkey. "Felt ill, suddenly. Lost in the fog, terrified. But be all right soon. Thanks awfully." The Canadian stammered his gratitude, already feeling better. He sank into a chair in the hall while the other put down a paper parcel he had been carrying and led him presently into a comfortable room. A fire burnt brightly. The electric lamps were pleasantly shaded. A decanter of whisky and a siphon stood on a small table beside a big armchair, and before O'Reilly could find another word to say, the other had poured him out a glass and bade him sip it slowly, without troubling to talk till he felt better. "This will revive you. Better drink it slowly. You should never have been out on a night like this. If you far to go, better let me put you up." Very kind indeed," mumbled O'Reilly, recovering rapidly in the comfort of a presence he already liked and felt even drawn to. "No trouble at all," returned the doctor. "I've been at the front, you know. I can see what your trouble is. Shell shock, I'll be bound." The Canadian, much impressed by the other's quick diagnosis, noted also his tact and kindness. He had made no reference to the absence of a hat, for instance. "Quite true," he said. "I'm with Dr. Henry in Harley Street." And he added a few words about his case. The whisky worked its effect. He revived more and more, feeling better every minute. The other handed him a cigarette. They began to talk about his symptoms and recovery. Confidence returned in a measure, though he still felt badly frightened. The doctor's manner and personality did much to help, for there was a strength and gentleness in the face, though the features showed unusual determination, softened occasionally by a sudden hint as of suffering in the bright, compelling eyes. It was the face, thought O'Reilly, of a man who had seen much and probably been through hell, but of a man who was simple, good, sincere. Yet not a man to trifle with. Behind his gentleness lay something very stern. This effect of character and personality woke the other's respect, in addition to his gratitude. His sympathy was stirred. "You encourage me to make another guess," the man was saying, after a successful reading of the impromptu patient stare. "That you have had, namely, a severe shock quite recently, and—" he hesitated for the merest fraction of a second. "That it would be a relief to you," he went on, the skilful suggestion in the voice unnoticed by his companion. "It would be wise as well, if you could unburden yourself to someone who would understand." He looked at O'Reilly with a kindly and very pleasant smile. "Am I not right, perhaps?" he asked in his gentle tone. "Someone who would understand," repeated the Canadian. "That's my trouble, exactly. You've hit it. It's all so incredible." The other smiled. "The more incredible," he suggested, "the greater your need for expression. Suppression, as you know, is dangerous in a case like this. You think you have hidden it, but it bides its time and comes up later, causing a lot of trouble. Confession, you know," he emphasized the word. "Confession is good for the soul." "You're dead right," agreed the other. "Now if you can bring yourself to tell it to someone who will listen and believe, to myself, for instance, I am a doctor, familiar with such things. I shall regard all you say as a professional confidence, of course, and, as we are strangers, my belief or disbelief is of no particular consequence. I may tell you in advance of your story, however. I think I can promise it, that I shall believe all you have to say." O'Reilly told his story without more ado, for the suggestion of the skilled physician had found easy soil to work in. During the recital, his host's eyes never once left his own. He moved no single muscle of his body. His interest seemed intense. "A bit tall, isn't it?" said the Canadian, when his tale was finished. "And the question is," he continued, with a threat of volubility, which the other checked instantly. "Strange, yes, but incredible, no," the doctor interrupted. "I see no reason to disbelieve a single detail of what you have just told me. Things equally remarkable, equally incredible, happen in all large towns, as I know from personal experience. I could give you an instance." He paused a moment, but his companion, staring into his eyes with interest and curiosity, made no comment. "Some years ago, in fact," continued the other, I knew of a very similar case. Strangely similar. Really? I should be immensely interested. So similar that it seems almost a coincidence. You may find it hard, in your turn, to credit it. He paused again while O'Reilly sat forward in his chair to listen. Yes, he pursued the doctor slowly. I think everyone connected with it is now dead. There is no reason why I should not tell it. For one confidence deserves another, you know. It happened during the Boer War. As long ago as that, he added with emphasis. It is really a very commonplace story in one way, though very dreadful in another. But a man who has served at the front will understand, and I'm sure will sympathize. I am sure of that, offered the other readily. A colleague of mine, now dead, as I mentioned, a surgeon with a big practice, married a young and charming girl. They lived happily together for several years. His wealth made her very comfortable. His consulting room, I must tell you, was some distance from his house, just as this might be. So she was never bothered with any of his cases. Then came the war. Like many others, though much over her age, he volunteered. He gave up his lucrative practice and went to South Africa. His income, of course, stopped. The big house was closed. His wife found her life of enjoyment considerably curtailed. This she considered a great hardship, it seems. She felt a bitter grievance against him, devoid of imagination, without any power of sacrifice, a selfish type. She was yet beautiful, attractive woman, and young. The inevitable lover came upon the scene to console her. They planned to run away together. He was rich. Japan, they thought, would suit them. Only, by some ill luck, the husband got wind of it, and arrived in London just in the nick of time. Well rid of her, put in Riley, I think. The doctor waited a moment. He sipped his glass, then his eyes fixed upon his companion's face somewhat sternly. Well, rid of her, yes, he continued. Only he determined to make that riddance final. He decided to kill her and her lover. You see, he loved her. O'Reilly made no comment. In his own country, this method with a faithless woman was not unknown. His interest was very concentrated, but he was thinking too as he listened, thinking hard. He planned the time and place with care, resumed the other in a lower voice, as though he might possibly be overheard. They met, he knew, in the big house now closed, the house where he and his young wife had passed such happy years during their prosperity. The plan failed, however, in an important detail. The woman came at the appointed hour, but without her lover. She found death waiting for her. It was a painless death. Then her lover, who was to arrive an hour later, did not come at all. The door had been left open for him purposely. The house was dark, its rooms shut up, deserted. There was no caretaker even. It was a foggy night, just like this. And the other? Asked O'Reilly in a failing voice. The lover? A man did come in, the doctor went on calmly. But it was not the lover, it was a stranger. A stranger? The other whispered. And the surgeon, where was he all the time? Waiting outside to see him enter, concealed in the fog, he saw the man go in. 5 minutes later he followed, meaning to complete his vengeance, his act of justice, whatever you like to call it. But the man who had come in was a stranger. He came by chance, just as you might have done, to shelter from the fog. Or O'Reilly, though with great effort, rose abruptly to his feet. He had an appalling feeling that the man facing him was mad. He had the keen desire to get outside, fog or no fog, to leave this room, to escape from the calm accents of the insistent voice. The effect of the whiskey was still in his blood. He felt no lack of confidence, but words came to him with difficulty. I think I'd better be pushing off now, Doctor, he said clumsily. But I feel I must thank you very much for your kindness and help. He turned and looked hard into the keen eyes facing him. Your friend, he asked in a whisper, the surgeon. Was he ever caught? No, was the grave reply, the doctor standing up in front of him. He was never caught. O'Reilly waited a moment before he made another remark. Well, he said at length, but in a louder tone than before. I'm glad. He went to the door without shaking hands. "You have no hat," mentioned the voice behind him, "and if you'll wait a moment, I'll get you one of mine. You need not trouble to return it." The doctor passed him, going into the hall. There was a sound of tearing paper. O'Reilly left the house a moment later with a hat upon his head, but it was not until he reached the tube station half an hour afterwards that he realized it was his own. End of Confession by Algernon Blackwood.
The Dangerous Scarecrow by Carl Jacobi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia Morales. They were two very ordinary straw men on adjacent farms. Nice playmates for a couple of imaginative kids. Then Jimmy gave a knife to The Dangerous Scarecrow by Carl Jacobi. Both Mr. Maudsley and Mr. Trask were resplendent that October evening. Mr. Maudsley stood deep in the cornfield, overall trousers ballooning in the wind, one hand nailed to a pie tin that caught the moonlight and reflected it like a mirror, while across the road the hat of Mr. Trask was bright with the strip of foil Jimmy had fastened to it that morning. From the rear seat of the car, Jimmy looked down upon the two figures as the road wound between the shocked fields. Next to him, his sister Stella said, "Mr. Trask looks fine tonight. I think he likes the silver ribbon you gave him." Jimmy nodded. "Mr. Maudsley looks good too. See the way his hand shines?" In the driver's seat, as he twisted the wheel to avoid a rut in the road, gray-haired Mr. Tapping coughed and glanced at his wife. "What are those kids whispering about?" The whispers died abruptly, and the car rattled over Goose Creek Bridge and began the long climb to the Tapping farm. They stopped at the roadside mailbox, but there was no mail. Then they were rolling up the cedar-lined lane, past the silo, past the barn, into the farmyard. Stella went into the house with her mother, but Jimmy remained with his father to open the garage doors. He snapped the big padlock shut after the car was put away, made a vain attempt to catch Higgins, the cat, and followed Mr. Tapping up the porch steps into the house. Upstairs in his room half an hour later, he undressed reluctantly and climbed into bed, wide awake. He lay there listening to the old house creak and groan in the night wind. From the distance came the mournful wail of a train whistle. Presently Jimmy got out of bed, crossed to the window, and stood looking out into the moonlight. Below him he could see his ball bat leaning against a tree, looking strangely white against the shadows. Beyond was the outline of a mounted horseman, the pump, and beyond that the gray circular walls of the silo pointed upward like a castle tower. Something caught Jimmy's eye, made him look to the east. He looked again, then moved to the table and rummaged through the drawer until he found the silver spyglass his father had given him last Christmas. He carried the glass back to the window, pushed the window open, and peered out. In the bright moonlight he could see Mr. Maudsley clearly, and a little farther on he could see Mr. Trask. Two silent figures alone in the cornfields. The boy lowered the glass, wiped the lens on his sleeve, and carefully focused again. A puzzled frown furrowed his face. Save for the flapping of his trousers in the wind, Mr. Maudsley stood motionless, as of course he should. But Mr. Trask? A passing cloud slid over the moon, darkening the landscape. In the few seconds before it brought complete blackness, Jimmy thought he saw Mr. Trask kick up his heels, leap high in the air, and begin to dance a rigadoon over the shocked corn. At breakfast next morning, Jimmy waited impatiently for his sister to come downstairs. He hoped she would get to the table before his father, because with Papa present, he couldn't talk, and he wanted to talk. When at last Stella took her chair, he stretched his foot under the table and kicked her slightly. "I've got a secret," he whispered. "Tell it to me," said Stella. "It's a big secret. If you won't tell, I won't give you any of my Flinch candy." Jimmy was silent a moment as he gave this thought. Then he leaned forward and whispered, "Mr. Trask moved last night." "He always moves," replied Stella, unimpressed. "I mean really moved, toward Mr. Maudsley." Stella choked on her porridge, and the spoon all but slipped from her hand. She stared with wide-open eyes. "He didn't." Their whispers broke off as Mr. Tapping strode across the kitchen and took his place at the head of the table. A heavy-set, unimaginative man who seldom entered into conversation with the children, he eyed them speculatively. But he said nothing and began to eat his eggs and thick strips of bacon. He ate slowly and methodically, keeping his eyes to the table. When he had finished his coffee, he settled back to light his pipe. He passed the match back and forth across the bowl with quiet deliberation. "Who's Mr. Maudsley and who's Mr. Trask?" His wife smiled. "Those are just the names the children have given the scarecrows." "What scarecrows?" "The one in our field and the one on Edmund's land." Mr. Tapping considered this while strong curls of strong tobacco smoke rose about him. "Why those names? Why not Brown and Smith?" "Because those are their names," explained Stella patiently. Mr. Tapping cogitated on the mysteries of the juvenile mind. Abruptly he remembered the section of pasture fence that needed repairing and got to his feet. But it was nearly noon before he got around to fence fixing, and then he had but one wire stapled when he heard a "halloo," and turning saw old Jason Southby hobbling across the field toward him. Jimmy, who was holding the wire for his father, let go the pliers and joined Stella, who was trying to capture a bumblebee in a fruit jar. "Howdy," said old Jason, reaching the fence. "Got a couple of helpers, I see." Mr. Tapping smiled and nodded his greeting. "I came over to ask if you're going to post your property for no huntin' this year." "Don't think so," replied Mr. Tapping. "Aren't many grouse, and I don't expect there'll be many hunters." "No," agreed old Jason. "The birds are dying out. It ain't like the old days." Mr. Tapping nodded. "Remember when Maudsley was here? Things was different then." "Who did you say?" said Mr. Tapping. "Maudsley," repeated old Jason. "He owned your farm 20-30 years ago." Mr. Tapping shook his head. "Maudsley, eh? Jimmy and Stella must have heard the name from one of the neighbor's children." "Yep," continued old Jason. "Maudsley had this place, and Trask rented the strip across the road. So, quite a story about them two." Mr. Tapping said nothing. There would be no hurrying old Jason, and no stopping him either. The man obviously had a tale to tell, and he was enjoying every moment of this prelude. He bit off a piece of plug tobacco, chewed a moment, and spat. "It was corn that started it," he said. "Maudsley was a great one to fool around with hybrids, and he worked out an early variety he called Maudsley No. 2. That ain't been planted anymore, but in those days it was well thought of. Then Trask moves into the farm across the road. Trask was from down south, from around New Orleans way, and he was fired up with all sorts of backwoods stuff. Pretty soon he began to fight with Maudsley about how good his hybrid corn was. Seems Trask believed the only way to grow good crops was by using voodoo spells. Got so them two couldn't come into sight of each other without starting an argument. One day Trask got so mad he let his cattle loose in Maudsley's cornfield. That settled it. Maudsley headed for Trask's place, armed with a double-barreled shotgun. But before he got there, Trask made himself invisible. He did what? Demanded Mr. Tapping. Well, anyway, that's the story Maudsley spread around. Funny thing is, folks believed him. He said Trask, been from New Orleans country, knew all sorts of voodoo spells. And he said that Trask, been afraid, had cast a spell over himself to make himself vanish. Course, some persons were suspicious, and the sheriff asked Maudsley some questions. But Maudsley proved his shotgun hadn't been fired, and no one had seen him commit any crime. Trask was never seen around these parts again. After that, Maudsley got to actin' sort of queer, looking over his shoulder, talking to himself. Then one day he up and cleared out, and the next anything was heard of him, he had moved south to New Orleans, the very place Trask had come from. Maudsley is still down there. He wouldn't come back even long enough to complete the sale of his farm. Jason's voice died off as he reached the end of his story. Did you hear what he said? Said Jimmy in a low voice. Sure, Stella rose triumphant from capturing her bumblebee. I knew it all the time. It rained the next night, and even with the spyglass, Jimmy could see nothing in the cornfields. But he knew the two scarecrows were out there, and he could imagine them standing in the rain with beads of water dripping from their hats. The muddy water would be running in rivulets between the rows of shocked corn, and when the lightning flashed, the shocks would gleam dully like so many stacked guns at an army encampment. Next day after lunch, Jimmy drew his sister aside. If you don't tell anybody, I'll show you the present I've got for Mr. Maudsley. Promise? I promise, said Stella. Jimmy led the way into the barn, and in the rear near one of the horse stalls, swept aside a covering of hay. He picked up a long rusty knife and displayed it with an air of pride. Stella was disappointed. Just an old knife. It's a voodoo knife. That's what it is. See the way the handle is carved? Stella looked and saw a yellowed handle of what once might have been ivory, carved in the shape of a running goat with several quasi-human faces low down near the hilt. What are you going to do with it? She said. I told you. Give it to Mr. Maudsley. It's his. How do you know it's his? This is Mr. Maudsley's barn, isn't it? Besides, it was near his other stuff. Stella was not enthusiastic. Papa won't like it. He got mad when you nailed that pie tin to Mr. Maudsley's hand. Papa won't know a thing about it. Come on. It was hot in the cornfield. The morning sun beat down fiercely, and the air smelled of damp earth. The ground between the rows of stubble was marked with tiny channels the running water had cut the night before. But the shocks were dry again, and in the slight breeze they whispered and rustled gently. The two children made a beeline for the center of the field until they came to the two crossboards that served as a framework for the scarecrow. The scarecrow was fashioned of some old clothing which had once belonged to a fat man, overalls, a coat of what might have been a Sunday suit at one time, and an ancient felt hat, castaways which the children had found in the barn. The cardboard face, marked in black crayon, a little blurred now from the rain, had been copied by Jimmy from an old photograph the boy had come upon among some old papers when he had cleaned out the attic. Jimmy had decided that even a crow wouldn't be fooled by a faceless scarecrow. Jimmy was about to climb the upright shaft when Stella stopped him. Wait, she said. Let's not give Mr. Maudsley the knife. Why not? It's his. Let's give it to Mr. Trask. The boy's jaw dropped as the enormity of the idea grew upon him. Then he uttered a squeal of delight. Laughing and giggling, the two children turned and ran down and vaulted the fence that enclosed the Isle of Shocks to the road and adjacent field. 5 minutes later, the second scarecrow brandished a knife at the end of one of its handless sleeves. But as Jimmy came out on the road again, he looked across at Mr. Maudsley. In full view in the sunlight, it wasn't a cardboard face now. It was a round, full face with great folds of fat, and it was twisted in an expression of stark fear. For 3 nights, the skies over the Tapping farm were black, and a cold wind huffing down from the north kept the children indoors, where they played endless games of parcheesi. On the 4th night, the moon broke through the clouds. Jimmy, squatting by the window, the spyglass to his eye, stared out at the 2 scarecrows. At intervals, he thought he saw Mr. Trask descend from the mounting pole, leap up over the shocks, and begin his strange dance. But at the instant those capers began, the clouds always managed to blot out the light, and the boy never could be sure if it was a trick of his eye or the glass. And then Jimmy observed 2 things. With him and his gyrations, Mr. Trask carried the knife, and as he darted back and forth, he edged almost imperceptibly toward Mr. Maudsley. The boy watched a long time to confirm his fears. Then he turned and ran to his sister's room. "Mr. Trask is getting closer," he said. "You'd better come see." At the window, Stella spent several moments focusing the glass. Slowly her body went rigid, and she uttered a hoarse exclamation. "He's gonna kill Mr. Maudsley." The boy nodded, his eyes shining with terror. "We've got to try and stop him." She turned and ran down the stairs and through the lower floor rooms to the back door. Jimmy ran after her. Crossing the yard, they sped halfway down the lane, then pushed through the cedar windbreak and veered toward the cornfield. Pumpkins, golden in the moonlight, rose up on either side as they raced up the incline. Suddenly Stella drew up short. "Look!" Mr. Trask had crossed the road and now was coming full tilt through the row of shocks. Jimmy, arms spread wide, threw himself forward to block the onrushing figure's path. He had a brief impression of a blurred shadow bowling toward him and passing through him while he struck out with his small fists ineffectually. Behind there was a ripping of cloth and a hoarse scream. Stella came running to where Jimmy stood. Together they saw 2 shadows locked in an incredible embrace. Like a scythe raised aloft, Mr. Trask's knife swept downward in a wide arc and with a quick stroke cut off Mr. Maudsley's head. Mr. Maudsley's hat flew up, Mr. Maudsley's head rolled off, and a thin cry of triumph welled up and faded. And then there was nothing, except that Mr. Trask was back on one side of the fence, and Mr. Maudsley was on the other, minus his head, of course. "Gee," said Stella. "Golly," said Jimmy. He ran over to pick up Mr. Maudsley's hat. Jimmy tried to put Mr. Maudsley's head back, but somehow it wouldn't stick. "We'll fix it in the morning," said Jimmy. At the edge of the field, Jimmy paused and caught his sister's arm anxiously. "You won't tell, Stella?" "No, of course not." "Cross your heart?" "Cross my heart and hope to die." It was night of the next day, and the children sat playing parcheesi. Mrs. Tapping was knitting. Mr. Tapping, settled back in the platform rocker, was reading the newspaper aloud, as was his custom. Outside, Mr. Trask was in one field, and Mr. Maudsley was in the other. His head was back in place, but only tied on. It was not the same. It looked very dead, even though Jimmy and Stella had done their best. "Any news?" asked Mrs. Tapping. Same old stuff. New taxes, one of them foreign countries, talking big and threatening war, said Mr. Tapping. One thing here, though, they found a fellow with his head cut off, right in the middle of a city street. My land. Not here in Acrestown. Mr. Tapping laughed. Lord, no. Happened way down in New Orleans. End of The Dangerous Scarecrow.
The Dead Hand by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thea Hori. The Dead Hand by L.T. Mead and Robert Eustace. My name is Diana Marburg. I am a palmist by profession. Occult phenomena, spiritualism, clairvoyance, and many other strange mysteries of the unseen world have from my earliest years excited my keen interest. Being blessed with abundant means, I attended in my youth many foreign schools of thought. I was a pupil of Lewis, Darling, Braid, and others. I studied Reichenbach and Mesmer, and finally started my career as a thought reader and palmist in Maddox Street. Now I live with a brother, 5 years my senior. My brother Rupert is an athletic Englishman and also a barrister with a rapidly growing practice. He loves and pities me. He casts over me the respectability of his presence and wonders at what he calls my lapses from sanity. He is patient, however, and when he saw that in spite of all expostulation I meant to go my own way, he ceased to try to persuade me against my inclinations. Gradually, the success of my reading of the lines of the human hand brought me fame. My prophecies turned out correct. My intuition led me to right conclusions, and I was sought after very largely by that fashionable world which always follows anything new. I became a favorite in society and was accounted both curious and bizarre. On a certain evening in late July, I attended Lady Fortescue's reception in Curzon Street. I was ushered into a small anteroom, which was furnished with view of adding to the weird effect of my own appearance and words. I wore an oriental costume, rich in color and bespangled with sparkling gems. On my head I had twisted a Spanish scarf. My arms were bare to the elbows and my dress open at the throat. Being tall, dark, and, I believe, graceful, my quaint dress suited me well. Lady Fortescue saw me for a moment on my arrival, and inquired if I had everything I was likely to want. As she stood by the door, she turned. "I expect, Miss Marburg, that you will have a few strange clients tonight. My guests come from a varied and ever-widening circle, and tonight all sorts and conditions of men will be present at my reception." She left me, and soon afterwards those who wished to inquire of fate appeared before me one by one. Towards the close of the evening, a tall, dark man was ushered into my presence. The room was shadowy, and I do not think he could see me at once, although I observed him quite distinctly. To the ordinary observer he doubtless appeared as a well-set-up man of the world, but to me he wore quite a different appearance. I read fear in his eyes, and irresolution, and at the same time cruelty round his lips. He glanced at me as if he meant to defy any message I might have for him, and yet at the same time was obliged to yield to an overpowering curiosity. I asked him his name, which he gave me at once. "Philip Harmon," he said. "Have you ever heard of me before?" "Never," I answered. "I have come here because you are the fashion, Miss Marburg, and because many of Lady Fortescue's guests are flocking to this room to learn something of their future. Of course, you cannot expect me to believe in your strange art. Nevertheless, I shall be glad if you will look at my hand and tell me what you see there." As he spoke, he held out his hand. I noticed that it trembled. Before touching it, I looked full at him. "If you have no faith in me, why do you trouble to come here?" I asked. "Curiosity brings me to you," he answered. "Will you grant me my request or not?" "I will look at your hand first, if I may." I took it in mine. It was a long, thin hand with a certain hardness about it. I turned the palm upward and examined it through a powerful lens. As I did so, I felt my heart beat wildly. Something of the fear in Philip Harmon's eyes was communicated to me. I dropped the hand, shuddering inwardly as I did so. "Well," he asked in astonishment, "what is the matter? What is my fate? Tell me at once. Why do you hesitate?" "I would rather not tell you, Mr. Harmon. You don't believe in me. Go away and forget all about me." "I cannot do that now. Your look says that you have seen something which you are afraid to speak about. Is that so?" I nodded my head. I placed my hand on the little round table which contained a shaded lamp to steady myself. "Come," he said rudely, "out with this horror. I am quite prepared." "I have no good news for you," I answered. "I saw something very terrible in your hand." "Speak." "You are a ruined man," I said, taking his hand again in mine and examining it carefully. "Yes, the marks are unmistakable. You will perpetrate a crime which will be discovered. You are about to commit a murder and will suffer a shameful death on the scaffold." He snatched his hand away with a violent movement and started back. His whole face was quivering with passion. "How dare you say such infamous things?" he cried. "You go very far in your efforts to amuse Miss Marburg." "You asked me to tell you," was my reply. He gave a harsh laugh, bowed low, and went out of the room. I noticed his face as he did so. It was white as death. I rang my little handbell to summon the next guest. A tall and very beautiful woman between 40 and 50 years of age entered. Her dress was ablaze with diamonds, and she wore a diamond star of peculiar brilliancy just above her forehead. Her hair, white as snow, and the glistening diamond star in the midst of the white hair, gave to her whole appearance a curious effect. "My name is Mrs. Kenyon," she said. "You have just interviewed my nephew, Philip Harmon." "But what is the matter, my dear?" she said suddenly. "You look ill." "I have had a shock," was my vague reply. Then I pulled myself together. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "I want you to tell me my future." "Will you show me your hand?" Mrs. Kenyon held it out. I took it in mine. The moment I glanced at it, a feeling of relief passed over me. It was full of good qualities. The Mount of Jupiter, well developed, the heart line clear and unchained, a deep, long lifeline, and a fate line ascending clear upon the Mount of Saturn. I began to speak easily and rapidly, and with that fluency which often made me feel that my words were prompted by an unseen presence. "What you tell me sounds very pleasant," said Mrs. Kenyon, "and I only hope that my character is as good as you paint it. I fear it is not so, however. Your words are too flattering, and you think too well of me. But you have not yet touched upon the most important point of all, the future. What is in store for me?" I looked again very earnestly at the hand. My heart sank a trifle as I did so. "I am sorry," I said. "I do have to tell you bad news. I did not notice this at first, but I see it plainly now. You are about to undergo a severe shock, a very great grief." "Strange," answered Mrs. Kenyon. She paused for a moment. Then she said suddenly, "You gave my nephew a bad report, did you not?" I was silent. It was one of my invariable rules never to speak of one client to another. "You need not speak," she continued. "I saw it in his face." "I hope he will take the warning," I could not help murmuring faintly. Mrs. Kenyon overheard the words. "And now you tell me that I am to undergo severe trouble. Will it come soon?" "Yes," was my answer. "You will need all your strength to withstand it." And then, as if prompted by some strange impulse, I added, "I cannot tell you what that trouble may be, but I like you. If, in the time of your trouble, I can help you, I will gladly do so." "Thank you," answered Mrs. Kenyon. "You are kind. I do not profess to believe in you. That you should be able to foretell the future is, of course, impossible. But I also like you. I hope some day that we may meet again." She held out her hand. I clasped it. A moment later, she had passed outside the thick curtain which had shut away the anteroom from the gay throng in the drawing rooms. I went home late that night. Rupert was in and waiting for me. "Why, what is the matter, Diana?" he said the moment I appeared. "You look shockingly ill. This terrible life will kill you." "I have seen strange things tonight," was my answer. I flung myself on the sofa and for a moment covered my tired eyes with my hand. "Have some supper," said Rupert gently. He led me to the table and helped me to wine and food. "I have had a tiring and exciting evening at Lady Fortescue's," I said. "I shall be better when I have eaten. But where have you been this evening?" "At the Apollo. There was plenty of gossip circulating there. 2 society scandals, and Philip Harmon's crash. That is a big affair and likely to keep things pretty lively. But, my dear Di, what is the matter?" I had half risen from my seat. I was gazing at my brother with fear in my eyes. My heart once again beat wildly. "Did you say Philip Harmon?" I asked. "Yes, why? Do you know him?" "Tell me about him at once, Rupert. I must know. What do you mean by his crash?" "Oh, he is one of the plungers, you know. He has run through the Harmon property and cannot touch the Kenyon." "The Kenyon?" I exclaimed. "Yes. His uncle, Walter Kenyon, was a very rich man and has left all his estates to his young grandson, a lad about 13. That boy stands between Harmon and $250,000. But why do you want to know?" "Only that I saw Philip Harmon tonight," was my answer. "You did? That is curious. He asked you to prophesy with regard to his fate?" "He did, Rupert." "And you told him?" "What I cannot tell you. You know I never divulge what I see in my client's hands." "Of course you cannot tell me, but it is easy to guess that you gave him bad news. They say he wants to marry the heiress and the beauty of the season, Lady Maud Greyville. If he succeeds in this, he will be on his feet once more, but I doubt if she will have anything to say to him. He is an attractive man in some ways and good-looking, but the Countess of Yearsley keeps a sharp lookout on the future of her only daughter." "Philip Harmon must on no account marry an innocent girl," was my next impulsive remark. "Rupert, your news troubles me very much. It confirms—" I could not finish the sentence. I was overcome by what Rupert chose to consider intense nervousness. "You must have your quinine and go to bed," he said. "Come, I insist. I won't hear another word." A moment later I had left him, but try hard as I would, I could not sleep that night. I felt that I myself was on the brink of a great catastrophe, that I personally was mixed up in this affair. In all my experience I had never seen a hand like Philip Harmon's before. There was no redeeming trait in it. The lines which denoted crime and disaster were too indelibly marked to be soon forgotten. When, at last, I did drop asleep, that hand accompanied me into the world of dreams. The London season came to an end. I heard nothing more about Philip Harmon and his affairs, and, in the excitement and interest of leaving town, was beginning more or less to forget him, when, on the 25th of July, nearly a month after Lady Fortescue's party, a servant entered my consulting room with a card. The man told me that a lady was waiting to see me. She begged for an interview at once on most urgent business. I glanced at the card. It bore the name of Mrs. Kenyon. The moment I saw it, that nervousness which had troubled me on the night when I saw Philip Harmon and read his future in the ghastly lines of his hand returned. I could not speak at all for a moment. Then I said, turning to the men who stood motionless waiting for my answer, "Show the lady up immediately." Mrs. Kenyon entered. She came hurriedly forward. When last I saw her, she was a beautiful woman with great dignity of bearing and a kindly, sunshiny face. Now, as she came into the room, she was so changed that I should scarcely have known her. Her dress bore marks of disorder and hasty arrangement. Her eyes were red with weeping. "Pardon my coming so early, Miss Marburg," she said at once. Then, without waiting for me to speak, she dropped into a chair. I am overcome, she gasped. But you promised, if necessary, to help me. Do you remember my showing you my hand at Lady Fortescue's party? I remember you perfectly, Mrs. Kenyon. What can I do for you? You told me then that something terrible was about to happen. I did not believe it. I visited you out of curiosity and had no faith in you, but your predictions have come true, horribly true. I have come to you now for the help which you promised to give me if I needed it, for I believe it lies in your power to tell me something I wish to discover. I remember everything, I replied gravely. What is it you wish me to do? I want you to read a hand for me and to tell me what you see in it. Certainly. But will you make an appointment? Can you come with me immediately to Godalming? My nephew, Philip Harmon, has a place there. Philip Harmon? I muttered. Yes, she answered, scarcely noticing my words. My only son and I have been staying with him. I want to take you there. Can you come immediately? You have not mentioned the name of the person whose hand you want me to read. I would rather not do so. Not yet, I mean. But can you not bring him or her here? I am very busy just now. That is impossible, replied Mrs. Kenyon. I am afraid I must ask you to postpone all your other engagements. This thing is most imperative. I cannot bring the person whose hand I want you to read here, nor can there be any delay. You must see him, if possible, today. I implore you to come. I will give you any fee you like to demand. It is not a question of money, I replied. I am interested in you. I will do what you require. I rose as I spoke. By the way, I added, I presume that the person whose hand you wish me to see has no objection to my doing so. Otherwise my journey may be thrown away. There is no question about that, replied Mrs. Kenyon. I thank you more than I can say for agreeing to come. A few moments later we were on our way to the rail station. We caught our train and between 12 and 1 o'clock arrived at Godalming. A carriage was waiting for us at the station. We drove for nearly 2 miles and presently found ourselves in a place with large shady grounds. We drew up beside a heavy portico. A manservant came gravely forward to help us alight, and we entered a large hall. I noticed a curious hush about the place, and I observed that the man who admitted us did not speak, but glanced inquiringly at Mrs. Kenyon as if for directions. "Show Miss Marburg into the library," was her order. "I will be back again in a moment or two," she added, glancing at me. I was ushered into a well-furnished library. There was a writing table at one end of it on which papers of different sorts were scattered. I went forward mechanically and took up an envelope. It was addressed to Philip Harmon, Esquire, The Priory, Godalming. I dropped it as though I could not bear to touch it. Once again that queer nervousness seized me, and I was obliged to sit down, weak and trembling. The next moment the room door was opened. "Will you please come now, Miss Marburg?" said Mrs. Kenyon. "I will not keep you long." We went upstairs together and paused before a door on the first landing. "We must enter softly," said the lady, turning to me. There was something in her words and the look on her face which seemed to prepare me, but for what I could not tell. We found ourselves in a large room luxuriously furnished. The window blinds were all down, but the windows themselves were open, and the blinds were gently moving to and fro in the soft summer air. In the center of the room, and drawn quite away from the wall, was a small iron bedstead. I glanced towards it, and a sudden irrepressible cry burst from my lips. On the bed lay a figure covered with a sheet, beneath which its outline was indistinctly defined. "What do you mean by bringing me here?" I said, turning to the elder woman and grasping her by the arm. "You must not be frightened," she said gently. "Come up to the bed. Hush, try to restrain yourself. Think of my most terrible grief. This is the hand I want you to read." As she spoke, she drew aside the sheet, and I found myself gazing down at the beautiful dead face of a child, a boy of about 13 years of age. "Dead, my only son! said Mrs. Kenyon. "He was drowned this morning. Here is his hand. Yesterday it was warm and full of life. Now it is cold as marble. Will you take it? Will you look at the lines? I want you to tell me if he met his death by accident or by design." "You say that you are living in Philip Harmon's house," I said. "He asked us here on a visit." "And this dead boy, stood between him and the Kenyon property?" was my next inquiry. "How can you tell? How do you know?" "But answer me, is it true?" "It is true." I now went on my knees and took one of the child's small white hands in mine. I began to examine it. "It is very strange," I said slowly. "This child has died a violent death, and it was caused by design." "It was?" cried the mother. "Can you swear it?" She clutched me by the arm. "I see it, but I cannot quite understand it," I answered. "There is a strong indication here that the child was murdered. And yet, had I seen this hand in life, I should have warned the boy against lightning. But a death by lightning would be accidental. Tell me, how did the boy die?" "By drowning. Early this morning he was bathing in the pool which adjoins a wide stream in the grounds. He did not return. We hastened to seek for him and found his body floating on the surface of the water. He was quite dead." "Was the pool deep?" "In one part it was 10 feet deep. The rest of the pool was shallow. The doctor has been and said that the child must have had a severe attack of cramp. But even then the pool is small, and he was a good swimmer for his age." "Was no one with him?" "No. His cousin Philip Harmon often accompanied him, but he bathed alone this morning." "Where was Mr. Harmon this morning?" "He went to town by an early train and does not know yet. You say you think it was a murder. How do you account for it?" "The boy may have been drowned by accident, but I see something more in his hand than mere drowning. Something that baffles me. Yet it is plain. Lightning. Is there no mark on the body?" "Yes, there is a small blue mark just below the inner ankle of the right foot. But I think that was a bruise that he must have got yesterday. The doctor said it must have been done previously and not in the pool, as it would not have turned blue so quickly." "May I see it?" Mrs. Kenyon raised the end of the sheet and showed the mark. I looked at it long and earnestly. "You are sure there was no thunderstorm this morning?" I asked. "No, it was quite fine." I rose slowly to my feet. "I have looked at the boy's hand as you asked me," I said. "I must repeat my words. There are indications that he came by his death not by accident, but design." Mrs. Kenyon's face underwent a queer change as I spoke. She came suddenly forward, seized me by the arms, and cried, "I believe you. I believe you. I believe that my boy has been murdered in some fiendish and inexplicable way. The police have been here already, and of course there will be an inquest, but no one is suspected." "Who are we to suspect?" "Philip Harmon," I could not help answering. "Why? Why do you say that?" "I am not at liberty to tell you. I make the suggestion." "But it cannot be the case. The boy went to the bath alone, in perfect health. Philip went to town by an earlier train than usual. I saw him off myself. I walked with him as far as the end of the avenue. It was soon afterwards that I missed my little Paul and began to wonder why he had not returned to the house. I went with a servant to the pool, and I saw that which will haunt me to my dying day. He was my only son, Miss Marburg, my one great treasure. What you have suggested, what I myself, alas, believe, drives me nearly mad. But you must tell me why you suspect Philip Harmon." "Under the circumstances, it may not be wrong to tell you," I said slowly. "The night I read your hand, I also, as you know, read his. I saw in his hand that he was about to be a murderer. I told him so in as many words." "You saw that? You told him? Oh, this is too awful. Philip has wanted money of late and has been in the strangest state. He has always been somewhat wild and given to speculation, and lately, I know, lost heavily with different ventures. He proposed to a young girl, a great friend of mine, last week, but she would have nothing to do with him. Yes, it all seems possible. My little Paul stood between him and a great property. But how did he do it? There is not a particle of evidence against him. Your word goes for nothing. Law and justice would only scout you. But we must act, Miss Marburg, and you must help me prove the murder of my boy. To discover the murderer, I shall never rest until I have avenged him. Yes, I will help you, I answered. As I descended the stairs, accompanied by Mrs. Kenyon, a strange thought struck me. I have promised to help you, and we must act at once, I said. Will you leave this matter for the present in my hands, and will you let me send a telegram immediately to my brother? I shall need his assistance. He is a barrister and has chambers in town, but he will come to me at once. He is very clever and practical. Is he entirely in your confidence? Absolutely. But pray tell me, when do you expect Mr. Harmon back? He does not know anything at present, as he was going into the country for the day. He will be back as usual tonight. That is so much the better. May I send for my brother? Do anything you please. You will find some telegraph forms in the hall, and the groom can take your message at once. I crossed the hall, found the telegraph forms on the table, sat down, and filled in one as follows. Come at once. I need your help most urgently. Diana. I handed the telegram to a servant, who took it away at once. And now, I said, turning to Mrs. Kenyon, will you show me the pool? I shall go there and stay till my brother arrives. You will stay there? Why? I have my own reasons for wishing to do so. I cannot say more now. Please show me the way. We went across the garden and into a meadow beyond. At the bottom of this meadow ran a swift-flowing stream. In the middle of the stream was the pool, evidently made artificially. Beside it, on the bank, stood a small tent for dressing. The pool itself was a deep basin in the rock about 7 yards across, surrounded by drooping willows which hung over it. At the upper end of the stream fell into it in a miniature cascade. At the lower end a wire fence crossed it. This was doubtless done in order to prevent the cattle stirring the water. I walked slowly round the pool, looking down into its silent depths without speaking. When I came back to where Mrs. Kenyon was standing, I said slowly, I shall remain here until my brother comes. Will you send me down a few sandwiches and bring him or send him to me directly he arrives? But he cannot be with you for some hours, said Mrs. Kenyon. I fail to understand your reason. I scarcely know that yet myself, was my reply. But I am certain I am acting wisely. Will you leave me here? I wish to be alone in order to think out a problem. Mrs. Kenyon slowly turned and went back to the house. I must unravel this mystery, I said to myself. I must sift from the apparent facts of the case the awful truth which lies beneath. That sixth sense which has helped me up to the present shall help me to the end. Beyond doubt, foul play has taken place. The boy met his death in this pool, but how? Beyond doubt, this is the only spot where a solution can be found. I will stay here and think the matter through. If anything dangerous or fatal was put into the pool, the murderer shall not remove his awful weapon without my knowledge. So I thought, and the moments flew. My head ached with the intensity of my thought, and as the afternoon advanced, I was no nearer a solution than ever. It was between 4 and 5 o'clock when, to my infinite relief, I saw Rupert hurrying across the meadow. What is the meaning of this, Diana? He said. Have you lost your senses? When I got your extraordinary wire, I thought you must be ill. I stood up, clasped his hands, and looked into his face. Listen, I said. A child has been murdered, and I want to discover the murderer. You must help me. Are you mad? Was his remark. No, I am sane, I answered. Little Paul Kenyon has been murdered. Do you remember telling me that he stood between Philip Harmon and the Kenyon property? He was drowned this morning in this pool, the supposition being that the death occurred through accident. Now listen, Rupert. We have got to discover how the boy really met his death. The child was in perfect health when he entered this pool. His dead body was found floating on the water half an hour afterwards. The doctor said he died from drowning due to cramp. What caused such sudden and awful cramp as would drown a boy of his age within a few paces of the bank? But what do you expect to find here? Said Rupert. He looked inclined to laugh at me when he first arrived, but his face was grave now, and even pale. Come here, I said suddenly. I have already noticed one strange thing. It is this. Look. As I spoke, I took his hand and approached the wire fence which protected the water from the cattle. Leaning over, I said, Look down. Whoever designed this pool, for it was, of course, made artificially, took more precaution than is usual to prevent the water being contaminated. Do you see that fine wire netting which goes down to the bottom of the pool? That wire has been put there for some other reason than to keep cattle out. Rupert, do you think by any possibility it has been placed there to keep something in the pool? Rupert bent down and examined the wire carefully. It is curious, he said. I see what you mean. A frown had settled on his face. Suddenly he turned to me. Your suggestion is too horrible, Diana. What can be in the pool? Do you mean something alive? Something... He stopped speaking. His eyes were fixed on my face with a dawning horror. Were there any marks on the boy? Was his next question. One small blue mark on the ankle. Ah, look! What is that? At the further end and in the deep part of the pool, I suddenly saw the surface move and a slight eddying swirl appear on the water. It increased into ever-widening circles and vanished. Rupert's bronzed face was now almost as white as mine. We must drag the pool immediately, he said. Harmon cannot prevent us. We have seen enough to warrant what we do. I cannot let this pass. Stay here, Diana, and watch. I will bring Mrs. Kenyon with me and get her consent. Rupert hurriedly left me and went back to the house across the meadow. It was fully an hour before he returned. The water was once more perfectly still. There was not the faintest movement of any living thing beneath its surface. At the end of the hour, I saw Mrs. Kenyon, my brother, a gardener, and another man coming across the meadow. One of the men was dragging a large net, one side of which was loaded with leaden sinkers. The other held an old-fashioned, single-barreled gun. Rupert was now all activity. Mrs. Kenyon came and stood by my side without speaking. Rupert gave quick orders to the men. Under his direction, one of them waded through the shallows just below the pool, and reaching the opposite bank, threw the net across. Then the bottom of the net with the sinkers was let down into the pool. When this was done, Rupert possessed himself of the gun and stood at the upper end of the pool beside the little waterfall. He then gave the word to the men to begin to drag. Slowly and gradually they advanced, drawing the net forward, while all our eyes were fixed upon the water. Not a word was spoken. The men had not taken many steps when again was seen the swirl in the water, and a few little eddies were sucked down. A sharp cry broke from Mrs. Kenyon's lips. Rupert kept the gun in readiness. "What is it?" cried Mrs. Kenyon. But the words had scarcely died on her lips before a dark body lashed the surface of the water and disappeared. What it was, we none of us had the slightest idea. We all watched, spellbound. Still, the net moved slowly on, and now the agitation of the water became great. The creature, whatever it was, lashed and lunged to and fro, now breaking back against the net, and now attempting to spring up the smooth rock and so escape into the stream. As we caught a glimpse, and yet another glimpse, of the long, coiling body, I wondered if there was a snake in the pool. "Come on, quicker now," shouted Rupert to the men, and they pressed forward, holding the creature in the net and drawing it every moment nearer the rock. The next instant Rupert raised the gun, and leaving over the water, fired down. There was a burst of spray, and as the smoke cleared, we saw that the water was stained with red blood. Seizing the lower end of the net and exercising all their strength, the men now drew the net up. In its meshes, struggling in death agony, was an enormous eel. The next moment, it was on the grass coiling to and fro. The men quickly dispatched it with a stick, and then we all bent over it. It was an extraordinary-looking creature, 6 feet in length, yet it had none of the ordinary appearance of the eel. I had never seen anything like it before. Rupert went down on his knees to examine it carefully. He suddenly looked up. A terrible truth had struck him. His face was white. "What is it?" gasped poor Mrs. Kenyon. "You were right, Diana," said Rupert. "Look, Mrs. Kenyon, my sister was absolutely right. Call her power what you will. She was guided by something too wonderful for explanation. This is an electric eel, no native of these waters. It was put here by someone. This is murder. One stroke from the tail of such an eel would give a child such a dreadful shock that he would be paralyzed and would drown to a certainty." "Then that explains the mark by lightning on the dead child's hand," I said. "Yes," answered my brother. "The police must take the matter up." Before that evening, Mr. Harmon was arrested. The sensational case which followed was in all the papers. Against my will, I was forced to attend the trial in order to give the necessary evidence. It was all too damning and conclusive. The crime was brought home to the murderer, who suffered the full penalty of the law. End of The Dead Hand.
The Fiend of the Seine by Dick Hine. From Weird Tales, November 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. By night, he plied his revolting quest, and by day, he trafficked with ghouls. The Fiend of the Seine by Dick Hine. On the banks of the Seine, not far from where the famous avenue crosses it on a famous bridge, there is a small stone house, gray and inconspicuous among its surroundings. Here there lived, entirely alone, Jules Deroyle. He was about 50 years old, and had a kind face, covered with short, stubby beard. He wore rough riverman's clothes, a black cap, and smoked a straight black pipe. His house, which faced the river, had a small boat tied up in front of it. By day, the boat was always there, and Jules at home. By night, the boat was absent, and Jules in it, paddling up and down the river, sometimes 3 miles from home. Before daybreak, he would return and tie up the boat. Then he would carry into his house a big black sack, bulging with contents, the nature of which could not be told by looking at it. Only Jules Deroyle knew what was in the sack. During the day, several fine automobiles with chauffeurs would stop in the street not far away, and men would come and enter Jules' house. After a few minutes, they would emerge carrying something wrapped in old newspapers. The men were generally well dressed, and had sharp, neatly trimmed beards. Some wore eyeglasses and silk hats, and looked distinguished. The police had investigated these activities several times, but found nothing wrong with them. Once they had held up Jules with his sack. It had contained firewood and old shoes, and stuff he had been gathering in the river. Again they had accosted the visiting gentlemen, and examined their packages. The packages held lily bulbs and small plants in pots. They did not bother Jules and his visitors any more. Moreover, since the men were all prominent, perhaps they had influence with the prefect, and the gendarmes were given secret instructions not to be too inquisitive. Jules' strange doings went on for years before their tragic ending, and even the sharp-eyed neighbors had no clue to the mystery of the black sack. One afternoon, an automobile arrived, and a man got out. He was tall, handsome, and elegant. He entered Durol's house. The room in which he was received was simply furnished. It was lighted by 2 windows, each looking upon the river, and the waters began just below the outside. There was a fireplace, and a bright wood fire. A small kettle hung near the fireplace. Some heavy sticks were piled nearby for fuel. On the wall near the fireplace was placed a long, heavy knife, such as is used for chopping up firewood. A shelf at one end of the room was lined with packages of something wrapped in newspapers. The bulging black sack stood in one corner. A table sat in the middle of the floor. Jules Durol was smoking by the fire, and 2 empty chairs were close by. "How do you do, Dr. Mallon?" he said as the man entered. "Sit down." "Good afternoon, Monsieur Durol. I see I am earlier than our friend Dr. Legile." "He won't be long in coming. In fact, I think I hear his car now." A minute later another man entered. He was shorter than Dr. Mallon and less handsome, but looked distinguished. "Good afternoon," he said as he sat down before the fire. "I suppose we 3 are alone, are we, Monsieur Durol?" observed Dr. Mallon. "Quite. We may discuss our business or whatever we like." "I must say we are a bloody lot, after all, we doctors," laughed Dr. Mallon. "I can hardly say which is the most ungodly, our calling or that of Jules Durol." Dr. Legile laughed, and Durol smiled and said nothing. "There is another ungodly thing about you, Leglis," continued Dr. Mallon. "I hear you have disowned your daughter. Is it true?" "True, indeed. I deeply regret it, but it was unavoidable. She was in love with a spendthrift. Her surreptitious conduct defied conversation, and she would not even disclose the man's name. But I heard a similar tale on you. Is it true also?" "It is," said Dr. Mallon. "I have disinherited my son for spending his time and my money on a girl whom the family has never seen. He refused to introduce any of us and has never revealed her name." "Very sad. We should both be ashamed of ourselves," said Dr. Leglis. "And Jules Durol here should be ashamed of himself too. Look at him. He makes his living by paddling up the Seine at night and gathering up the bodies of the suicides of Paris who die by drowning. He cuts off their heads, or cuts out their hearts, or whatever we doctors want. He puts them into a sack and brings them home. We come and buy them to dissect and experiment with for the ultimate benefit of humanity." "Bloody business for all concerned," remarked Durol. "What did you find last night?" asked Dr. Leglis. "4 adult bodies and 3 castaway babies." "A good night's work. Did you bring them back?" "I brought the 4 big heads and the 3 little bodies." "Give us 2 heads apiece. We shall call tomorrow for the babies." Durol arose and went to the sack in the corner. He stooped and took something from the sack. "Let's see the heads before you wrap them," said Leglis, rising. Jules Durol handed him a woman's head, holding it out to him by the long brown hair. Dr. Leglis took it carelessly. Almost at the same moment, as Dr. Mallon rose, Durol handed him the man's head. Mallon reached unconcernedly for it. Suddenly his face turned pale, his breath came in gasps, and he staggered against the wall by the fireplace, trembling in every limb. The rush of blood to his eyes was so great that for a moment he could not see, but when his vision cleared, he looked at Leglis. Dr. Leglis stood in the middle of the floor with a head dangling in his hands. His eyes were closed, and he was breathing hard and swaying back and forth on his feet. He let fall the head and dashed his palms over his face. That instant, Jules de Royle knew what he had done. He had handed Leglis his daughter's head, and Maun that of his son. The unhappy couple had committed suicide together. He looked from one doctor to the other. The doctors felt almost the same reaction. They saw the utter horror of their whole lives, the far pit into which their minds had hurled them. The brutality of Jules de Royle also flashed home to them. They were seized with a simultaneous desire to kill him. De Royle was strong, and his muscles hard from the daily paddling, but he was no match for the half-crazed and infuriated doctors. They banged him around the room, overturning the furniture and making considerable noise. One doctor held him by the throat. The other plucked a flaming stick from the fire and thrust it into his face. De Royle screamed, a horrible scream. The heavy knife by the fire was next in Leglis' hands, and the head of the fiend soon fell to the floor. The body sagged and tumbled into a heap. Scarcely had the murder been committed when the door of the house burst open, and the gendarmes rushed into the room. They had been sent for by the nearest neighbor who had heard the screams and sounds. Dr. Glee and Dr. Maun were never tried for the murder of Jules de Royle. The grievous nature of the affair worked in their favor. The public was satisfied that the mystery of the numerous headless bodies found in the river was cleared up, and some newspapers even congratulated the physicians for ridding Paris of the Fiend of the Seine. The end of The Fiend of the Seine by Dick Hine. The Fourth Dimension by Charles Ford. From Weird Tales, June, 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Fourth Dimension by Charles Ford. Ripley sang aloud in pure joy as the blade-like bow of his racing canoe slipped through the water. The wind was northwest and puffy, and the lake showed a lively blue and white under the sky. As he came about over to windward, he could see the green of the golf links slanting up from the water's edge, and the white clubhouse gleaming through the trees. Overhead, the white and tinted clouds sailed before the wind, hardly dimming the sunshine. It was a pretty picture from the water, and he loved it. As the wind heeled his canoe over, his muscular legs shot him up to windward, and the lively craft swished through the water, every puff wetting the sails halfway to their peaks, and showering him with spray. Golf and tennis were good, but nothing wiped out the worries of a difficult and precarious business as did the little canoe. It needed skill, muscle, and quick wits, a man's game. Starting his sheets a bit, he stood out into the lake and hauled her into the wind again. Then a vicious blast came down the hill, and slide jammed, and he went over. The ducking was the least of his troubles. He was used to it. But this time something went wrong. His head struck a spar, and when at last he found himself swimming easily toward the boathouse that showed its gay awnings in the little cove below the clubhouse, he thought he must have been unconscious for a minute or two. Pulling himself up on the float, he turned, but could see nothing of the capsized canoe. "I'll send Jimmy out for it," he said to himself, and went into the locker room for a rub-down. It struck him as rather singular that when he went out, float and boathouse and locker room had been gay with multicolored canoes, and girls in summer dresses, and men talking over golf scores and exchanging alibis and experiences. Now everything was quiet, but for a few men he didn't know talking soberly in the locker room. "Well, that ducking took Miller off my mind for a while, anyway. Queer that the crack on my skull didn't raise a lump," he mused, rubbing his head cautiously. Jimmy did not appear by the time Ripley had changed, and he took out his clubs and strolled up the slope to the first tee. He felt a little tired and dazed, and it might be amusing to watch them drive off. Perhaps he would feel like playing a few holes if some acquaintance showed up about the time Miller began pestering him again. But it wasn't the Miller business that puzzled him now. The tee was the same. Railing and water can and sandbox were just the way they belonged. The narrowing vista of the first fairway, with the green and its tiny flag perched on the knoll 400 yards away, were as usual. The long ranks of translucent clouds sailed down the wind, with their shadows flitting down the hill ahead of them, were just as they had looked from the lake. Out there, several racing canoes like his own danced over the whitecaps and heeled down before the puffs of wind. That puzzled him. His had been the only one of that type of canoe left on the lake, because they were thought pretty risky for such treacherous water. Golfers drove off, several foursomes, and passed on up the course, but he didn't seem to know one of them. They seemed to be having a good time, but there wasn't any of the usual loud chaffing and handicaps and bets. Even the caddies were subdued. Somehow, things were different. A tall man with a long, clean-shaven, pleasant face sat down beside him, nursing between his knees a formidable outfit of clubs. There was something about him that stirred Ripley's recollection, but he couldn't place him. Ripley nodded, however, and the stranger greeted him pleasantly. "I don't think I've met you before. You're Mr. Ripley, aren't you? My name's Longdon." Ripley startled a little. Where had he heard the name Longdon? There was a famous racing canoe man of that name, but somehow it stuck in Ripley's mind that the Longdon he was thinking of had been in the Navy during the war and had lost his life saving a lot of others from an explosion on board a destroyer. This man couldn't be the same Longdon. "Playing today?" asked Longdon. Ripley shook his head. "I thought I would, but I'm a little tired," he said. "Just had a bad spill on the lake, and my head doesn't seem quite right. Got a knock against the mast going over. I think I'll hunt up Jimmy and get him to go out after my canoe." "If you don't mind, I'll walk down with you for a cigarette," Longdon said, and together they went down the slope to the boathouse. Longdon clipping dandelion heads with his putter as they strolled along. Ripley was aware of a certain restraint about his companion, as if he wanted to say something and didn't quite know how to go about it. They reached the landing and sat down on a bench, looking out over the water and smoking in silence. Suddenly, Ripley saw a queer thing. It seemed as if the pretty scene before them rolled aside, and out there was a dory where there had been no dory before. 3 men were in it, dragging for something in the lake, and alongside the dory was a capsized canoe, its green hull and a bit of white sail showing on the water. Longdon looked at him sympathetically, But Ripley didn't understand the look. "Why, that's my canoe!" cried Ripley. "Jimmy must have... What in the world are they dragging for?" Longden said, "It is your canoe. Don't you understand now?" The end of The Fourth Dimension by Charles Ford.
Galactic Ghost by Walter Kubilius. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by KellyWilcoxBaird. Galactic Ghost by Walter Kubilius. The Flying Dutchman of space was a harbinger of death, but Willard wasn't superstitious. He had seen the phantom and lived. The only friend in space Willard had ever known was dying. Dobbin's lips were parched and his breath came spasmodically. The tips of his fingers that had so many times caressed the control board of the Mary Lou were now black as meteor dust. "We'll never see Earth again," he whispered feebly, plucked weakly at the cover. "Nonsense," Willard broke in hurriedly, hoping that the dying man would not see through the lie. "We've got the sun's gravity helping us drift back to Earth. We'll be there soon. You'll get well soon, and we'll start to work again on a new idea of mine." His voice trailed helplessly away, and the words were lost. It was no use. The sick man did not hear him. 2 tears rolled down his cheeks. His face contorted as he tried to withhold a sob. "To see Earth again," he said weakly. "To walk on solid ground once more." 4 years, Willard echoed faintly. He knew how his space mate felt. No man can spend 4 years away from his home planet and fail to be anguished. A man could live without friends, without fortune, but no man could live without Earth. He was like Antaeus, for only the feel of the solid ground under his feet could give him courage to go among the stars. Willard also knew what he dared not admit to himself. He, too, like Dobbin, would never see Earth again. Perhaps some 1,000 years from now, some lonely wanderers would find their battered hulk of a ship in space and bring them home again. Dobbin motioned to him, and in answer to a last request, Willard lifted him so he faced the port window for a final look at the panorama of the stars. Dobbin's eyes, dimming and half-closed, took in the vast play of the heavens, and in his mind he relived the days when in a frail craft he first crossed interstellar space. But for Earth loneliness, Dobbin would die a happy man, knowing that he had lived as much and as deeply as any man could. Silently the 2 men watched. Dobbin's eyes opened suddenly, and a tremor seized his body. He turned painfully and looked at Willard. "I saw it!" His voice cracked, trembling. "Saw what?" "It's true! It's true! It comes whenever a spaceman dies. It's there!" "In heaven's name, Dobbin," Willard demanded. "What do you see? What is it?" Dobbin lifted his dark, bony arm and pointed out into star-studded space. "The ghost ship!" Something clicked in Willard's memory. He had heard it spoken of in whispers by drunken spacemen and professional tellers of fairy tales, but he had never put any stock in them. In some forgotten corner of Dobbin's mind, the legend of the ghost ship must have lain to come up in this time of delirium. "There's nothing there," he said firmly. "It's come! For me!" Dobbin cried. He turned his head slowly toward Willard, tried to say something, and then fell back upon the pillow. His mouth was open and his eyes stared unseeing ahead. Dobbin was now one with the vanished pioneers of yesterday. Willard was alone. For 2 days, reckoned in Earth time, Willard kept vigil over the body of his friend and spacemate. When the time was up, he did what was necessary, and nothing remained of Harry Dobbin, the best friend he had ever had. The atoms of his body were now pure energy stored away in the useless motors of the Mary Lou. The weeks that followed were like a blur in Willard's mind. Though the ship was utterly incapable of motion, the chance meteor that damaged it had spared the converters and assimilators. Through constant care and attention, the frail balance that meant life or death could be kept. The substance of waste and refuse was torn down and rebuilt as precious food and air. It was even possible to create more than was needed. When this was done, Willard immediately regretted it, for it would be then that the days and the weeks would roll by endlessly. Sometimes he thought he would go mad when sitting at the useless control board, which was his habit. He would stare for hours and hours in the direction of the sun, where he knew the earth would be. A great loneliness would then seize upon him, and an agony that no man had ever known would tear at his heart. He would then turn away, full of despair and hopeless pain. 2 years after Dobbin's death, a strange thing happened. Willard was sitting at his accustomed place facing the unmoving vista of the stars. A chance glance at Orion's belt froze him still. A star had flickered, distinctly, as if a light veil had been placed over it and then lifted. It dimmed and turned bright again. What strange phenomena was this? He watched, and then another star faded momentarily in the exact fashion, and then a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Willard's heart gave a leap, and the lethargy of 2 years vanished instantly. Here at last was something to do. It might be only a few minutes before he would understand what it was, but those few minutes would help while away the maddening long hours. Perhaps it was a mass of fine meteorites, or a pocket of gas that did not disperse, or even a moving warp of space light. Whatever it was a phenomena worth investigating, and Willard seized upon it as a dying man seizes upon the last flashing seconds of life. Willard traced its course by the flickering stars and gradually plotted its semicircular course. It was not from the solar system, but instead headed towards it. A rapid checkup on his calculations caused his heart to beat in ever-quickening excitement. Whatever it was, it would reach the Mary Lou. Again he looked out the port. Unquestionably, the faint mass was nearing his ship. It was round in shape and almost invisible. The stars, though dimmed, could still be seen through it. There was something about its form that reminded him of an old-fashioned rocket ship. It resembled one of those that had done pioneer service in the lanes 40 years ago or more. Resembled one? It was one, unquestionably. Though half invisible and like a piece of glass immersed in water, it was a rocket ship. But the instruments on the control board could not lie. The presence of any material body within 100,000 miles would be revealed, but the needle on the gauge did not quiver. Nothing indicated the presence of a ship, but the evidence of his eyes was incontestable. Or was it? Doubt gripped him. Did the loneliness of all these years in space twist his mind till he was imagining the appearance of faint, ghost-like rocket ships? The thought shot through his mind like a thunderbolt. Ghost ship. Was this the thing that Dobbin had seen before he died? But that was impossible. Ghost ships existed nowhere but in legends and tall tales told by men drunk with the liquors of Mars. There is no ship there. There is no ship there, Willard told himself over and over again as he looked at the vague outline of the ship, now motionless, a few hundred miles away. Deep within him, a faint voice cried, "It's come for me!" But Willard stilled it. This was no fantasy. There was a scientific reason for it. There must be. Or should there be? Throughout all Earth history, there had been ghost ships sailing the 7 seas, ships doomed to roam forever because their crew broke some unbreakable law. If this was true for the ships of the seas, why not for the ships of empty space? He looked again at the strange ship. It was motionless. At least it was not nearing him. Willard could see nothing but its vague outline. A moment later, he could discern a faint motion. It was turning. The ghost ship was turning back. Unconsciously, Willard reached out with his hand as if to hold it back, for when it was gone, he would be alone again. But the ghost ship went on. Its outline became smaller and smaller, fainter and fainter. Trembling, Willard turned away from the window as he saw the rocket recede and vanish into the emptiness of space. Once more, the dreaded loneliness of the stars descended upon him. 7 years passed, and back on Earth in a small newspaper that Willard would never see, there was published a small item. Quote, Arden Rocketport. 13 years ago, the spaceship Mary Lou, under John Willard and Larry Dobbin, left the rocket port for the exploration of an alleged planetoid beyond Pluto. The ship has not been seen or heard from since. J. Willard II, son of the lost explorer, is planning the manufacture of a supersized exploration ship to be called Mary Lou II in memory of his father. End quote. Memories die hard. A man who is alone in space with nothing but the cold friendship of starlight looks back upon memories as the only things both dear and precious to him. Willard, master and lone survivor of the Mary Lou, knew this well, for he had tried to rip the memories of Earth out of his heart to ease the anguish of solitude within him, but it was a thing that could not be done. And so it was that each night, for Willard did not give up on the Earth habit of keeping time, Willard dreamed of the days he had known on Earth. In his mind's eye, he saw himself walking the streets of Arden and feeling the crunch of snow or the soft lap of rainwater under his feet. He heard again in his mind the voices of friends he knew. How beautiful and perfect was each voice. How filled with warmth and friendship. There was the voice of his beautiful wife whom he would never see again. There were the gruff and deep voices of his co-workers and scientists. Above all were the voices of the cities and the fields and the shops where he had worked. All these had their individual voices. Odd that he had never realized it before, but things become clearer to a man who is alone. Clearer? Perhaps not. Perhaps they become more clouded. How could he, for example, explain the phenomena of the ghost ship? Was it really only a product of his imagination? What of all the others who had seen it? Was it possible for many different men under many different situations to have the same exact illusion? Reason denied that, but perhaps space itself denies reason. Grimly, he retraced the legend of the ghost ship. A chance phrase here and a story there put together all that he knew. Doomed for all eternity to wander in the empty star lanes, the ghost ship haunts the solar system that gave it birth. And this is its tragedy, for it is the home of spacemen who can never go home again. When your last measure of fuel is burnt and your ship becomes a lifeless hulk, the ghost ship will come for you. And this is all there was to the legend. Merely a tale of some fairy ship told to amuse and to while away the days of a star voyage. Bitterly, Willard dismissed it from his mind. Another year of loneliness passed, and still another. Willard lost track of the days. It was difficult to keep time, for to what purpose could time be kept? Here in space there was no time, nor was there reason for clocks and records. Days and months and years became meaningless words for things that once may have had meaning. About 3 years must have passed since his last record in the logbook of the Mary Lou. At that time, he remembered, he suffered another great disappointment. On the port side, there suddenly appeared a full-sized rocket ship. For many minutes, Willard was half mad with joy, thinking that a passing ship was ready to rescue him. But the joy was short-lived, for the rocket ship abruptly turned away and slowly disappeared. As Willard watched it go away, he saw the light of a distant star through the spaceship. A heartbreaking agony fell upon him. It was not a ship from Earth. It was the ghost ship mocking him. Since then, Willard did not look out the window of his craft. A vague fear troubled him that perhaps the ghost ship might be there, waiting and watching, and that he would go mad if he saw it. How many years passed he could not tell, but this he knew. He was no longer a young man. Perhaps 15 years had disappeared into nothing. Perhaps 20. He did not know, and he did not care. Willard awoke from a deep sleep and prepared his bed. He did it not because it was necessary, but because it was a habit that had long been ingrained in him through the years. He checked and rechecked every part of the still functioning mechanism of the ship. The radio, even though there was no one to call, was in perfect order. The speed recording dials, even though there was no speed to record, were in perfect order. And so was every machine. All was in perfect order. Perfect, useless order, he thought bitterly, when there was no way whatever to get sufficient power to get back to Earth. Long forgotten Earth. He was leaning back in his chair when a vague uneasiness seized him. He arose and slowly walked over to the window, his age already being marked in the ache of his bones. Looking out into the silent theater of the stars, he suddenly froze. There was a ship coming toward him. For a moment, the reason in his mind tottered on a balance. Doubt assailed him. Was this the ghost ship come to torment him again? But no phantom this. It was a life and blood rocket ship from Earth. Starlight shone on it and not through it. Its lines, windows, vents were all solid and had none of the ghost-like quality he remembered seeing in the ghost ship in his youth. For another split second, he thought that perhaps he too, like Dobbin, had gone mad and that the ship would vanish just as it approached him. The tapping of the space telegrapher reassured him. "Calling Spaceship Mary Lou," the message rapped out. "Calling Spaceship Mary Lou." With trembling fingers that he could scarcely control, old Willard sent the answering message. "Spaceship Mary Lou replying. Received message. Thank God." He broke off, unable to continue. His heart was ready to burst within him, and the tears of joy were already welling in his eyes. He listened to the happiest message he had ever heard. "Notice that Spaceship Mary Lou is disabled and not spaceworthy. You are invited to come aboard. Have you spacesuit, and are you able to come?" Willard, already sobbing with joy, could send only 2 words. "Yes, coming." The years of waiting were over. At last he was free of the Mary Lou. In a dreamlike trance, he dressed in his spacesuit, pathetically glad that he had already checked every detail of it a short time ago. He realized suddenly that everything about the Mary Lou was hateful to him. It was here that his best friend died, and it was here that 20 years of his life were wasted completely in solitude and despair. He took one last look and stepped into the airlock. The Earth ship, he did not see its name, was only 100 yards away, and a man was already at the airlock waiting to help him. A rope was tossed to him. He reached for it and made his way to the ship, leaving the Mary Lou behind him forever. Suddenly, the world dropped away from him. Willard could neither see nor say anything. His heart was choked with emotion. "It's all right," a kindly voice assured him. "You're safe now." He had the sensation of being carried by several men and then placed in bed. The quiet of deep sleep descended upon him. He awoke many times in the following days, but the privations of the passing years had drained his strength and his mind, had made him so much of a hermit that the presence of other men frightened him to the point of gibbering insanity. He knew that the food and drink were drugged, for after eating he never remembered seeing the men enter the room to care for him and to remove the dirty dishes. But there was enough sanity in his mind to also realize that, without the gradual reawakening of his senses to the value of human companionship, he might not be able to stand the mental shock of moving about among his people back on Earth. During those passing days, he savored each new impression, comparing it with what he remembered from the age-long past when he and his friends had walked on Earth's great plains and ridden on the ocean's sleek ships, or flown with the wings of birds over the mountain ranges. And each impression was doubly enjoyable, for his memory was hazy and confused. Gradually, though, his mind cleared. He remembered the past, and he no longer was afraid of the men who visited him from time to time. But there was a strangeness about the men that he could not fathom. They refused to talk about anything, any subject, other than the actual running of the great ship. Always when he asked his eager questions, they mumbled and drifted away. And then in his 3rd week on the rescue ship, he went to sleep one night while peering from the porthole at the blue ball of Earth swimming in the blackness of space. He slept and he dreamed of the years he had spent by himself in the drifting, lifeless hulk of the Mary Lou. His dreams were vivid, peopled with men and women he had once known, and were horrible with the fantasies of terror that years of solitary brooding had implanted deep in his mind. He awoke with a start, and a cry of alarm ran through him as he thought that perhaps he might still be in the Mary Lou. The warm, smiling face of a man quickly reassured him. "I'll call the captain," the spaceman said. "He said to let him know when you came to." Willard could only nod in weak and grateful acceptance. It was true. He pressed his head back against the bed's pillows. How soft! How warm! He yawned and stretched his arms as a thrill of happiness shot through his entire body. He would see Earth again. That single thought ran over and over in his mind without stopping. He would see Earth again. Perhaps not this year, and perhaps not the next, for the ship might be on some extra-Plutonian expedition. But even if it would take years before it returned to home base, Willard knew that those years would fly quickly if Earth was at the end of the trail. Though he had aged, he still had many years before him, and those years he vowed would be spent on Earth and nowhere else. The captain, a pleasant old fellow, came into the room as Willard stood up and tried to walk. The gravity here was a bit different from that of his ship, but he would manage. "How do you feel, Spaceman Willard?" "Oh, you know me?" Willard looked at him in surprise, and then smiled. "Of course, you looked through the logbook of the Mary Lou." The captain nodded, and Willard noticed with surprise that he was a very old man. "You don't know how much I suffered there," Willard said slowly, measuring each word. "Years in space, all alone. It's a horrible thing." "Yes?" the old captain said. "Many times I thought I would go completely mad. It was only the thought and hope that someday, somehow, an Earth ship would find me and help me get back to Earth. If it was not for that, I would have died. I could think of nothing but of Earth, of blue-green water, of vast open spaces, and the good brown Earth. How beautiful it must be now." A note of sadness, matched only by that of Willard's, entered the captain's eyes. "I want to walk on Earth just once, then I can die." Willard stopped. A happy, dreamy smile touched his lips. "When will we go to Earth?" he asked. The captain did not answer. Willard waited, and a strange memory tugged at him. "You don't know," the captain said. It was not a question or a statement. The captain found it hard to say it. His lips moved slowly. Willard stepped back, and before the captain told him, he knew. "Matter is relative," he said. "The existent under one condition is non-existent under another. The real here is the non-real there. All things that wander alone in space are gradually drained of their mass and energy until nothing is left but mere shells. That is what happened to the Mary Lou. Your ship was real when we passed by 20 years ago. It is now like ours, a vague outline in space. We cannot feel the change ourselves, for change is relative. That is why we became more and more solid to you, as you became more and more faint to any Earth ship that might have passed. We are real to ourselves, but to some ship from Earth which has not been in space for more than 15 years, to that ship, to all intents and purposes, we do not exist." "Then this ship," Willard said, stunned, "you and I and everything on it, are doomed," the captain said. "We cannot go to Earth for the simple reason that we would go through it." The vision of Earth and green trees faded. He would never see Earth again. He would never feel the crunch of ground under his feet as he walked. Never would listen to the voices of friends and the songs of birds. Never, never, never. "Then this is the ghost ship, and we are the ghosts." "Yes." End of Galactic Ghost by Walter Kubilius.
The Ghost by John Torcross, from Smart Set Magazine, June 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Ghost by John Torcross. All his life he had feared ghosts, and cold shivers ran down his spine as he lay quivering and staring spellbound at the apparition that stood at the foot of his bed. Great clouds of smoke issued from its mouth and nostrils, and its hair was scraggly and unkempt. A strange, unearthly light shone from its dark eyes. As it swayed to and fro, the dawn broke and filled the room. The figure tossed aside its cigarette. "Just came in to say good night, Pop," it chuckled, and the other breathed with relief. He realized that it was only his debutante daughter, just home from a dance. The end of The Ghost by John Torcross. Here Lies by H.W. Guernsey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. an ironic little story about a practical communist who taught his friends to take him seriously. Here Lies by H.W. Guernsey. Chauncey knocked the dottle out of his corncob and briefly startled old Shep by inquiring unemotionally, "Will you never finish that blasted stick?" Which, in old Chauncey, was tantamount to fury. Words, being precious things, both old boys hoarded every syllable. Shep tightened his leather lips, and with the scalpel point of the knife flicked away a mote of pine. Every link in the chain he was whittling from the interminable stick of soft pine resembled ivory in its satin finish. He might produce one link in a day, or let it require a full week. No hurry. The current chain numbered 472 links, a masterpiece. Under Shep's surreptitious scrutiny, old Chauncey stood erect, purposefully, and stalked to the woodpile. There a fat log stood on end. With one swift, seemingly effortless stroke of the axe, he cleft the log in two, spat explosively, and hiked into the house, wagging his jaw. The log-built house, a jewel of conscientious carpentry, stood on the wooden elevation called St. Paul's Hill, near town. On the side hill, 125 feet below, stood another log-building affair, formerly the ice house. Since old Shep had become Chauncey's permanent guest, this structure had been equipped with furnishings as complete and comfortable as the house, including plumbing. So there was no reason for Shep to hang around old Chauncey's kitchen. The housekeeper, Celia Lilyoden, performed the chores incidental to both houses, with such easy efficiency that old Chauncey was repeatedly reminded of his bachelorhood. From continuously sunning themselves behind the kitchen like two old snakes, the men had acquired a wrinkled black walnut finish, but Celia still retained a firm, buxom ripeness of an apple. As a practical communist, old Chauncey kept his latchkey out by inclination. His generosity was limitless. Thus, old Shep did not have to ask for anything he wanted. It was share and share alike. For example, he charged tobacco to old Chauncey's account in the store in town. He always had. If he preferred a grade of tobacco superior to what old Chauncey himself used, such was his privilege. A plug was a plug. Shep and Chauncey once had occupied the same double desk of raw cherry wood in the schoolhouse, which was now a weedy hill of rubble and rotten wood a half a mile out on the back road. Besides words, old Shep hoarded tobacco plugs in case the cause of communism ever collapsed. In accordance with this scheme of living, old Chauncey gradually became accustomed to being spared the nuisance of opening the occasional letter he received from another soldier in Sackett's Harbor, New York. At first, Shep had gone to the trouble of sneaking the mail down to the ice house and steaming it open. But currently the mail arrived slit open without any subterfuge. The knife, incidentally, was the better of old Chauncey's two. Shep had borrowed it, knowing that in communism there can be no Indian giving. On one occasion, Chauncey accosted old Shep behind the kitchen with a crumpled letter in his fingers. "Shep," he suggested casually, "I wish you'd slit my letters open at the top instead of at the end. It wouldn't bunch the writing so much when you shoved it back inside." "Chauncey," old Shep replied, trembling, "you're not serious with me, are you? If you want to keep secrets from your old crony, why, you just tell me seriously not to open those letters anymore, and I won't." It used to give Chauncey a funny feeling when old Shep talked like that. Of a somnambulant summer morning, while Chauncey was scrubbing his long yellow teeth, he glimpsed blurred motion through the starched white bathroom curtain. Tweaking the curtain somewhat aside, he witnessed old Shep scampering down the side hill to the ice house, with a load of kindling in his arms. "I'll be doggone," swore old Chauncey, with toothpaste foam dripping down his chin. "He complains he can't do his chopping on account of his rheumatism, and look at that old turkey go. I see where I chop kindling for both of us from now on." When old Shep showed up to get in a few licks of whittling before breakfast, Chauncey inquired, "How's that rheumatism?" "Fierce, Chauncey. I'm getting mighty creaky." "Well, help yourself to my kindling, Shep. As long as I know where it's disappearing to, I don't give a darn." "Thanks, Chauncey, thanks. I knew you'd feel that way." The bacon, eggs, and delicately crusty fried potatoes hit the plate so ambrosiously that, after breakfast, Chauncey was seduced into the disastrous error of mentioning to Shep the chances of marrying Miss Lily Oden. Error, for it was only human nature to covet the goods which another man prized most. Thenceforth old Shep neglected his whittling, or idled awkwardly with it in the kitchen, where a housekeeper spends most of her time. Chauncey observed blackly that old Shep had a cunning way with him, too. "Darn it," Chauncey ruminated dismally, "everything I want he gets. If I tell him to stay away from her, he won't take me seriously. The old hoodoo always has his way. Anyhow, his darn whittling is out of my sight." Befell a morning when old Shep didn't appear, and Chauncey found him stretched out stiff halfway down the side hill. In Shep's vulture-and right fist was clenched a small crumple of bills. This pilfering had occurred with such regularity that the companion of Chauncey's childhood had accumulated just about enough to get started with Celia Lily Oden. Chauncey asked the coroner, a glistening little round man with a wet dimple, "Is he dead?" "Of course he's dead," said the coroner. "Obviously." "He has no kin," Celia reminded old Chauncey in her slow, soft contralto. "I'll do him one more favor," Chauncey offered, unblinking. "He can have my lot in the cemetery." The lot in Dream Hill Cemetery measured 8 feet long, 5 feet wide, and 10 feet deep, meaning that it had been excavated and ready for occupancy these past 5 years. The walls were common brick. On the floor was a stone bed to lie on. Whimsically, Chauncey had also installed a small table furnished with tobacco bag and pipe, matches, an alarm clock with an illuminated dial and an ashtray, and a thick plumber's candle. The old pagan. Anchored to the footwall of this cell, ladder-like, were iron rungs which enabled him on past occasions to descend and inspect his subterranean property. As on this occasion, he made the trip to deposit Shep's unfinished wooden chain. The stone slab sealing the cell had long been cut with the dangerous advertisement, "Here lies Chauncey d'Arborville, whose worldly goods were any man's for the asking." Naturally, a new inscription had been chiseled. "But there ain't any more room in that piece, Chauncey," the stonecutter objected. "You want another stone?" "Turn it upside down and cut it in the bottom," old Chauncey directed. "With the top side staring him in the face, he'll have something to read in the hereafter." The underside, becoming the face, carried the inscription, "Here lies Shepherd Frankenfield, who feels no anxiety for the future, nor regret for the past." On the day preceding old Shep's interment, old Chauncey paid a visit to the nearest justice of the peace, with Celia Lily Oden, and no one thought it was in the least peculiar. As Chauncey balanced accounts with himself, the state would otherwise inherit his property, eventually, as was right, but he wished to ensure Celia's staying on as his housekeeper, in which capacity she beggared superlatives. While 4 huskies furnished by the undertaker replaced the granite sheet over the brick chamber, Old Chauncey recollected the particulars of a certain fit of Shep's dating about 5 years before, shortly before Celia. That catalepsy, or whatever it was, had gripped Shep as though in death for nearly 3 days, until old Chauncey had thought of making a brassy rumpus next to his ear with a big dinner bell. The alarm clock in the subterranean mausoleum was set for 11 o'clock, terminating a like period of time when old Shep might be expected to wake up and yawn in the hereafter. Just a whim of Chauncey's, since the coroner had pronounced old Shep indisputably defunct. Late that night, Celia surmised worriedly that her absent husband might be visiting the tomb of his lifelong crony. And there he was in the sickly forest of tombstones, hunkered down on Shep's horizontal tombstone, like a boy watching a game of marbles. But he was listening, not watching. He knocked again on the slab with his bony knuckles, cocked his head. Listening for the response while the lazy breeze lifted his silken gray hair in the starry cave of night, he asked, "Celia, do you hear him down there?" Celia's gentle mind recoiled from the idea that the dead might rise in answer to a human summons. The stoically restrained grief for his departed friend must have touched her husband somewhat in the head. On the 5th night, Chauncey observed, "That old Shep's ghost must be getting tuckered out." Celia decided that there was a limit to indulgence. "Chauncey," she ordered firmly, "you mustn't come down here any more. You'll be taking pneumonia." He accepted the order without protest. "Maybe that," he commented to the frankly puzzled Mrs. Old Chauncey, "will teach that old grasshopper when to take a man seriously." The end of Here Lies by H.W. Guernsey.
The Marrying Monster by Klaus Stamm. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marrying Monster by Klaus Stamm. Read by Quartertone. Goro put down his tools and relaxed into a pile of wood shavings, his back against a half-finished bathtub. To enjoy the evening cool, he told himself, wiping his face with a blue and white rag. Actually, he wanted to postpone the evening meal. Either the rice would be overcooked to a sticky goo, or he would be picking hard, underdone kernels out of his teeth all night. And bean soup, when he made it, always had things swimming in it that had no business there. A night insect went, "Weep, weep, weep." The sound, the night falling, and the thought of his own cooking made him think of his dead wife. "She was a good cook, poor thing," he thought out loud. My, how I miss her." He gave a deep sigh. Oh, to have a wife again, a jolly round wife, and a good cook, just like the old one, with perhaps the small exception that she would not eat a man out of house and home, and herself into the grave in the bargain. Had he said that out loud? Bad sign when a man talks to the night insects. Better to go into the house, better to eat rice and bean soup. He shuddered. He began to get up and paused halfway, one hand against the wood of the tub, the other shielding his eyes. He peered into the forest that came almost to the workyard. Someone was coming through there. He heard it. He sat down again. Fireflies flitted among the trees. What if it were his wife's spirit? Would it be a chubby ghost? It should be. A woman walked out of the forest. She was tall, he noticed, watching her thread her way among the finished and unfinished buckets and tubs, tall and slender, almost gaunt. She had her sleeves tied back out of the way with a white tasuki cord, as though ready for hard work, and her bare arms were wiry and capable-looking. She bowed. Goro scrambled to his feet, catching a splinter or two in his shoulder on the way up. He bowed. "Good evening," said the woman. "Is this the house of Goro, the cooper who wants a wife that does not eat too much and is a good cook?" Goro's eyes crossed and his mouth fell open. His fingers scrabbled. "You do look unwell, like a starved goldfish," said the woman. I don't mean to be rude." "I haven't had dinner," said Goro, for want of anything brilliant to say. He felt wondrously helpless. Things like this did not usually come up in the tub-making business. "Naturally, poor thing. I'm sure you can't cook well either," said the woman, and Goro marveled how ever she had guessed it. "Well, I can cook. I can do the work of 3 women. Into the house with you now before you catch a cold. Shoo!" She drove him ahead of her into the house. "I would say I'm quite charming," she said, closing the door behind them, "when one gets used to me. As for my name, why, wife, I think, will do nicely." And sometime in the next few days, still with the feeling that he was being left out of things, Goro found himself married. The new wife was an excellent cook, and indeed did the work of 3 ordinary women. Dinner was never late, and the house was generally spotless. She spoke neither too much nor too little. On evenings, when Goro came home discouraged, she always had some good remark ready about the tub-making business, how much artistry and labor went into a good bucket, how unreasonably little money went to the hard-working artist, cheering things, flattering things. Goro gained weight and was not unhappy. At mealtimes, his wife ate a little more than a bird, but not quite so much as a large cat. The food bills went up and up. Goro gradually discovered that with the little eating going on, he was using up food at a rate to feed 6 or 7 coopers, together with a few aunts and uncles. "Curious," he muttered. "Very," and determined to investigate. One morning he made a great fuss about getting measuring equipment together. He told his wife that he was going to a village half a day's walk away to take measurements for the village headman's new tub. Then he went a short distance into the forest and waited behind a tree. When he saw his wife go to a nearby meadow to gather mushrooms, he flitted around to the back of the house. Hiding his tools behind the rear door, he crept inside. He shinnied up the center pole and flattened out against one of the big ceiling beams, and waited. His wife came back and put on the fire the largest pot in the house. From the storage bins, she took about 5 pounds of rice and fell to washing it. She ladled out enough bean paste to fill nearly another big pot, and made bean soup. "Who," wondered Goro on his beam, "is she expecting, and how many of them?" He blinked again. His eyes rather rolled up. She had slid the kitchen door out of its frame and was using it for a dumpling factory, lining the dumplings up, lines and lines of rice dumplings like fat, well-paid soldiers. Then she stretched and peered about as if to make sure she had not forgotten something. Satisfied that she had not, she parted her hair and exposed the mouth in the center of her head. Goro made a circle of his thumbs and forefingers, trying to calculate the size of the thing, and nearly fell off his perch. It was fairly large. Into this crater his wife pushed dumplings by 1s and 2s, and they disappeared. To make certain, she washed them down with all the bean soup, ladles of bean soup. When she had disposed of everything, she waited a moment, expectantly. A cheery, satisfied rumble came from the top of her head. "Burps, too," thought Goro. "A regular volcano. Wonder if there'll be smoke." He was too interested to be frightened. But nothing further happened. She bound her hair back neatly, smiled, and left the house on some errand like any good wifely wife. Goro slipped down and out of the house, picking up his tools on the way. He went back into the forest, found a comfortable tree, and sat down against its trunk to smoke his tiny pipe and think. "I must have married one of the monsters the priests and old men talk about, a Yamamba, a mountain mother. He nodded, bit his lip, and squinted his eyes. "Now why do you suppose they call them that?" he asked a squirrel that sat upright near his left foot, like an attentive, furry little doctor.
They come from the mountains, fine, but what's motherly about them I do not understand.
Squeep, said the squirrel, and ran halfway up the tree. From there it peered down and examined Goro's head. He tilted his head back so that the squirrel could get a better look, and told it that, at any rate, this was no kind of wife for a good man. Then he stood up and began to walk home, looking down at the ground, kicking thoughtfully at fallen leaves, and occasionally scratching his head. He came out from among the trees and across the yard of his home, dragging his feet like a man who has walked a long way. He started speaking as soon as he put down his tools.
Wife, I have been thinking about our marriage, and it hurts me to say it, you understand, but it was too sudden. No, don't interrupt, he said, though his wife had shown no sign of breaking in. I'm very sorry, but I feel that we're simply not suited to each other.
All right, husband, I'll leave, she answered in quite an ordinary voice, even if it makes me unhappy. Could you do only one thing for me before I go? Nothing much. I'd like you to make me a tub as a kind of souvenir, a very large one, for bathing in.
The simplest thing in the world, said Goro, glad to get off so easily. I have one ready, as it happens. The very one I was sitting against when you came out of the forest. A very sound tub, one of my best.
It has a lid, I hope, she said.
All of my tubs have lids, said Goro. Well-fitting lids. Water stays warm in my tubs, even without a fire once that lid is on. Come, I'll show it to you.
He led her out to the tub.
See, there's the lid, right up against it,
he said, thumping the tub with his fist.
Feel that wood. Isn't it a beauty?
She looked into the tub and agreed that it was getting harder and harder to find real quality in tubs. Too bad there's that large hole in it, she said.
Hole? Said Goro. Hole? A hole in one of my tubs? Impossible. Where's that hole?
He put his hands on the edge to raise himself and peered over. There, bottom right, she said. Can't you see it?
Oh, the bottom,
said Goro, leaning further over the edge.
It's too dark to...
She seized Goro's trousers in a firm grip and heaved.
See,
he finished at the bottom of the tub. He was still wondering how he had gotten down there when the lid came down, bang, and it grew very dark. He felt the tub sail up, come to rest on something, and begin to move forward with an up-and-down rocking movement. It did not take Goro long, in his bucket-shaped night, to realize that the Yamamba, having no further reason to pretend a feminine weakness she probably despised anyway, had placed the tub on her head and was on her way home. To the mountains.
Excuse me,
he called out.
Where are we going?
To dinner, came his former wife's voice through the wood. It grated unpleasantly. He decided to ask no more questions. Deep into the woods went the Yamamba, cutting through thicket and underbrush, the tub jouncing easily on her head, up and up into the mountains. Tireless on her long, rangy legs, she traveled along dead, forgotten roads lined with gnarled, ugly trees. Goro heard their branches bump, crack, bump against his self-made prison. A thin edge of lesser darkness began to show at the top. He hoped it was the first time the lid had slipped on a tub made by Goro. This sort of thing could ruin years of reputation. But it might mean a way out of the tub. The opening grew wider. Looking up, he was able to see a few stars. Did he imagine it, or was the tub slowing down? He hoped he was not going to be eaten immediately. The tub stopped and settled. Something rough, twisted, and snake-like appeared in the opening. It did not move. Nothing moved. He put out his hand. It was a branch. He gave the branch a delicate jiggle. It felt solid. The Yamamba, he guessed, must have tired and sat down to rest against a tree. Very cautiously, he lifted himself by the branch, trying to move neither the lid nor the tub, which must still be resting on the monster's head. He heard a faint snore. Top or forward mouth, he wondered. He pulled himself to his feet, trying not to breathe, and at last stood up with his head out of the tub. The branch was thick, and the next branch right above looked dependable. Healthy wood. He appreciated that. Then came a few feet of bark. That would be hard climbing, but above that 4 or 5 branches, almost a ladder. Further, it was too dark to see. He tensed, took a deep breath, then gave a push and sent the heavy lid crashing down on the sleeping Yamamba. Up she leaped, and the tub went flying, but Goro was already climbing from branch to branch. In a nearby tree, some monkeys woke up and watched Goro's footwork with shame and envy. From the ground, the Yamamba stared up at him. It was a rare chance to see just what a Yamamba really wore for a face, and he decided it was not very attractive. Down below, the monster was letting down her horrible hair in a businesslike manner. "Dinner will be early," she said with a ghastly, girlish laugh. "I was getting quite hungry." She started up the tree, the top mouth opening and closing. There were teeth in it. "We Yamamba are very good with trees," she said, climbing steadily. "Don't climb any higher. It will only make you tired and sweaty and bitter to the taste. Say prayers instead and become calm and delicious." "I hope I burn your tongue if you have one in there," said Goro, a little beside himself. "And try not to be such a chatterbox. You're making my head buzz." He did hear a distinct buzzing, a small roaring right by his head where he was holding on to a thin branch. He tried to move his hand away from the sound. Something small sat down on his thumb and set it to fire. "Youch!" he said loudly. "Tee-hee-hee," went the Yamamba, coming up with an intimate rustling of leaves. Goro sucked his thumb, which had swollen surprisingly, and stared at the ball-like thing hanging only an arm's length away. The buzzing came from it. Very carefully, he reached out to see if he would be able to grab it instantly. He thought the size would be about right. A hard, scaly hand with claws came groping through the branches. He moved his foot out of the way and waited for her head. It appeared, the top mouth gaping. "Tee-hee-hee," said the Yamamba, using both mouths. "Tee-hee-hee yourself," said Goro. "Have a goodie." And into the top of her head he dropped the buzzing ball. "Whatever it was, it had a bad taste, and your blood will wash it away," said the Yamamba. But just then the hornets woke up, highly irritated from lack of sleep. They flew round and round inside the Yamamba. A few of them tickled, most of them stung, and all of them together worked a havoc in the delicate equipment that makes up the Yamamba interior. The Yamamba made a noise like a frying, and a noise like a boiling, and a noise like nameless things running through the night with their ears on fire. She tumbled from the tree into the tub waiting below and bounced about inside it, making unpleasant sounds too numerous to mention. Goro followed, but more slowly. He arrived in time to see the tub skipping and hopping at the edge of the road, which at that point was quite narrow. It teetered for a moment, and then sailed out in a gracious curve, trailing its uproar behind it. Goro kneeled and peered down. It was very dark. From far below came a soft bumpity-bump, then a mere whisper of a crash. Goro got up, shaking his head. He dusted his knees and went away down the road, growing smaller in the cold, lonely night. End of The Marrying Monster by Klaus Stamm. The Medici Boots by Pearl Norton Sweat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Medici Boots by Pearl Norton Sweat. Read by Quartertone. For 50 years, they lay under glass in the Dickerson Museum, and they were labeled the Medici Boots. They were fashioned of creamy leather, pliable as a young girl's hands. They were threaded with silver, appliqued with sapphire silks and scarlet, and set on the tip of each was a pale and lovely amethyst. Such were the Medici Boots. Old Silas Dickerson, globe-trotter and collector, had brought the boots from a dusty shop in Florence when he was a young man filled with a lust for travel and adventure. The years passed, and Silas Dickerson was an old man, his hair white, his eyes dim, his veined hands trembling with the ague that precedes death. When he was 90 and the years of his wanderings over, Silas Dickerson died one morning as he sat in a high-backed Venetian chair in his private museum. The 14th century gold leaf paintings, the Japanese processional banners, the stolen bones of a Normandy saint, all the beloved trophies of his travels, must have watched the dead man impassively for hours before his housekeeper found him. The old man sat with his head thrown back against the faded tapestry of the Venetian chair, his eyes closed, his bony arms extended along the beautifully carved arms of the chair, and on his lap lay the Medici Boots. It was high noon when they found him, and the sun was streaming through the stained-glass window above the chair and picking at the amethysts, so that the violet stones seemed to eye Martha, the old housekeeper, with an impudent glitter. Martha muttered a prayer and crossed herself before she ran like a scared rabbit with the news of the master's death. Silas Dickerson's only surviving relatives, the 3 young Delameters, did not take too seriously the note which was found among the papers in the museum's desk. Old Silas had written a note. It was addressed to John Delameter, for John was his uncle's favorite, but John's pretty wife Suzanne and his twin brother Dr. Eric read it over his shoulder, and they all smiled tolerantly. Old Dickerson had written of things incomprehensible to the young moderns.
The contents of my private museum are yours, John, to do with as you see fit. Merely as a suggestion, I would say that the Antiquarian Society would snap up many of the things. A very few are of no particular value except to me. One thing I want done, however. The Medici Boots of ivory leather must either be destroyed or be put forever under glass in a public museum. I prefer that they be destroyed, for they are a dangerous possession. They have gone to the adulterous rendezvous celebrated in the scandalous verses of Lorenzo the Magnificent. They have shod the feet of a murderess. They were cursed by the Church as trappings of the devil, inciting the wearer to foul deeds and intrigue. I shall not disturb you with all their hideous history, but I repeat, they are a dangerous possession. I have taken care to keep them under lock and key behind plate glass for more than 50 years. I have never taken them out. Destroy the Medici Boots before they destroy you.
But he did take them out, cried Suzanne. Uncle was holding the boots when Martha found him there in the museum. John reread the note, and looked thoughtfully at his young wife.
Yes, perhaps he was preparing to destroy them right then. Of course, I think the poor old fellow took things a bit too seriously. He was very old, you know, and Martha says he practically lived in this museum of his.
And why call a pair of old boots dangerous? Of course, we all know the Medicis are plenty dangerous, but the Medici Boots, that's ridiculous, John. Besides... Suzanne paused provocatively, her red lips pouting. She looked down at her trimly shod feet. Besides, I'd like to try on those Medici boots, just once. They're lovely, I think. John was frowning thoughtfully. He scarcely heard her suggestion. He spoke to Eric instead, and his voice seemed a bit troubled.
I believe that Uncle was getting ready to destroy those boots that very morning he died. Else why should he have taken them from their case after 50 years?
Yes, I believe you're right, John, because that note is dated fully a month before Uncle's death. I think he brooded over leaving those boots to one he cared for. Poor old man.
I wouldn't call him so, Eric. He had his dreams of adventure realized more fully than most men. I think I'll do as he says. I'll destroy the Medici Boots.
If you'd feel better about it, assented his brother. But Suzanne did not speak. She was looking at her shoe, pursing her lips thoughtfully, seeing her feet encased in the gay embroideries of the Medici Boots. John seemed relieved by his decision.
Yes, I'd better do it. We'll be getting back to town in a few days. Old Erskine, you know, Uncle's lawyer, is coming down this afternoon. Then soon we'll be on the wing, Susie and I. Vienna, Paris, the Alps, thanks to Uncle. Maybe you think I'm not thankful for my chance at a bit more work at Johns Hopkins, said Eric, and they did not again speak of the Medici Boots. The deaf old lawyer of the Dickerson estate arrived, and Suzanne, with the easy capability that was part of her charm, saw that he was made comfortable. At 7, there was a perfect dinner served on the awninged terrace outside the softly lit living room. The stars aided the 2 little rosy lamps on the table, and swaying willows beside a stone-encircled pool swung the incense of the garden about them. As dinner ended, John took from the pocket of his coat a small limp leather book. He pushed back his dessert plate and laid the book on the table, tapping it with a finger as he spoke. "This is the history of the Medici Boots. It was in the little wall safe in the museum. After all Uncle said of the Medici Boots, shall we read it?" And turning to the old lawyer, he told of Silas Dickerson's letter concerning the boots. Erskine shook his head, smiling. "Most collectors get an exaggerated sense of the supernatural. Read this by all means. It should prove interesting." "Yes, read it, John." Suzanne and Eric spoke almost together. So, in the circle of rosy light at their little table, John read the story of the Medici Boots. It was not a long story, and it was told in the language of an anonymous translator, but as John read on, his listeners were drawn together as by a spell. They scarcely breathed, and the summer night that was so mildly beautiful seemed to take on a sense of hovering danger. "In the palace of Giuliano de' Medici I have lived long. I am an old woman now, as the years are reckoned in this infamous place, though I am but 53. Separated from my betrothed, duped, sold into the marble labyrinth of this hateful place, it was long before my spirit broke, and I went forth, bejewelled and attired in elegance, among the silk-clad Florentines. I was labelled the most beautiful mistress of any of the Medici. I was smirked at, fawned upon for my lord's favours, obscenely jested about in the orgies that took place in the great banquet hall of the palace. But in my heart always lay the remembrance of my lost love, and in my soul grew black hatred for the Medici and all their kind. I, who had dreamed only of a modest home, a kind husband, black-haired, trusting little children, was made a tool of the Medici infamy. In time, I almost felt myself in league with the devil. Secretly, and with a growing sense of elation, I made frequent rendezvous with a foul hag whose very name was anathema to the churchly folk of Florence. In her hole of a room in a certain noisome street, she imparted to me those terrible secrets of the black arts which were deep in her soul. It was amusing that she was paid in Medici gold. The corruption of the Medici bred in them fear, in me a sort of reckless bravery. It was I who poisoned the wine of many of a foe of the Medici. It was I who put the point of a dagger in the heart of the old Prince de Vittorio, whose lands and power and palaces were coveted by my lord Giuliano. After a time, bloodshed became an exhilaration to me. The death agonies of those who drank the poisoned cup became more interesting than the flattery of the Medici followers. Even the ladies of the house of the Medici did me the honour of their subtly barbed friendliness. Through this very friendliness, I conceived my plan of sweet revenge upon the monsters who had ruined my life. With so great a hatred boiling in my soul that my mind reeled, my senses throbbed, my heart rose in my throat like a spurt of flame, I cursed 3 things of exquisite beauty with all the fervour of my newly learned lessons in devilish lore. These 3 beautiful objects I presented to 3 ladies of the house of Medici, presented them with honeyed words of mock humility. A necklace of jewelled links. I pledged myself to the devil and willed that the golden necklace would tighten on the soft throat of a lady of the Medici while she slept and strangle her into black death. A bracelet of filigree and sapphires, to pierce by its hidden silver needle the blue vein of a white Medici wrist, so that her life's blood would spurt, and she would know the terror that the house of the Medici gave to others. Last, and most ingenious, a pair of creamy boots, pliable, embroidered in silver and silks, encrusted with amethysts, my betrothal jewels. In my hatred I cursed the boots,
willing that the wearer, as long as a shred of the boots remained, should kill as I had killed, poison as I had poisoned, leave all thoughts of home and husband, and live in wantonness and evil. So I cursed the beautiful boots, forgetting in my hate that perhaps another than a Medici might, in the years to come, wear them and become the devil's pawn even as I am now. In my life, the Medici will have the boots, of that I feel sure. But after that, I can only hope that this bloody history of the boots may be found when I am no more, and may it be a warning. I have lived to see my gifts received and worn, and I have laughed in my soul to see my curses bring death and terror and evil to 3 Medici women. I know not what will become of the golden necklace, the bracelet, or the boots. The boots may be lost or stolen, or they may lie in a Medici palace for age on age, but the curse will cling to them till they are destroyed. So I pray that no woman save a Medici will ever wear them. As I live and breathe, and do the bidding of the lords of Florence, the accursed Medici, I have told the truth. When I am dead, perhaps they will find this book, and in hell I shall know and be glad. Maria Modena di Cavour, Florence, 1476.
Whew,
said old Erskine.
John laughed. I don't suppose this charming history would have been any more thrilling if I had read it from the original book, in Italian, of course. Wonder where Uncle got it. There was no mention of it being in the library, but there it was.
Now will you destroy those boots? Asked Eric, and he was not entirely in jest. But Suzanne said, laughingly, Not before I find out if the Medici lady had a smaller foot than I. Are they still in the museum, John?
Never you mind, my dear. They're not for the likes of you.
Oh, don't be silly, John. This is 1935, not the 15th century. And they laughed at Suzanne's earnestness. The book that held the story of the Medici Boots lay on the white cloth, looking like a book of lovely verse. Suzanne, a small white blur against the summer dark, sat quietly while the men talked of Silas Dickerson, his life, his mania for collecting, his death that had so fittingly come to him in his museum. It was nearly 12 when Suzanne left the men on the terrace and with a quiet good night entered the living room and crossed to the long shining stairs. The men went on with their talk. Once John, looking toward the jutting wing that was the museum, exclaimed,
Look at that, will you? Why, I'd swear I saw a light in the museum.
You locked it, didn't you? Asked Eric.
Of course. The key's in my desk upstairs. I'm probably mistaken, but it did seem as though a light shone there just a moment ago.
Reflection from the living room window, I think. Country life is making you jittery, John. And Eric laughed at his brother. The men sat on, reluctant to leave the beauty of the night, and it was almost 2 o'clock when they finally went inside.
John said, I think I'll not disturb Suzanne.
And he went to sleep in a wide 4-postered bed in a room next to his wife. Eric and the old lawyer were in rooms across the hall. The summer night closed about the house of Silas Dickerson, and when the moon lay dying against the bank of cloud, puffed across the sky by the little wind that came before dawn, young Dr. Eric Delameter awoke, suddenly and completely, to a feeling of clammy apprehension. He had not locked his door, and now, across the grayness of the room, he saw it slowly opening. A hand was closed around the edge of the door, a woman's hand, small and white and jeweled. Eric sat straight and tense on the edge of his bed, peering across the room. A woman, young and slender, in a long trailing gown, came toward him, smiling. It was Suzanne. With a gasp, Eric watched her approach till she stood directly before him. "Suzanne! You are asleep? Suzanne? Shall I call John?" He thought that perhaps he should not waken her. There were things one must remember about sleepwalkers, but physicians scarcely believed them. Eric was puzzled, too, by her costume. It was not a night robe she wore, but an elaborate trailing dress upon which embroideries in silver shone faintly. Her short black curls were bound about 3 times with strands of pearly beads. Her slim white arms were loaded with bracelets. The pointed toes of little shoes peeped beneath her gown, little shoes of creamy leather. An amethyst gleamed on each shoe. The sight of these amethystine tips affected Eric strangely, much as though he had looked at something hideously repulsive. He stood up and put out a hand to touch Suzanne's arm. "Suzanne," he said gently, "let me take you to John, shall I?" Suzanne looked up at him, and her brown eyes, usually so merry, were deeply slumbrous, not with sleep, but with a look of utter abandon. She shook her pearl-bound head slowly, smilingly. "No, not John. I want you, Eric." "Mad! Suzanne must be mad," was Eric's quick thought, but her caress was swifter than his thought. Both jewel-laden arms about his neck, Suzanne kissed him, her red lips pouting warmly upon his. "Suzanne, you don't know what you're doing." He grasped both her hands in his, and with a haste that would have seemed ludicrous to him had he viewed the scene in a picture play, he hurried her out of his room and across the hall. Eric opened her door softly, and with no gentle hand shoved Suzanne inside her room. She seemed like a little animal in his grasp. She hissed at him, clawed and scratched at his hand. But when he had shut the door, she did not open it again, and after a moment he went back to his own room. His mouth set in a firm line, his heart beating fast, Eric locked his door with a noiseless turn of the key. It was almost dawn, and the garden lay like a rare pastel outside his window, but Eric saw none of it. He scarcely thought, though his lips moved, as if chaotic words were struggling for utterance. He looked down at his hand, where 2 long red scratches oozed a trickle of blood. After he had washed his hand, he lay down on his bed and covered his eyes with his arm against the picture of Suzanne. Above all else, there stood out the gleaming tips of her little shoes, as he had glimpsed them through the dim light of his room when she came toward him. "She wore the Medici Boots! The Medici Boots! Suzanne must have taken them from the museum." Over and over he said it. "The Medici Boots! The Medici Boots!" Eric rather dreaded breakfast, but when he came down at 8 to the terrace where a rustic table was set invitingly, he found John and the lawyer awaiting him. John greeted his brother affectionately. "Morning, old boy. Hope you slept well. Why so solemn? Feeling seedy?" No, I am perfectly all right," Eric replied hastily, relieved that Suzanne was not present. He added with a scarcely noticeable hesitation, "Suzanne not coming down?" "No," replied John easily. "She seemed to want to sleep a while. Sent her regrets. She'll see us at lunch." John went on. "I certainly had a nightmare last night. Thought a woman in a long, shining dress came into my room and tried to stab me. This morning I found that a glass on my bed table was overturned and broken, and by George I'd cut my wrist on it." He showed a jagged cut on his wrist. "Take a look, Dr. Eric." Eric looked at the cut carefully. "Not bad, but you might have bled to death had it been a quarter of an inch to the left. If you like, I'll fix it up a bit for you after breakfast." Eric's voice was calm enough, but his pulse was pounding, his heart sick. All morning he rode through the countryside adjoining the Dickerson estate, but he let the mare go as she liked and where she liked, for his mind was busy with the events of the hour before dawn. He knew that the slash on his brother's wrist was made by steel, not glass. Yet when the ride was over, he could not bring himself to tell John of Suzanne's visit. "She must have been sleepwalking, though I can't account for the way she was decked out. I've always thought Suzanne extremely modest in her dress, certainly not inclined to load herself with jewelry. And those boots! John must get them today and destroy them, as he said. Silly, perhaps, but—" His thoughts went on and on, always returning to the Medici Boots in spite of himself. Eric came back from his ride at 11 o'clock with as troubled a mind as when he began it. He almost feared to see Suzanne at lunch. When he did meet her with John and Mr. Erskine on the cool shaded porch where they lunched, he saw there was nothing to fear. The amorous, clinging woman of the hour before dawn was not there at all. There was only the Suzanne whom Eric knew and loved as a sister. Here again was their merry little Suzanne, somewhat spoiled by her husband, it is true, but a Suzanne sweetly feminine, almost childish, in a crisp white frock and little low-heeled sandals. Their talk was lazily pleasant, of tennis honors and horses, of the prize delphiniums in the garden, of the tiny Maltese kitten which Suzanne had brought up from the stable late that morning and installed in a pink-bowed basket on the porch. She showed the kitten to Eric, handling its tiny paws gently and hushing its plaintive mews with ridiculous pet names. "Perhaps I'm a bigger fool than I know. Perhaps it never happened, except in a dream," Eric told himself unhappily. "And yet—" He looked at the red marks on his hand, marks made by a furious Suzanne in that hour before dawn. Too, he remembered the cut on John's wrist, the cut so near the vein. Eric declined John's invitation to go through the museum with him that afternoon, but he said in a queer sense of diffidence, "While you're there, John, you'd better get rid of the Medici Boots. Creepy things to have around, I think."
"They'll be destroyed, all right, but Suzanne is just bound to try them on. I'll get them, though, and do as Uncle said."
Eric remained on the terrace, speculating somewhat on just what John and Suzanne would do now that the huge fortune of Silas Dickerson was theirs. Eric was not envious of his brother's good luck, and he was thankful for his share in old Silas's generosity. At 5 o'clock he entered the hall just as Suzanne hurried in from the kitchen. She spread out her hands laughingly. "With my own fair hands I've made individual almond tortinis for dessert. Cook thinks I'm a wonder. Each masterpiece in a fluted silver dish, silver candies sprinkled on the pink whipped cream. Oh!" She made big eyes in mock gluttony. Eric forgot for a moment that there ever had been another Suzanne. "You're nothing but a little girl, Susie, you with your rhapsodies over pink whipped cream. But it's sweet of you to go to such trouble on a warm afternoon. See you and the whatever you call them's at dinner." "They're tortonis, Eric, tortonis." Suzanne ran lightly up the stairs. Eric followed more slowly. He entered his room thinking that there were some things which must be explained in this house with the old museum. 20 minutes before dinner, Eric and John were on the terrace waiting for Suzanne. John was talkative, which was just as well, as he might have wondered at his brother's silence. Eric was torn between a desire to tell his brother his reluctant suspicions concerning the Medici Boots and Suzanne, and his inclination to leave things alone till the boots could be destroyed. He said diffidently, "John, has Suzanne those boots?" John chuckled.
"Why, yes, I saw them in her room. Do you know she went down to the museum last night and took those boots? It was a light I saw in the museum. It was her light. Suzanne has ideas. Wants to wear the boots just once, she says, to lay the ghost of this, what's-her-name, Maria Modena. Suzanne says she couldn't sleep much last night. Got up early and tried on those boots. Well, I think I'll destroy 'em tomorrow. Uncle's wish, so I'll do it."
"Tried them on, did she? Well, if you should ask me, I'd say that the history of the boots was a bit too exciting for Suzanne. It was a haunting story. Uncle must have swallowed it hook, line, and sinker, eh?"
"Of course. His letter showed that. But Suzanne lives in the present, not the past, as Uncle did. I suppose Suzanne will wear those boots, or she won't feel satisfied. I don't exactly like the idea, I must confess."
Something like an electric shock passed through Eric. He said somewhat breathlessly, "I don't think Suzanne ought to have the Medici Boots." John looked at him curiously and laughed.
"I never knew you were superstitious, Eric. But do you really think—"
"I don't know what I think, John, but if she were my wife, I'd take those boots away from her. Uncle may have known what he was talking about."
"Well, I think she's intending to wear them at dinner, so prepare to be dazzled. Here she is now. Greetings, sweetheart."
Suzanne swept across the terrace, her gown goldly shimmering, pearls bound about her head as Eric had seen her in the dim hour before dawn. Again the rows of bracelets were weighting her slim arms, and she wore the Medici Boots, the amethyst tips peeping beneath her shining dress. John, ever ready for gay clowning, arose and bowed low.
Hail, Empress! Ah, the dress you got in Florence on our honeymoon, isn't it? And those darned Medici boots.
Suzanne unsmilingly extended her hand for him to kiss. John arched an eyebrow comically.
What's the matter, honey? Going regal on me?
And, retaining her hand, he kissed each of her fingers. Suzanne snatched away her hand, and the glance she gave her husband was one of venomous hauteur. To Eric, she turned a look that was an open caress, leaning toward him, putting a hand on his arm as he stood beside his chair, stern-lipped, with eyes that would not look at John's hurt bewilderment. The three sat down then, in the low wicker chairs, and waited for dinner. 3 people with oddly different emotions. John was hurt, slightly impatient with his bride. Eric was furious with Suzanne, though there was in his heart the almost certain knowledge that the Suzanne beside them on the terrace was not the Suzanne they knew, but a cruelly strange woman, the product of a sinister force unknown and compelling. No one, looking on Suzanne's red-lipped and heavy-lidded beauty, could miss the knowledge that there was a woman dangerously subtle, carrying a power more devastating than the darting lightning that now and then showed itself over the treetops of the garden. Eric began to feel something of this, and there shaped in his mind a wariness, a defense against this woman who was not Suzanne.
"No al fresco dining tonight,"
said John, as the darkening sky was veined by a sudden spray of blue-green light.
"Rain on the way. Pretty good storm, I'd say."
"I like it," replied Suzanne, drawing in a deep breath of the sultry air.
John laughed. "Since when, sweetheart? You usually shake and shiver through a thunderstorm."
Suzanne ignored him. She smiled at Eric and said in a low tone, "And if I should lose my bravery, you would take care of me, wouldn't you, Eric?" Before Eric could reply, dinner was announced, and he felt a relief and also a dread. This dinner was going to be difficult. John offered an arm to his wife, smiling at her, hoping for a smile in return, but Suzanne shrugged and said in a caressing voice, "Eric?" Eric could only bow stiffly and offer his arm, while John walked slowly beside them, his face thoughtful, his gay spirits gone. During dinner, however, he tried to revive the lagging conversation. Suzanne spoke in a staccato voice, and her choice of words seemed strange to Eric, almost as though she were translating her own thoughts from a foreign tongue. And finally, Suzanne's promised dessert came, cool and tempting in its silver dishes. Eric saw a chance to make the talk more natural. He said gaily, "Johnny, your wife's a chef, a famous pastry chef. Behold the work of her hands. What did you say it was, Suzanne?" "This? Oh, I don't know what it's called." "But this afternoon, as you were leaving the kitchen, didn't you say it was almond something or other?" She shook her head, smiling. "Perhaps it is. I wouldn't know." The maid had placed the tray with the 3 silver dishes of dessert before Suzanne, that she might put on them the final sprinkling of delicate silver candies. Daintily, Suzanne sifted the shining bubbles over the fluff of cream. Eric, watching her, felt very little surprise when he saw Suzanne, with almost legerdemain deftness, sift upon one dish a film of pinkish powder which could not be detected after it lay on the pink cream. Waiting, he knew not for what moment, he watched Suzanne pass the silver dishes herself, saw her offer the one with the powdered top to John. And it was then that their attention was attracted by the entrance of the Maltese kitten. So tiny it was, so brave in its careening totter across the shiny floor, the small tail hoisted like a sail, that John and Eric laughed out loud. Suzanne merely glanced down at the little creature and turned away. The kitten, however, came to her chair, put up a tiny paw, and caught its curved claws in the fragile stuff of Suzanne's gown. Instantly, her face became distorted with rage, and she kicked out at the kitten savagely and with set lips. It seemed to Eric that the amethysts on the Medici Boots winked wickedly in the light of the big chandelier. The kitten was flung some 10 feet away and lay in a small panting heap. John sprang up.
"Suzanne, how could you?"
He took the kitten in his arms and soothed it.
"Why, its heart's beating like a trip hammer," he said. I don't understand, Suzanne.
As the kitten grew quiet, he took a large rose leaf from the table flowers and spread it with a heaping spoonful of the pink cream from his dessert. Then he put the kitten on the floor beside it.
Here, little one, lick this up. It's fancy eating. Suzanne's sorry. I know she is.
The kitten, with the greed of its kind, devoured the cream, covering its small nose and whiskers with a pinkish film. Suzanne sat back in her chair, fingering her bracelets, her eyes on Eric's face. John watched the kitten, and Eric watched too, watched tensely, for he sensed what would happen to it. The kitten finished the cream, licked its paws and whiskers, and turned to walk away. Then it spun around in a frantic convulsion, and in a moment lay dead on its back, its tiny fed tongue protruding, its paws rigid. Outside, the storm glowered, and in the chartreuse light of the forked lightning, the great chandelier was turned to a sickly radiance. Thunder rolled like muffled drums. Suddenly, Suzanne began to laugh, peal after peal of terrible laughter, and then, with a glare of lightning, the big chandelier winked out. The room was plunged into stormy darkness, and they could hear the rain lashing through the garden to hurl itself against the windows.
Don't be frightened, Suzanne.
It was John's solicitous voice, and it was followed by a quick movement from Suzanne's side of the table. A sheet of blue-green light illuminated the room for an instant, and Eric saw Suzanne struggling in her husband's arms, one jeweled arm uplifted, and in her hand a shining dagger. With a bound that was almost involuntary, Eric reached them and struck at the knife in Suzanne's hand. It clattered to the floor. And as though the fury of the storm and Suzanne's madness both were spent, the slashing rain and the lightning stopped abruptly, and Suzanne ceased to struggle.
Light the candles, Eric. Quickly, on the mantel to your right. Suzanne is hurt.
In the candlelight, palely golden and swaying, Eric saw Suzanne slumped limply in John's arms. The hem of her golden dress was redly wet, and one cream-colored little shoe was fast becoming soaked with blood from a slash across the instep.
Let's get her over to the window seat, Eric. Do something for her. Oh, sweetheart, don't moan like that.
There was no question or reproach in John's voice, only compassion. Eric took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves. His mouth was grimly set, his hands steady, his voice crisply professional.
Take off those shoes, John. She'll be herself then. I mean that she'll be Suzanne, not a murderess of the Medicis. Take them off, John. They're at the bottom of this.
You mean?
John's voice was breathless, his lips trembling.
I mean those hellish boots have changed Suzanne from a sweet and lovely girl to... Well, do as I tell you. I'll be back with gauze and some things I need.
When Eric hurried back, there were 3 servants grouped at the dining room door. He spoke to them brusquely, and they left, wide-eyed and whispering. Eric closed the door. While the wet leaves tapped against the windows and stars struggled through the clouds, Eric worked, silently, expertly, grimly, by the light of a flashlight held in John's unsteady hands and the light of the flickering candles. The house lights were all snuffed out by the storm.
There.
Eric gave a satisfied grunt. The brothers stood looking at Suzanne, who seemed asleep. Her golden dress glimmered in the candlelight, and the pearls were slipping from her dark hair. The Medici boots lay in a limp and bloody heap in a corner where Eric had flung them.
When she awakes, I shouldn't tell her about any of this if I were you, John.
There are things you haven't told me, Eric, aren't there? Things about the Medici boots?
Eric looked steadily at his brother.
Yes, old fellow. And after I told you, those boots must be destroyed. We'll burn them before this night is over. We mustn't move her now. We'll go out onto the terrace. It's wet there, but the air is fresh. Did you smell something peculiar?
For as they passed the corner where the Medici boots lay slashed and bloody, Eric could have sworn that there came to him a horrid odor, fetid, hotly offensive, the odor of iniquity and ancient bloody death. End of the Medici Boots.
The Other Gods by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. The Other Gods by H.P. Lovecraft. Atop the tallest of earth's peaks dwell the gods of earth, and suffer no man to tell that he hath looked upon them. Lesser peaks they once inhabited, but ever the men from the plains would scale the slopes of rock and snow, driving the gods to higher and higher mountains, till now only the last remains. When they left their older peaks, they took with them all signs of themselves, save once, it is said, when they left a carven image on the face of the mountain which they called Ngranich. But now they have betaken themselves to unknown Cadath, in the cold waste where no man treads, and are grown stern, having no higher peak whereto to flee at the coming of men. They are grown stern, and where once they suffered men to displace them, they now forbid men to come, or coming to depart. It is well for men that they know not of Cadath in the cold waste, else they would seek injudiciously to scale it. Sometimes, when earth's gods are homesick, they visit, in the still night, the peaks where once they dwelt, and weep softly as they try to play in the olden way on remembered slopes. Men have felt the tears of the gods on white-capped Thurai, though they have thought it rain, and have heard the sighs of the gods in the plaintive dawn winds of Lirion. In cloud ships the gods are wont to travel, and wise cotters have legends that keep them from certain high peaks at night when it is cloudy, for the gods are not lenient as of old. In Ulthar, which lies beyond the river Skye, once dwelt an old man avid to behold the gods of earth, a man deeply learned in the 7 cryptical books of earth, and familiar with the Pnakotic manuscripts of distant and frozen Lomar. His name was Barzai the Wise, and the villagers tell of how he went up a mountain on the night of the strange eclipse. Barzai knew so much of the gods that he could tell of their comings and goings, and guessed so many of their secrets that he was deemed half a god himself. It was he who wisely advised the burgesses of Ulthar when they passed their remarkable law against the slaying of cats, and who first told the young priest Atal where it is that black cats go at midnight on St. John's Eve. Barzai was learned in the lore of earth's gods, and had gained a desire to look upon their faces. He believed that his great secret knowledge of gods could shield him from their wrath, so resolved to go up to the summit of high and rocky Hatheg Kla on a night when he knew the gods would be there. Hatheg Kla is far in the stony desert beyond Hatheg, for which it is named, and rises like a rock statue in a silent temple. Around its peak the mists play always mournfully, for mists are the memories of the gods, and the gods loved Hatheg Kla when they dwelt upon it in the old days. Often the gods of earth visit Hatheg Kla in their ships of cloud, casting pale vapours over the slopes, as they dance reminiscently on the summit under a clear moon. The villagers of Hatheg say it is ill to climb Hatheg Kla at any time, and deadly to climb it by night, when pale vapours hide the summit and the moon. But Barzai heeded them not when he came from neighbouring Ulthar with the young priest Atal, who was his disciple. Atal was only the son of an innkeeper, and was sometimes afraid, but Barzai's father had been a landgrave who dwelt in an ancient castle, so he had no common superstition in his blood, and only laughed at the fearful cotters. Barzai and Atal went out of Hatheg into the stony desert, despite the prayers of peasants, and talked of earth's gods by their campfires at night. Many days they travelled, and from afar saw lofty Hathag Kla with his aureole of mournful mist. On the 13th day they reached the mountain's lonely base, and Atal spoke of his fears. But Barzai was old and learned, and had no fears, so led the way boldly up the slope that no man had scaled since the time of Sansu, who is written of with fright in the mouldy Pnakotic manuscripts. The way was rocky, and made perilous by chasms, cliffs, and falling stones. Later it grew cold and snowy, and Barzai and Atal often slipped and fell as they hewed and plodded upward with staves and axes. Finally the air grew thin, and the sky changed colour, and the climbers found it hard to breathe. But still they toiled up and up, marvelling at the strangeness of the scene, and thrilling at the thought of what would happen on the summit when the moon was out and the pale vapours spread around. For 3 days they climbed higher and higher towards the roof of the world. Then they camped to wait for the clouding of the moon. For 4 nights no clouds came, and the moon shone down cold through the thin mournful mists around the silent pinnacle. Then on the 5th night, which was the night of the full moon, Barzai saw some dense clouds far to the north, and stayed up with Atal to watch them draw near. Thick and majestic they sailed, slowly and deliberately onward, ranging themselves round the peak high above the watchers, and hiding the moon and the summit from view. For a long hour the watchers gazed, whilst the vapours swirled and the screen of clouds grew thicker and more restless. Barzai was wise in the lore of the earth's gods, and listened hard for certain sounds. But Atal felt the chill of the vapours and the awe of the night, and feared much. And when Barzai began to climb higher and beckon eagerly, it was long before Atal would follow. So thick were the vapours that the way was hard, and though Atal followed on at last, he could scarce see the grey shape of Barzai on the dim slope above in the clouded moonlight. Barzai forged very far ahead, and seemed, despite his age, to climb more easily than Atal, fearing not the steepness that began to grow too great for any save a strong and dauntless man, nor pausing at wide black chasms that Atal could scarce leap. And so they went up wildly over rocks and gulfs, slipping and stumbling, and sometimes awed at the vastness and horrible silence of bleak ice pinnacles and mute granite steeps. Very suddenly Barzai went out of Atal's sight, scaling a hideous cliff that seemed to bulge outward and block the path for any climber not inspired of earth's gods. Atal was far below, and planning what he should do when he reached the place, when, curiously, he noticed that the light had grown strong, as if the cloudless peak and moonlit meeting place of the gods were very near. And as he scrambled on towards the bulging cliff and litten sky, he felt fears more shocking than any he had known before. Then, through the high mists, he heard the voice of unseen Barzai shouting wildly in delight.
"I have heard the gods! I have heard Earth's gods singing in revelry on Hathag Kla. The voices of Earth's gods are known to Barzai the prophet. The mists are thin and the moon is bright, and I shall see the gods dancing wildly on Hathag Kla that they loved in youth. The wisdom of Barzai hath made him greater than Earth's gods, and against his will their spells and barriers are as naught. Barzai will behold the gods, the proud gods, the secret gods, the gods of earth who spurn the sight of man."
Atal could not hear the voices Barzai heard, but he was now close to the bulging cliff and scanning it for footholds. Then he heard Barzai's voice grow shriller and louder.
"The mist is very thin, and the moon casts shadows on the slope. The voice of Earth's gods art high and wild, and they fear the coming of Barzai the Wise, who is greater than they. The moon's light flickers as Earth's gods dance against it. I shall see the dancing forms of the gods that leap and howl in the moonlight. The light is dimmer, and the gods are afraid."
While Barzai was shouting these things, Atal felt a spectral change in all the air, as if the laws of earth were bowing to greater laws, for though the way was steeper than ever, the upward path was now grown fearsomely easy, and the bulging cliff proved scarce an obstacle when he reached it and slid perilously up its convex face. The light of the moon had strangely failed, and as Atal plunged upward through the mists, he heard Barzai the Wise shrieking in the shadows.
"The moon is dark, and the gods dance in the night. There is terror in the sky, for upon the moon hath sunk an eclipse foretold in no books of men or of earth's gods. There is unknown magic on Hatheg Kla, for the screams of the frightened gods have turned to laughter, and the slopes of ice shoot up endlessly into the black heavens, whither I am plunging. Hey, at last, in the dim light, I behold the gods of earth."
And now Atal, slipping dizzily up over inconceivable steeps, heard in the dark a loathsome laughing mixed with such a cry as no man else ever heard, save in the phlegethon of unrelatable nightmares, a cry wherein reverberated the horror and anguish of a haunted lifetime packed into one atrocious moment.
"The other gods! The other gods! The gods of the outer hells that guard the feeble gods of earth! Look away! Go back! Do not see! Do not see! The vengeance of the infinite abysses! That cursed, that damnable pit! Merciful gods of earth! I am falling into the sky!"
And as Atal shut his eyes and stopped his ears, and tried to jump downward against the frightful pull from unknown heights, there resounded on Hatheg Kla that terrible peal of thunder which awaked the good cotters of the plains and the honest burgesses of Hatheg, Nir, and Ulthar, and caused them to behold through the clouds that strange eclipse of the moon that no book ever predicted. And when the moon came out at last, Atal was safe on the lower snows of the mountain, without sight of earth's gods or of the other gods. Now it is told in the mouldy Pnakotic manuscripts that Sun Tzu found naught but wordless ice and rock when he did climb Hatheg Kla in the youth of the world. Yet when the men of Ulthar and Nir and Hatheg crushed their fears and scaled that haunted steep by day in search of Barzai the Wise, they found graven in the naked stone of the summit a curious encyclopean symbol 50 cubits wide, as if the rock had been riven by some titanic chisel, and the symbol was like to one that learned men have discerned in those frightful parts of the Pnakotic manuscripts which were too ancient to be read. This they found. Barzai the Wise they never found, nor could the holy priest Atal ever be persuaded to pray for his soul's repose. Moreover, to this day the people of Ulthar and Nir and Hatheg fear eclipses, and pray by night when pale vapours hide the mountain top and the moon. And above the mists on Hatheg Kla, earth's gods sometimes dance reminiscently, for they know they are safe, and love to come from unknown Cadath in ships of cloud, and play in the olden way, as they did when earth was new, and men not given to the climbing of inaccessible places. End of The Other Gods.
The Other Lodgers by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by H. E. Glenn, California, March 26, 2023. The Other Lodgers by Ambrose Bierce. In order to take that train, said Colonel Levering, sitting in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, you will have to remain nearly all night in Atlanta. That is a fine city, but I advise you not to put up at the Breathed House, one of the principal hotels. It is an old wooden building in urgent need of repairs. There are breaches in the walls that you could throw a cat through. The bedrooms have no locks on the doors, no furniture but a single chair in each, and a bedstead without bedding. Just a mattress. Even these meager accommodations you cannot be sure that you will have in Monopoly. You must take your chance of being stowed in with a lot of others. Sir, it is a most abominable hotel. The night that I passed in it was an uncomfortable night. I got in late and was shown to my room on the ground floor by an apologetic night clerk with a tallow candle, which he considerately left with me. I was worn out by 2 days and a night of hard railway travel, and had not entirely recovered from a gunshot wound in the head, received in an altercation. Rather than look for better quarters, I lay down on the mattress without removing my clothing and fell asleep. Along toward morning, I woke. The moon had risen and was shining in at the uncurtained window, illuminating the room with a soft bluish light which seemed somehow a bit spooky, though I dare say it had no uncommon quality. All moonlight is that way if you will observe it. Imagine my surprise and indignation when I saw the floor occupied by at least a dozen other lodgers. I sat up, earnestly damning the management of that unthinkable hotel, and was about to spring from the bed to go and make trouble for the night clerk, him of the apologetic manner and the tallow candle, when something in the situation affected me with a strange indisposition to move. I suppose I was what a story writer might call frozen with terror, for those men were obviously all dead. They lay on their backs, disposed orderly along 3 sides of the room, their feet to the walls. Against the other wall, farthest from the door, stood my bed and the chair. All the faces were covered, but under their white cloths, the features of the 2 bodies that lay in the square patch of moonlight near the window showed in sharp profile as to nose and chin. I thought this a bad dream, and tried to cry out as one does in a nightmare, but could make no sound. At last, with a desperate effort, I threw my feet to the floor, and passing between the 2 rows of clouded faces and the 2 bodies that lay nearest the door, I escaped from the infernal place and ran to the office. The night clerk was there, behind the desk, sitting in the dim light of another tallow candle. Just sitting and staring. He did not rise. My abrupt entrance produced no effect upon him, though I must have looked a veritable corpse myself. It occurred to me then that I had not before really observed the fellow. He was a little chap, with a colorless face and the whitest, blankest eyes I ever saw. He had no more expression than the back of my hand. His clothing was a dirty gray. "Damn you," I said. "What do you mean?" Just the same, I was shaking like a leaf in the wind and did not recognize my own voice. The night clerk rose, bowed apologetically, and, well, he was no longer there, and at that moment I felt a hand laid upon my shoulder from behind. Just fancy that if you can. Unspeakably frightened, I turned and saw a portly, kind-faced gentleman who asked, "What is the matter, my friend?" I was not long in telling him, but before I made an end of it, he went pale himself. "See here," he said. "Are you telling the truth?" I had now gotten myself in hand, and terror had given place to indignation. "If you dare to doubt it," I said, "I'll hammer the life out of you." "No," he replied. "Don't do that. Just sit down till I tell you. This is not a hotel. It used to be. Afterward it was a hospital. Now it is unoccupied, awaiting a tenant. The room that you mention was the dead room. There were always plenty of dead. The fellow that you call the night clerk used to be that, but later he booked the patients as they were brought in. I don't understand his being here. He has been dead a few weeks." "And who are you?" I blurted out. "Oh, I look after the premises. I happened to be passing just now, and seeing a light in here came in to investigate. Let us have a look into that room," he added, lifting the sputtering candle from the desk. "I'll see you at the devil first," said I, bolting out of the door into the street. "Sir, that breathing house in Atlanta is a beastly place. Don't you stop there." "God forbid. Your account of it certainly doesn't suggest comfort. By the way, Colonel, when did all that occur?" "In September, 1864, shortly after the siege." End of The Other Lodgers by Ambrose Bierce.
The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Phantom Coach by Amelia B. Edwards. The circumstances I am about to relate to you have the truth to recommend them. They happened to myself, and my recollection of them is as vivid as if they had taken place only yesterday. 20 years, however, have gone by since that night. During those 20 years, I have told the story to but one other person. I tell it now with a reluctance which I find it difficult to overcome. All I entreat, meanwhile, is that you will abstain from forcing your own conclusions upon me. I want nothing explained away. I desire no arguments. My mind on this subject is quite made up, and, having the testimony of my own senses to rely upon, I prefer to abide by it. Well, it was just 20 years ago, and within a day or two of the end of the grouse season. I had been out all day with my gun, and had no sport to speak of. The wind was due east. The month? December. The place? A bleak, wide moor in the far north of England. And I had lost my way. It was not a pleasant place in which to lose one's way, with the first feathery flakes of a coming snowstorm just fluttering down upon the heather, and the leaden evening closing in all around. I shaded my eyes with my hand and stared anxiously into the gathering darkness, where the purple moorland melted into a range of low hills, some 10 or 12 miles distant. Not the faintest smoke wreath, nor the tiniest cultivated patch, or fence, or sheep track, met my eyes in any direction. There was nothing for it but to walk on, and take my chance of finding what shelter I could by the way. So I shouldered my gun again, and pushed wearily forward, for I had been on foot since an hour after daybreak, and had eaten nothing since breakfast. Meanwhile, the snow began to come down with ominous steadiness, and the wind fell. After this, the cold became more intense, and the night came rapidly up. As for me, my prospects darkened with the darkening sky, and my heart grew heavy as I thought how my young wife was already watching for me through the window of our little inn parlor, and thought of all the suffering in store for her throughout this weary night. We had been married 4 months, and, having spent our autumn in the Highlands, were now lodging in a remote little village situated just on the verge of the great English moorlands. We were very much in love and, of course, very happy. This morning, when we parted, she had implored me to return before dusk, and I had promised her that I would. What would I not have given to have kept my word? Even now, weary as I was, I felt that with a supper, an hour's rest, and a guide, I could still get back to her before midnight, if only guide and shelter could be found. and all this time the snow fell and the night thickened. I stopped and shouted every now and then, but my shout seemed only to make the silence deeper. Then a vague sense of uneasiness came upon me, and I began to remember stories of travelers who had walked on in the falling snow until, wearied out, they were fain to lie down and sleep their lives away. Would it be possible, I asked myself, to keep on thus through all the long dark night? Would there not come a time when my limbs must fail, and my resolution give way? When I, too, must sleep the sleep of death? Death! I shuddered. How hard to die just now, when my life lay all so bright before me. How hard for my darling, whose whole loving heart... But that thought was not to be borne. To banish it, I shouted again, louder and longer, and then listened eagerly. Was my shout answered, or did I only fancy that I heard a far-off cry? I hallooed again, and again the echo followed. Then a wavering speck of light came suddenly out of the dark, shifting, disappearing, growing momentarily nearer and brighter. Running towards it at full speed, I found myself, to my great joy, face to face with an old man and a lantern. "Thank God!" was the exclamation that burst involuntarily from my lips. Blinking and frowning, he lifted his lantern and peered into my face. "What for?" growled he, sulkily. "Well, for you. I began to fear I should be lost in the snow." Then, folks do get cast away hereabout from time to time, and what's to hinder you from being cast away likewise, if the Lord's so minded?" "If the Lord is so minded that you and I shall be lost together, friend, we must submit," I replied. "But I don't mean to be lost without you. How far are we now from Dualding?" "A good 20 mile, more or less." "And the nearest village?" "The nearest village is Wyke, and that's 12 mile t'other side." "Where do you live, then?" "Out yonder," said he, with a vague jerk of the lantern. "You're going home, I presume?" "Maybe I am." "Then I'm going with you." The old man shook his head and rubbed his nose reflectively with the handle of the lantern. "It ain't of no use," growled he. "He won't let you in, not he." "We'll see about that," I replied, briskly. "Who is he?" "The master." "Who is the master?" "That's not to you," was the unceremonious reply. Well, you lead the way, and I'll engage that the master shall give me shelter and supper tonight." You can try him," muttered my reluctant guide, and, still shaking his head, he hobbled, gnome-like, away through the falling snow. A large mass loomed up presently out of the darkness, and a huge dog rushed out, barking furiously. "Is this the house?" I asked. "Aye, it's the house. Down, bay!" And he fumbled in his pocket for the key. I drew up close behind him, prepared to lose no chance of entrance, and saw in the little circle of light shed by the lantern that the door was heavily studded with iron nails, like the door of a prison. In another minute he had turned the key, and I had pushed past him into the house. Once inside, I looked round with curiosity, and found myself in a great raftered hall, which served, apparently, a variety of uses. One end was piled to the roof with corn, like a barn. The other was stored with flour sacks, agricultural implements, casks, and all kinds of miscellaneous lumber, while from the beams overhead hung rows of hams, flitches, and bunches of dried herbs for winter use. In the center of the floor stood some huge object gauntly dressed in a dingy wrapping cloth and reaching halfway to the rafters. Lifting a corner of this cloth, I saw, to my surprise, a telescope of very considerable size, mounted on a rude, movable platform with 4 small wheels. The tube was made of painted wood, bound round with bands of metal rudely fashioned. The speculum, so far as I could estimate its size in the dim light, measured at least 15 inches in diameter. While I was yet examining the instrument and asking myself whether it was not the work of some self-taught optician, a bell rang sharply. "That's for you," said my guide, with a malicious grin. "Yonder's his room." He pointed to a low black door at the opposite side of the hall. I crossed over, rapped somewhat loudly, and went in, without waiting for an invitation. A huge, white-haired old man rose from a table covered with books and papers, and confronted me sternly. "Who are you?" said he. "How come you here? What do you want?" James Murray, barrister at law on foot across the moor, meat, drink, and sleep. He bent his bushy brows into a portentous frown. Mine is not a house of entertainment, he said haughtily. Jacob, how dared you admit this stranger? I didn't admit him, grumbled the old man. He followed me over the moor, and shouldered his way in before me. I'm no match for 6'2". And pray, sir, by what right have you forced an entrance into my house? The same by which I should have clung to your boat if I were drowning, the right of self-preservation. Self-preservation? There's an inch of snow on the ground already, I replied, briefly, and it would be deep enough to cover my body before daybreak. He strode to the window, pulled aside a heavy black curtain, and looked out. It is true, he said. You can stay, if you choose, till morning. Jacob, serve the supper. With this, he waved me to a seat, resumed his own, and became at once absorbed in the studies from which I had disturbed him. I placed my gun in a corner, drew a chair to the hearth, and examined my quarters at leisure. Smaller and less incongruous in its arrangements than the hall, this room contained, nevertheless, much to awaken my curiosity. The floor was carpetless. The whitewashed walls were in parts scrawled over with strange diagrams, and in others covered with shelves crowded with philosophical instruments, the uses of many of which were unknown to me. On one side of the fireplace stood a bookcase filled with dingy folios. On the other, a small organ, fantastically decorated with painted carvings of medieval saints and devils. Through the half-open door of a cupboard at the further end of the room, I saw a long array of geological specimens, surgical preparations, crucibles, retorts, and jars of chemicals, while on the mantelpiece beside me, amid a number of small objects, stood a model of the solar system, a small galvanic battery, and a microscope. Every chair had its burden. Every corner was heaped high with books. The very floor was littered over with maps, casts, papers, tracings, and learned lumber of all conceivable kinds. I stared about me with an amazement increased by every fresh object upon which my eyes chanced to rest. So strange a room I had never seen, yet it seemed stranger still to find such a room in a lone farmhouse amid these wild and solitary moors. Over and over again, I looked from my host to his surroundings, and from his surroundings back to my host, asking myself who and what he could be. His head was singularly fine, but it was more the head of a poet than of a philosopher. Broad in the temples, prominent over the eyes, and clothed with a rough profusion of perfectly white hair, it had all the ideality and much of the ruggedness that characterizes the head of Louis von Beethoven. There were the same deep lines about the mouth and the same stern furrows in the brow. There was the same concentration of expression. While I was yet observing him, the door opened, and Jacob brought in the supper. His master then closed his book, rose, and with more courtesy of manner than he had yet shown, invited me to the table. A dish of ham and eggs, a loaf of brown bread, and a bottle of admirable sherry were placed before me. I have but the homeliest farmhouse fare to offer you, sir, said my entertainer. Your appetite, I trust, will make up for the deficiencies of our larder. I had already fallen upon the viands, and now protested, with the enthusiasm of a starving sportsman, that I had never eaten anything so delicious. He bowed stiffly, and sat down to his own supper, which consisted, primitively, of a jug of milk and a basin of porridge. We ate in silence, and, when we had done, Jacob removed the tray. I then drew my chair back to the fireside. My host, somewhat to my surprise, did the same, and turning abruptly towards me, said, Sir, I have lived here in strict retirement for 23 years. During that time, I have not seen as many strange faces, and I have not read a single newspaper. You are the first stranger who has crossed my threshold for more than 4 years. Would you favor me with a few words of information respecting that outer world from which I have parted company so long? Pray interrogate me, I replied. I am heartily at your service. He bent his head in acknowledgement, leaned forward, with his elbows resting on his knees, and his chin supported in the palms of his hands, stared fixedly into the fire, and proceeded to question me. His inquiries related chiefly to scientific matters, with the later progress of which, as applied to the practical purposes of life, he was almost wholly unacquainted. No student of science myself, I replied, as well as my slight information permitted, but the task was far from easy, and I was much relieved when, passing from interrogation to discussion, he began pouring forth his own conclusions upon the facts which I had been attempting to place before him. He talked, and I listened spellbound. He talked till I believe he almost forgot my presence, and only thought aloud. I had never heard anything like it then. I have never heard anything like it since. Familiar with all systems of all philosophies, subtle in analysis, bold in generalization, he poured forth his thoughts in an uninterrupted stream, and, still leaning forward in the same moody attitude with his eyes fixed upon the fire, wandered from topic to topic, from speculation to speculation, like an inspired dreamer. From practical science to mental philosophy, from electricity in the wire to electricity in the nerve, from Watts to Mesmer, from Mesmer to Reichenbach, from Reichenbach to Swedenborg, Spinoza, Condillac, Descartes, Berkeley, Aristotle, Plato, and the Magi and the mystics of the East, were transitions which, however bewildering in their variety and scope, seemed easy and harmonious upon his lips as sequences in music. By and by, I forget now by what link of conjecture or illustration, he passed on to that field which lies beyond the boundary line of even conjectural philosophy, and reaches no man knows whither. He spoke of the soul and its aspirations, of the spirit and its powers, of second sight, of prophecy, of those phenomena which, under the name of ghosts, specters, and supernatural appearances, have been denied by the skeptics and attested by the credulous of all ages. "The world," he said, "grows hourly more and more skeptical of all that lies beyond its own narrow radius, and our men of science foster the fatal tendency. They condemn as fable all that resists experiment. They reject as false all that cannot be brought to the test of the laboratory or the dissecting room. Against what superstition have they waged so long and obstinate a war as against the belief in apparitions? And yet what superstition has maintained its hold upon the minds of men so long and so firmly? Show me any fact in physics, in history, in archaeology, which is supported by testimony so wide and so various, attested by all races of men, in all ages, in all climates, by the soberest sages of antiquity, by the rudest savage of today, by the Christian, the pagan, the pantheist, the materialist. This phenomena is treated as a nursery tale by the philosophers of our century. Circumstantial evidence weighs with them as a feather in the balance. The comparison of causes with effects, however valuable in physical science, is put aside as worthless and unreliable. The evidence of competent witnesses, however conclusive in a court of justice, counts for nothing. He who pauses before he pronounces is condemned as a trifler. He who believes is a dreamer or a fool." He spoke with bitterness, and having said thus, relapsed for some minutes into silence. Presently he raised his head from his hands, and added, with an altered voice and manner, "I, sir, paused, investigated, believed, and was not ashamed to state my convictions to the world. I, too, was branded a visionary, held up to ridicule by my contemporaries, and booted from that field of science in which I had labored with honor during all the best years of my life. These things happened just 23 years ago. Since then, I have lived as you see me living now, and the world has forgotten me, as I have forgotten the world. You have my history." "It is a very sad one," I murmured, scarcely knowing what to answer. "It is a very common one," he replied. "I have only suffered for the truth, as many a better and wiser man has suffered before me." He rose, as if desirous of ending the conversation, and went over to the window. "It has ceased snowing," he observed, as he dropped the curtain and came back to the fireside. "Ceased!" I exclaimed, starting eagerly to my feet. "Oh, if it were only possible, but no, it is hopeless. Even if I could find my way across the moor, I could not walk 20 miles tonight." "Walk 20 miles tonight?" repeated my host. "What are you thinking of?" "Of my wife," I replied impatiently. "Of my young wife, who does not know that I have lost my way, and who is at this very moment breaking her heart with suspense and terror." "Where is she?" "At Dwalding, 20 miles away." "At Dwalding," he echoed thoughtfully. "Yes, the distance, it is true, is 20 miles, but are you so very anxious to save the next 6 or 8 hours?" "So very, very anxious that I would give 10 guineas at this moment for a guide and a horse." "Your wish can be gratified at a less costly rate," said he, smiling. "The night mail from the north, which changes horses at Dwalding, passes within 5 miles of this spot, and will be due at a certain crossroad in about an hour and a quarter. If Jacob were to go with you across the moor and put you into the old coach road, you could find your way, I suppose, to where it joins the new one?" "Easily, gladly." He smiled again, rang the bell, gave the old servant his directions, and, taking a bottle of whiskey and a wine-glass from the cupboard in which he kept his chemicals, said, "The snow lies deep, and it will be difficult walking tonight on the moor. A glass of usquebang before you start?" I would have declined the spirit, but he pressed it on me, and I drank it. It went down my throat like liquid flame, and almost took my breath away. "It is strong," he said, "but it will help to keep out the cold. And now you have no moments to spare. Good night." I thanked him for his hospitality, and would have shaken hands, but that he had turned away before I could finish my sentence. In another minute I had traversed the hall, Jacob had locked the outer door behind me, and we were out on the wide, white moor. Although the wind had fallen, it was still bitterly cold. Not a star glimmered in the black vault overhead. Not a sound, save the rapid crunching of the snow beneath our feet, disturbed the heavy stillness of the night. Jacob, not too well pleased with his mission, shambled on before in sullen silence, his lantern in his hand, and his shadow at his feet. I followed with my gun over my shoulder, as little inclined for conversation as himself. My thoughts were full of my late host. His voice yet rang in my ears. His eloquence yet held my imagination captive. I remember to this day, with surprise, how my overexcited brain retained whole sentences and parts of sentences, troops of brilliant images, and fragments of splendid reasoning, in the very words in which he had uttered them. Musing thus over what I had heard, and striving to recall a lost link here and there, I strode on the heels of my guide, absorbed and unobservant. Presently, at the end, as it seemed to me, of only a few minutes, he came to a sudden halt and said, "Yon's your road. Keep the stone fence to your right hand, and you can't be fail of the way." "This, then, is the old coach road?" "Aye, 'tis the old coach road." "And how far do I go before I reach the crossroads?" "Nigh upon 3 mile." I pulled out my purse, and he became more communicative. "The road's a fair road ahead," said he, "for foot passengers, but 'twas over steep and narrow for the northern traffic. You'll mind where the parapet's broken away, close again to the signpost. It's never been mended since the accident." "What accident?" The night mail pitched right over into the valley below, a good 50 feet and more, just at the worst bit of road in the whole country." "Horrible! Were many lives lost?" "All. 4 were found dead, and t'other 2 died next morning." "How long is it since this happened?" "Just 9 year." "Near the signpost, you say? I will bear it in mind. Good night." "Good night, sir, and thank ye." Jacob pocketed his half-crown, made a faint pretense of touching his hat, and trudged back the way he had come. I watched the light of his lantern till it quite disappeared, and then turned to pursue my way alone. This was no longer matter of the slightest difficulty, for, despite the dead darkness overhead, the line of stone fence showed distinctly enough against the pale gleam of the snow. How silent it seemed now, with only my footsteps to listen to. How silent, and how solitary. A strange, disagreeable sense of loneliness stole over me. I walked faster. I hummed a fragment of a tune. I cast up enormous sums in my head and accumulated them at compound interest. I did my best, in short, to forget the startling speculations to which I had but just been listening, and, to some extent, I succeeded. Meanwhile, the night air seemed to become colder and colder, and though I walked fast, I found it impossible to keep myself warm. My feet were like ice. I lost sensation in my hands and grasped my gun mechanically. I even breathed with difficulty, as though, instead of traversing a quiet north country highway, I were scaling the uppermost heights of some gigantic Alp. This last symptom became presently so distressing that I was forced to stop for a few minutes and lean against the stone fence. As I did so, I chanced to look back up the road, and there, to my infinite relief, I saw a distant point of light, like the gleam of an approaching lantern. I at first concluded that Jacob had retraced his steps and followed me, but even as the conjecture presented itself, a second light flashed into sight, a light evidently parallel to the first and approaching at the same rate of motion. It needed no second thought to show me that these must be the carriage lamps of some private vehicle, though it seems strange that any private vehicle should take a road professionally disused and dangerous. There could be no doubt, however, of the fact, for the lamps grew larger and brighter every moment, and I even fancied I could already see the dark outline of the carriage behind them. It was coming up very fast, and quite noiselessly, the snow being nearly a foot deep under the wheels. And now the body of the vehicle became distinctly visible behind the lamps. It looked strangely lofty. A sudden suspicion flashed upon me. Was it possible that I had passed the crossroads in the dark without observing the signpost, and could this be the very coach which I had come to meet? No need to ask myself that question a second time, for here it came round the bend of the road, guard and driver, one outside passenger, and 4 steaming greys, all wrapped in a soft haze of light, through which the lamps blazed out like a pair of fiery meteors. I jumped forward, waved my hat, and shouted. The mail came down at full speed and passed me. For a moment I feared that I had not been seen or heard, but it was only for a moment. The coachman pulled up. The guard, muffled to the eyes in capes and comforters, and apparently sound asleep in the rumble, neither answered my hail nor made the slightest effort to dismount. The outside passenger did not even turn his head. I opened the door for myself and looked in. There were but 3 travelers inside, so I stepped in, shut the door, slipped into the vacant corner, and congratulated myself on my good fortune. The atmosphere of the coach seemed, if possible, colder than that of the outer air, and was pervaded by a singularly damp and disagreeable smell. I looked round at my fellow passengers. They were all 3 men, and all silent. They did not seem to be asleep, but each leaned back in his corner of the vehicle, as if absorbed in his own reflections. I attempted to open a conversation. "How intensely cold it is tonight," I said, addressing my opposite neighbor. He lifted his head, looked at me, but made no reply. "The winter," I added, "seems to have begun in earnest." Although the corner in which he sat was so dim that I could distinguish none of his features very clearly, I saw that his eyes were still turned full upon me, and yet he answered never a word. At any other moment I should have felt, and perhaps expressed, some annoyance, but at the moment I felt too ill to do either. The icy coldness of the night air had struck a chill to my very marrow, and the strange smell inside the coach was affecting me with an intolerable nausea. I shivered from head to foot, and, turning to my left-hand neighbor, asked if he had any objection to an open window. He neither spoke nor stirred. I repeated the question, somewhat more loudly, but with the same result. Then I lost patience and let the sash down. As I did so, the leather strap broke in my hand, and I observed that the glass was covered with a thick coat of mildew, the accumulation, apparently, of years. My attention being thus drawn to the condition of the coach, I examined it more narrowly, and saw by the uncertain light of the outer lamps that it was in the last stage of dilapidation. Every part of it was not only out of repair, but in a condition of decay. The sashes splintered at a touch. The leather fittings were crusted over with mold, and literally rotting from the woodwork. The floor was almost breaking away beneath my feet. The whole machine, in short, was foul with damp, and had evidently been dragged from some outhouse in which it had been mouldering away for years to do another day or two of duty on the road. I turned to the third passenger, whom I had not yet addressed, and hazarded one more remark. "This coach," I said, "is in a deplorable condition. The regular mail, I suppose, is under repair?" He moved his head slowly and looked me in the face without speaking a word. I shall never forget that look while I live. I turned cold at heart under it. I turn cold at heart even now when I recall it. His eyes glowed with a fiery, unnatural luster. His face was livid as the face of a corpse. His bloodless lips were drawn back as if in the agony of death, and showed the gleaming teeth beneath. The words that I was about to utter died upon my lips, and a strange horror, a dreadful horror, came upon me. My sight had by this time become used to the gloom of the coach, and I could see with tolerable distinctness. I turned to my opposite neighbor. He, too, was looking at me, with the same startling pallor in his face, and the same stony glimmer in his eyes. I passed my hand across my brow. I turned to the passenger on the seat beside my own, and saw, oh heaven! How shall I describe what I saw? I saw that he was no living man, that none of them were living men like myself. A pale phosphorescent light, the light of putrefaction, played upon their awful faces, upon their hair, dank with the dews of the grave, upon their clothes, earth-stained and dropping into pieces, upon their hands, which were as the hands of corpses long buried. Only their eyes, their terrible eyes, were living, and those eyes were all turned menacingly upon me. A shriek of terror, a wild, unintelligible cry for help and mercy burst from my lips as I flung myself against the door and strove in vain to open it. In that single instant, brief and vivid as a landscape beheld in the flash of summer lightning, I saw the moon shining down through a rift of stormy cloud, the ghastly signpost rearing its warning finger by the wayside, the broken parapet, the plunging horses, the black gulf below. Then the coach reeled like a ship at sea. Then came a mighty crash, a sense of crushing pain, and then darkness. It seemed as if years had gone by when I awoke one morning from a deep sleep and found my wife watching by my bedside. I will pass over the scene that ensued and give you, in half a dozen words, the tale she told me with tears of thanksgiving. I had fallen over a precipice, close against the junction of the old coach road and the new, and had only been saved from certain death by lighting upon a deep snowdrift that had accumulated at the foot of the rock beneath. In this snowdrift I was discovered at daybreak by a couple of shepherds, who carried me to the nearest shelter and brought a surgeon to my aid. The surgeon found me in a state of raving delirium, with a broken arm and a compound fracture of the skull. The letters in my pocketbook showed my name and address. My wife was summoned to nurse me, and, thanks to youth and a fine constitution, I came out of danger at last. The place of my fall, I need scarcely say, was precisely that at which a frightful accident had happened to the North Mail 9 years before. I never told my wife the fearful events which I have just related to you. I told the surgeon who attended me, but he treated the whole adventure as a mere dream born of the fever in my brain. We discussed the question over and over again, until we found that we could discuss it with temper no longer, and then we dropped it. Others may form what conclusions they please. I know that 20 years ago, I was the fourth inside passenger in that phantom coach. End of The Phantom Coach. Recording by Dropiewski.
Running Wolf by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Sames. Running Wolf by Algernon Blackwood. The man who enjoys an adventure outside the general experience of the race and imparts it to others must not be surprised if he is taken for either a liar or a fool, as Malcolm Hyde, hotel clerk on a holiday, discovered in due course. Nor is enjoy the right word to use in describing his emotions. The word he chose was probably survive. When he first set eyes on Medicine Lake, he was struck by its still, sparkling beauty, lying there in the vast Canadian backwoods. Next, by its extreme loneliness, and, lastly, a good deal later this, by its combination of beauty, loneliness, and singular atmosphere, due to the fact that it was the scene of his adventure. "That's fairly stiff with big fish," said Morton of the Montreal Sporting Club. "Spend your holiday there, up Mattawa way, some 15 miles west of Stony Creek. You'll have it all to yourself except for an old Indian who's got a shack there. Camp on the east side, if you'll take a tip from me." He then talked for half an hour about the wonderful sport, yet he was not otherwise very communicative, and did not suffer questions gladly, Hyde noticed. Nor had he stayed there very long himself. If it was such a paradise as Morton, its discoverer and the most experienced rod in the province, claimed, why had he himself spent only 3 days there? "Ran short of grub," was the explanation offered, but to another friend he had mentioned briefly flies, and to a third, so Hyde learned later, he gave the excuse that his half-breed took sick, necessitating a quick return to civilization. Hyde, however, cared little for the explanations. His interest in these came later. Stiff with fish was the phrase he liked. He took the Canadian Pacific train to Mattawa, laid in his outfit at Stony Creek, and set off thence for the 15-mile canoe trip without a care in the world. Travelling light, the portages did not trouble him. The water was swift and easy, the rapids negotiable. Everything came his way, as the saying is. Occasionally he saw big fish making for the deeper pools, and was sorely tempted to stop. But he resisted. He pushed on between the immense world of forests that stretched for hundreds of miles, known to deer, bear, moose, and wolf, but strange to any echo of human tread, a deserted and primeval wilderness. The autumn day was calm, the water sang and sparkled, the blue sky hung cloudless over all, ablaze with light. Toward evening he passed an old beaver dam, rounded a little point, and had his first sight of Medicine Lake. He lifted his dripping paddle. The canoe shot with silent glide into calm water. He gave an exclamation of delight, for the loveliness caught his breath away. Though primarily a sportsman, he was not insensible to beauty. The lake formed a crescent, perhaps 4 miles long, its width between 1 mile and half a mile. The slanting gold of sunset flooded it. No wind stirred its crystal surface. Here it had lain since the Redskins' god first made it. Here it would lie until he dried it up again. Towering spruce and hemlock trooped to its very edge. Majestic cedars leaned down as if to drink. Crimson sumacs shone in fiery patches, and maples gleamed orange and red beyond belief. The air was like wine with the silence of a dream. It was here the red men formerly made medicine, with all the wild ritual and tribal ceremony of an ancient day. But it was of Morton rather than of Indians that Hyde thought. If this lonely hidden paradise was really stiff with big fish, he owed a lot to Morton for the information. Peace invaded him, but the excitement of the hunter lay below. He looked about him with quick, practised eye for a camping place before the sun sank below the forests and the half-lights came. The Indian's shack, lying in full sunshine on the eastern shore, he found at once, but the trees lay too thick about it for comfort, nor did he wish to be so close to its inhabitant. Upon the opposite side, however, an ideal clearing offered. This lay already in shadow, the huge forest darkening it toward evening. But the open space attracted. He paddled over quickly and examined it. The ground was hard and dry, he found, and a little brook ran tinkling down one side of it into the lake. This outfall, too, would be a good fishing spot. Also it was sheltered. A few low willows marked the mouth. An experienced camper soon makes up his mind. It was a perfect site, and some charred logs with traces of former fires proved that he was not the first to think so. Hyde was delighted. Then, suddenly, disappointment came to tinge his pleasure. His kit was landed, and preparations for putting up the tent were begun, when he recalled a detail that excitement had so far kept in the background of his mind, Morton's advice. But not Morton's only, for the storekeeper at Stony Creek had reinforced it. The big fellow with the straggling moustache and stooping shoulders, dressed in a shirt and trousers, had handed him out a final sentence with the bacon, flour, condensed milk, and sugar. He had repeated Morton's half-forgotten words. "Put your tent on the east shore, I should," he said at parting. He remembered Morton too, apparently. A shortish fellow, brown as an Indian and fairly smelling of the woods, travelling with Jake, the half-breed. That assuredly was Morton. Didn't stay long now, did he? He added in a reflective tone. Going Windy Lake way, are you? Or 10 Mile Water, maybe? He had first inquired of Hyde. Medicine Lake. Is that so? The man said, as though he doubted it for some obscure reason. He pulled at his ragged moustache a moment. Is that so, now? He repeated, and the final words followed him downstream after a considerable pause, the advice about the best shore on which to put his tent. All this now suddenly flashed back upon Hyde's mind with a tinge of disappointment and annoyance, for when two experienced men agreed, their opinion was not to be lightly disregarded. He wished he had asked the storekeeper for more details. He looked about him. He reflected. He hesitated. His ideal camping ground lay certainly on the forbidden shore. What in the world, he pondered, could be the objection to it? But the light was fading. He must decide quickly one way or the other. After staring at his unpacked dunnage and the tent, already half erected, he made up his mind with a muttered expression that consigned both Morton and the storekeeper to less pleasant places. They must have some reason, he growled to himself. Fellows like that usually know what they're talking about. I guess I'd better shift over to the other side for tonight, at any rate. He glanced across the water before actually reloading. No smoke rose from the Indian's shack. He had seen no sign of a canoe. The man, he decided, was away. Reluctantly, then, he left the good camping ground and paddled across the lake, and half an hour later his tent was up, firewood collected, and 2 small trout were already caught for supper. But the bigger fish, he knew, lay waiting for him on the other side by the little outfall, and he fell asleep at length on his bed of balsam boughs, annoyed and disappointed, yet wondering how a mere sentence could have persuaded him so easily against his own better judgment. He slept like the dead. The sun was well up before he stirred. But his morning mood was a very different one. The brilliant light, the peace, the intoxicating air, all this was too exhilarating for the mind to harbour foolish fancies, and he marvelled that he could have been so weak the night before. No hesitation lay in him anywhere. He struck camp immediately after breakfast, paddled across the strip of shining water, and quickly settled in upon the forbidden shore, as he now called it, with a contemptuous grin. And the more he saw of the spot, the better he liked it. There was plenty of wood, running water to drink, and open space about the tent, and there were no flies. The fishing, moreover, was magnificent. Morton's description was fully justified, and stiff with big fish, for once was not an exaggeration. The useless hours of the early afternoon he passed dozing in the sun, or wandering through the underbrush beyond the camp. He found no sign of anything unusual. He bathed in a cool, deep pool. He revelled in the lonely little paradise. Lonely it certainly was, but the loneliness was part of its charm. The stillness, the peace, the isolation of this beautiful backwoods lake delighted him. The silence was divine. He was entirely satisfied. After a brew of tea, he strolled toward evening along the shore, looking for the first sign of a rising fish. A faint ripple on the water, with the lengthening shadows, made good conditions. Plop followed plop, as the big fellows rose, snatched at their food, and vanished into the depths. He hurried back. 10 minutes later he had taken his rods and was gliding cautiously in the canoe through the quiet water. So good was the sport indeed, and so quickly did the big trout pile up in the bottom of the canoe that, despite the growing lateness, he found it hard to tear himself away. "One more," he said, "and then I really will go." He landed that one more, and was in act of taking it off the hook, when the deep silence of the evening was curiously disturbed. He became abruptly aware that someone watched him. A pair of eyes, it seemed, were fixed upon him from some point in the surrounding shadows. Thus, at least, he interpreted the odd disturbance in his happy mood, for thus he felt it. The feeling stole over him without the slightest warning. He was not alone. The slippery big trout dropped from his fingers. He sat motionless and stared about him. Nothing stirred. The ripple on the lake had died away. There was no wind. The forest lay a single purple mass of shadow, the yellow sky fast fading, through reflections that troubled the eye and made distances uncertain. But there was no sound, no movement. He saw no figure anywhere. Yet he knew that someone watched him, and a wave of quite unreasoning terror gripped him. The nose of the canoe was against the bank. In a moment, and instinctively, he shoved it off and paddled into deeper water. The watcher, it came to him, also instinctively, was quite close to him upon that bank. But where and who? Was it the Indian? Here in deeper water, and some 20 yards from the shore, he paused and strained both sight and hearing to find some possible clue. He felt half ashamed now that the first strange feeling passed a little, but the certainty remained. Absurd as it was, he felt positive that someone watched him with concentrated and intent regard. Every fibre in his being told him so, and though he could discover no figure, no new outline on the shore, he could even have sworn in which clump of willow bushes the hidden person crouched and stared. His attention seemed drawn to that particular clump. The water dripped slowly from his paddle, now lying across the thwarts. There was no other sound. The canvas of his tent gleamed dimly. A star or two were out. He waited. Nothing happened. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the feeling passed, and he knew that the person who had been watching him intently had gone. It was as if a current had been turned off. The normal world flowed back, the landscape emptied, as if someone had left a room. The disagreeable feeling left him at the same time, so that he instantly turned the canoe into the shore again, landed, and, paddle in hand, went over to examine the clump of willows he had singled out as the place of concealment. There was no one there, of course, nor any trace of recent human occupancy. No leaves, no branches stirred, nor was a single twig displaced. His keen and practised sight detected no sign of tracks upon the ground. Yet for all that he felt positive that a little time ago someone had crouched among these very leaves and watched him. He remained absolutely convinced of it. The watcher, whether Indian, hunter, stray lumberman, or wandering half-breed, had now withdrawn. The search was useless, and dusk was falling. He returned to his little camp, more disturbed perhaps than he cared to acknowledge. He cooked his supper, hung up his catch on a string so that no prowling animal could get at it during the night, and prepared to make himself comfortable until bedtime. Unconsciously, he built a bigger fire than usual, and found himself peering over his pipe into the deep shadows beyond the firelight, straining his ears to catch the slightest sound. He remained generally on the alert in a way that was new to him. A man under such conditions and in such a place need not know discomfort until the sense of loneliness strikes him as too vivid a reality. Loneliness in a backwoods camp brings charm, pleasure, and a happy sense of calm until, and unless, it comes too near. It should remain an ingredient only among other conditions. It should not be directly, vividly noticed. Once it has crept within short range, however, it may easily cross the narrow line between comfort and discomfort, and darkness is an undesirable time for the transition. A curious dread may easily follow, the dread lest the loneliness suddenly be disturbed, and the solitary human feel himself open to attack. For Hyde, now, this transition had been already accomplished. The too intimate sense of his loneliness had shifted abruptly into the worse condition of no longer being quite alone. It was an awkward moment, and the hotel clerk realized his position exactly. He did not quite like it. He sat there with his back to the blazing logs, a very visible object in the light, while all about him the darkness of the forest lay like an impenetrable wall. He could not see a foot beyond the small circle of his campfire. The silence about him was like the silence of the dead. No leaf rustled, no wave lapped. He himself sat motionless as a log. Then again he became suddenly aware that the person who watched him had returned, and that same intent and concentrated gaze as before was fixed upon him where he lay. There was no warning, he heard no stealthy tread or snapping of dry twigs, yet the owner of those steady eyes was very close to him, probably not a dozen feet away. This sense of proximity was overwhelming. It is unquestionable that a shiver ran down his spine. This time, moreover, he felt positive that the man crouched just beyond the firelight, the distance he himself could see being nicely calculated, and straight in front of him. For some minutes he sat without stirring a single muscle, yet with each muscle ready and alert, straining his eyes in vain to pierce the darkness, but only succeeding in dazzling his sight with the reflected light. Then, as he shifted his position, slowly, cautiously, to obtain another angle of vision, his heart gave two big thumps against his ribs, and the hair seemed to rise on his scalp, with the sense of cold that shot horribly up his spine. In the darkness facing him, he saw two small and greenish circles that were certainly a pair of eyes, yet not the eyes of Indian, hunter, or of any human being. It was a pair of animal eyes that stared so fixedly at him out of the night, and this certainly had an immediate and natural effect upon him. For at the menace of those eyes the fears of millions of long-dead hunters since the dawn of time woke in him. Hotel clerk though he was, heredity surged through him in an automatic wave of instinct. His hand groped for a weapon. His fingers fell on the iron head of his small camp axe, and at once he was himself again. Confidence returned. The vague, superstitious dread was gone. This was a bear or wolf that smelt his catch and came to steal it. With beings of that sort he knew instinctively how to deal, yet admitting, by this very instinct, that his original dread had been of quite another kind. "I'll damn quick find out what it is," he exclaimed aloud, and snatching a burning brand from the fire, he hurled it with good aim straight at the eyes of the beast before him. The bit of pitch pine fell in a shower of sparks that lit the dry grass this side of the animal, flared up a moment, then died quickly down again. But in that instant of bright illumination he saw clearly what his unwelcome visitor was. A big timber wolf sat on its hindquarters, staring steadily at him through the firelight. He saw its legs and shoulders, he saw its hair, he saw also the big hemlock trunks lit up behind it, and the willow scrub on each side. It formed a vivid, clear-cut picture, shown in clear detail by the momentary blaze. To his amazement, however, the wolf did not turn and bolt away from the burning log, but withdrew a few yards only, and sat there again on its haunches, staring as before. Heavens, how it stared! He shooed it, but without effect. It did not budge. He did not waste another good log on it, for his fear was dissipated now. A timber wolf was a timber wolf, and it might sit there as long as it pleased, provided it did not try to steal his catch. No alarm was in him any more. He knew that wolves were harmless in the summer and autumn, and even when packed in the winter, they would attack a man only when suffering desperate hunger. So he lay and watched the beast, threw bits of stick in its direction, even talked to it, wondering only that it never moved. "You can stay there forever if you like," he remarked to it aloud, "for you cannot get at my fish, and the rest of the grub I shall take into the tent with me." The creature blinked its bright green eyes, but made no move. Why, then, if his fear was gone, did he think of certain things as he rolled himself in the Hudson Bay blankets before going to sleep? The immobility of the animal was strange. Its refusal to turn and bolt was still stranger. Never before had he known a wild creature that was not afraid of fire. Why did it sit and watch him, as with purpose in its dreadful eyes? How had he felt its presence earlier and instantly? A timber wolf, especially a solitary timber wolf, was a timid thing, yet this one feared neither man nor fire. Now, as he lay there, wrapped in his blankets inside the cosy tent, it sat outside, beneath the stars, beside the fading embers, the wind chilly in its fur, the ground cooling beneath its planted paws, watching him, steadily watching him, perhaps until the dawn. It was unusual. It was strange. Having neither imagination nor tradition, he called upon no store of racial visions. Matter of fact, a hotel clerk on a fishing holiday, he lay there in his blankets, merely wondering and puzzled. A timber wolf was a timber wolf, and nothing more. Yet this timber wolf, the idea haunted him, was different. In a word, the deeper part of his original uneasiness remained. He tossed about. He shivered sometimes in his broken sleep. He did not go out to sea. but he woke early and unrefreshed. Again with the sunshine and the morning wind, however, the incident of the night before was forgotten, almost unreal. His hunting zeal was uppermost. The tea and fish were delicious. His pipe had never tasted so good. The glory of this lonely lake amid primeval forests went to his head a little. He was a hunter before the Lord, and nothing else. He tried the edge of the lake, and in the excitement of playing a big fish, knew suddenly that it, the wolf, was there. He paused with the rod, exactly as if struck. He looked about him. He looked in a definite direction. The brilliant sunshine made every smallest detail clear and sharp. Boulders of granite, burned stems, crimson sumac, pebbles along the shore in neat, separate detail, without revealing where the watcher hid. Then, his sight wandering farther inshore among the tangled undergrowth, he suddenly picked up the familiar half-expected outline. The wolf was lying behind a granite boulder, so that only the head, the muzzle, and the eyes were visible. It merged in its background. Had he not known it was a wolf, he could never have separated it from the landscape. The eyes shone in the sunlight. There it lay. He looked straight at it. Their eyes, in fact, actually met, full and square. "Great Scott!" he exclaimed aloud. "Why, it's like looking at a human being!" From that moment, unwittingly, he established a singular personal relation with the beast, and what followed confirmed this undesirable impression, for the animal rose instantly and came down in leisurely fashion to the shore, where it stood looking back at him. It stood and stared into his eyes like some great wild dog, so that he was aware of a new and almost incredible sensation, that it courted recognition. "Well, well!" he exclaimed again, relieving his feelings by addressing it aloud. "If this doesn't beat everything I ever saw, what do you want, anyway?" He examined it now more carefully. He had never seen a wolf so big before. It was a tremendous beast, a nasty customer to tackle, he reflected, if it ever came to that. It stood there, absolutely fearless and full of confidence. In the clear sunlight he took in every detail of it. A huge, shaggy, lean-flanked timber wolf, its wicked eyes staring straight into his own, almost with a kind of purpose in them. He saw its great jaws, its teeth and its tongue hung out, dropping saliva a little. And yet the idea of its savagery, its fierceness, was very little in him. He was amazed and puzzled beyond belief. He wished the Indian would come back. He did not understand this strange behaviour in an animal. Its eyes, the odd expression in them, gave him a queer, unusual, difficult feeling. Had his nerves gone wrong? He almost wondered. The beast stood on the shore and looked at him. He wished for the first time that he had brought a rifle. With a resounding smack, he brought his paddle down flat upon the water, using all his strength, till the echoes rang as from a pistol shot that was audible from one end of the lake to the other. The wolf never stirred. He shouted, but the beast remained unmoved. He blinked his eyes, speaking as to a dog, a domestic animal, a creature accustomed to human ways. It blinked its eyes in return. At length, increasing his distance from the shore, he continued fishing, and the excitement of the marvellous sport held his attention, his surface attention at any rate. At times he almost forgot the attendant beast, yet whenever he looked up he saw it there. And worse, when he slowly paddled home again he observed it trotting along the shore, as though to keep him company. Crossing a little bay he spurted, hoping to reach the other point before his undesired and undesirable attendant. Instantly the brute broke into that rapid, tireless lope that, except on ice, can run down anything on 4 legs in the woods. When he reached the distant point, the wolf was waiting for him. He raised his paddle from the water, pausing a moment for reflection. For this very close attention, there were dusk and night yet to come, he certainly did not relish. His camp was near. He had to land. He felt uncomfortable even in the sunshine of broad day, when, to his keen relief, about 1/2 a mile from the tent, he saw the creature suddenly stop and sit down in the open. He waited a moment, then paddled on. It did not follow. There was no attempt to move. It merely sat and watched him. After a few 100 yards he looked back. It was still sitting where he had left it, and the absurd yet significant feeling came to him that the beast divined his thought, his anxiety, his dread, and was now showing him, as well as it could, that it entertained no hostile feeling, and did not meditate attack. He turned the canoe toward the shore. He landed. He cooked his supper in the dusk. The animal made no sign. Not far away it certainly lay and watched, but it did not advance. And to hide, observant now in a new way, came one sharp, vivid reminder of the strange atmosphere into which his commonplace personality had strayed. He suddenly recalled that his relations with the beast, already established, had progressed distinctly a stage further. This startled him, yet without the accompanying alarm he must certainly have felt 24 hours before. He had an understanding with the wolf. He was aware of friendly thoughts toward it. He even went so far as to set out a few big fish on the spot where he had first seen it sitting the previous night. If he comes, he thought, he is welcome to them. I've got plenty anyway. He thought of it now as he. Yet the wolf made no appearance until he was in the act of entering his tent a good deal later. It was close on 10 o'clock, whereas 9 was his hour, and late at that, for turning in. He had therefore unconsciously been waiting for him. Then, as he was closing the flap, he saw the eyes close to where he had placed the fish. He waited, hiding himself, and expecting to hear sounds of munching jaws, but all was silence. Only the eyes glowed steadily out of the background of pitch darkness. He closed the flap. He had no slightest fear. In 10 minutes he was sound asleep. He could not have slept very long, for when he woke up he could see the shine of a faint red light through the canvas, and the fire had not died down completely. He rose and cautiously peeped out. The air was very cold. He saw his breath. But he also saw the wolf, for it had come in, and was sitting by the dying embers, not 2 yards away from where he crouched behind the flap. And this time, at these very close quarters, there was something in the attitude of the big wild thing that caught his attention with a vivid thrill of startled surprise and a sudden shock of cold that held him spellbound. He stared, unable to believe his eyes, for the wolf's attitude conveyed to him something familiar that at first he was unable to explain. Its pose reached him in the terms of another thing with which he was entirely at home. What was it? Did his senses betray him? Was he still asleep and dreaming? Then suddenly, with a start of uncanny recognition, he knew. Its attitude was that of a dog. Having found the clue, his mind then made an awful leap, for it was after all no dog its appearance aped, but something nearer to himself and more familiar still. Good heavens! It sat there with the pose, the attitude, the gesture in repose of something almost human. and then with a second shock of biting wonder, it came to him like a revelation. The wolf sat beside that campfire as a man might sit. Before he could weigh his extraordinary discovery, before he could examine it in detail or with care, the animal sitting in this ghastly fashion seemed to feel his eyes fixed on it. It slowly turned and looked him in the face, and for the first time Hyde felt a full-blooded, superstitious fear flood through his entire being. He seemed transfixed with that nameless terror that is said to attack human beings who suddenly face the dead, finding themselves bereft of speech and movement. This moment of paralysis certainly occurred. Its passing, however, was as singular as its advent, for almost at once he was aware of something beyond and above this mockery of human attitude and pose, something that ran along unaccustomed nerves and reached his feeling, even perhaps his heart. The revulsion was extraordinary, its result still more extraordinary and unexpected. Yet the fact remains, he was aware of another thing that had had the effect of stilling his terror as soon as it was born. He was aware of appeal, silent, half-expressed, yet vastly pathetic. He saw in the savage eyes a beseeching, even a yearning expression that changed his mood as by magic from dread to natural sympathy. The great grey brute, symbol of cruel ferocity, sat there beside his dying fire and appealed for help. This gulf betwixt animal and human seemed in that instant bridged. It was, of course, incredible. Hyde, sleep still possibly clinging to his inner being with the shades and half-shapes of dream yet about his soul, acknowledged how he knew not the amazing fact. He found himself nodding to the brute in half-consent, and instantly, without more ado, the lean grey shape rose like a wraith and trotted off swiftly, but with stealthy tread, into the background of the night. When Hyde woke in the morning, his first impression was that he must have dreamed the entire incident. His practical nature asserted itself. There was a bite in the fresh autumn air. The bright sun allowed no half-lights anywhere. He felt brisk in mind and body. Reviewing what had happened, he came to the conclusion that it was utterly vain to speculate. No possible explanation of the animal's behaviour occurred to him. He was dealing with something entirely outside his experience. His fear, however, had completely left him. The odd sense of friendliness remained. The beast had a definite purpose, and he himself was included in that purpose. His sympathy held good. But with the sympathy there was also an intense curiosity. If it shows itself again, he told himself, I'll go up close and find out what it wants. The fish laid out the night before had not been touched. It must have been a full hour after breakfast when he next saw the brute. It was standing on the edge of the clearing, looking at him in the way now become familiar. Hyde immediately picked up his axe and advanced toward it boldly, keeping his eyes fixed straight upon its own. There was nervousness in him, but kept well under. Nothing betrayed it. Step by step he drew nearer until some 10 yards separated them. The wolf had not stirred a muscle as yet. Its jaws hung open, its eyes observed him intently. It allowed him to approach without a sign of what its mood might be. Then, with these 10 yards between them, it turned abruptly and moved slowly off, looking back first over one shoulder and then over the other, exactly as a dog might do, to see if he was following. A singular journey it was they then made together, animal and man. The trees surrounded them at once, for they left the lake behind them, entering the tangled bush beyond. The beast, Hyde noticed, obviously picked the easiest track for him to follow, for obstacles that meant nothing to the four-legged expert, yet were difficult for a man, were carefully avoided with an almost uncanny skill, while yet the general direction was accurately kept. Occasionally there were windfalls to be surmounted, but though the wolf bounded over these with ease, it was always waiting for the man on the other side after he had laboriously climbed over. Deeper and deeper into the heart of the lonely forest they penetrated in this singular fashion, cutting across the arc of the lake's crescent, it seemed to Hyde, for after 2 miles or so he recognized the big rocky bluff that overhung the water at its northern end. This outstanding bluff he had seen from his camp, one side of it falling sheer into the water. It was probably the spot, he imagined, where the Indians held their medicine-making ceremonies, for it stood out in isolated fashion, and its top formed a private plateau not easy of access. And it was here, close to a big spruce at the foot of the bluff upon the forest side, that the wolf stopped suddenly, and for the first time since its appearance gave audible expression to its feelings. It sat down on its haunches, lifted its muzzle with open jaws, and gave vent to a subdued and long-drawn howl that was more like the wail of a dog than the fierce barking cry associated with a wolf. By this time Hyde had lost not only fear, but caution too, nor, oddly enough, did this warning howl revive a sign of unwelcome emotion in him. In that curious sound he detected the same message that the eyes conveyed, appeal for help. He paused, nevertheless, a little startled, and while the wolf sat waiting for him, he looked about him quickly. There was young timber here. It had once been a small clearing, evidently. Axe and fire had done their work, but there was evidence to an experienced eye that it was Indians and not white men who had once been busy here. Some part of the medicine ritual doubtless took place in the little clearing, thought the man, as he advanced again towards his patient leader. The end of their queer journey, he felt, was close at hand. He had not taken 2 steps before the animal got up and moved very slowly in the direction of some low bushes that formed a clump just beyond. It entered these, first looking back to make sure that its companion watched. The bushes hid it. A moment later it emerged again. Twice it performed this pantomime, each time, as it reappeared, standing still and staring at the man with as distinct an expression of appeal in the eyes as an animal may compass, probably. Its excitement, meanwhile, certainly increased, and this excitement was, with equal certainty, communicated to the man. Hyde made up his mind quickly. Gripping his axe tightly, and ready to use it at the first hint of malice, he moved slowly nearer to the bushes, wondering with something of a tremor what would happen. If he expected to be startled, his expectation was at once fulfilled, but it was the behaviour of the beast that made him jump. It positively frisked about him like a happy dog. It frisked for joy. Its excitement was intense, yet from its open mouth no sound was audible. With a sudden leap, then, it bounded past him into the clump of bushes against whose very edge he stood, and began scraping vigorously at the ground. Hyde stood and stared, amazement and interest now banishing all his nervousness, even when the beast in its violent scraping actually touched his body with its own. He had perhaps the feeling that he was in a dream, one of those fantastic dreams in which things may happen without involving an adequate surprise. For otherwise the manner of scraping and scratching at the ground must have seemed an impossible phenomenon. No wolf, no dog certainly, used its paws in the way those paws were working. Hyde had the odd distressing sensation that it was hands, not paws, he watched. And yet somehow the natural adequate surprise he should have felt was absent. The strange action seemed not entirely unnatural. In his heart some deep hidden spring of sympathy and pity stirred instead. He was aware of pathos. The wolf stopped in its task and looked up into his face. Hyde acted without hesitation then. Afterwards he was wholly at a loss to explain his own conduct. It seemed he knew what to do, divined what was asked, expected of him. Between his mind and the dumb desire yearning through the savage animal there was intelligent and intelligible communication. He cut a stake and sharpened it, for the stones would blunt his axe-edge. He entered the clump of bushes to complete the digging his four-legged companion had begun, and while he worked, though he did not forget the close proximity of the wolf, he paid no attention to it. Often his back was turned as he stooped over the laborious clearing away of the hard earth. No uneasiness or sense of danger was in him any more. The wolf sat outside the clump and watched the operations. Its concentrated attention, its patience, its intense eagerness, the gentleness and docility of the grey, fierce, and probably hungry brute, its obvious pleasure, and satisfaction, too, at having won the human to its mysterious purpose. These were colours in the strange picture that Hyde thought of later when dealing with the human herd in his hotel again. At the moment he was aware chiefly of pathos and affection. The whole business was, of course, not to be believed, but that discovery came later too, when telling it to others. The digging continued for fully half an hour before his labour was rewarded by the discovery of a small whitish object. He picked it up and examined it. The finger bone of a man. Other discoveries then followed quickly and in quantity. The cache was laid bare. He collected nearly the complete skeleton. The skull, however, he found last, and might not have found at all, but for the guidance of his strangely alert companion. It lay some few yards away from the central hole now dug, and the wolf stood nuzzling the ground with its nose before Hyde understood that he was meant to dig exactly in that spot for it. Between the beast's very paws his stake struck hard upon it. He scraped the earth from the bone and examined it carefully. It was perfect, save for the fact that some wild animal had gnawed it, the teeth marks being still plainly visible. Close beside it lay the rusty iron head of a tomahawk. This and the smallness of the bones confirmed him in his judgment that it was the skeleton not of a white man, but of an Indian. During the excitement of the discovery of the bones one by one, and finally of the skull, but, more especially, during the period of intense interest while Hyde was examining them, he had paid little if any attention to the wolf. He was aware that it sat and watched him, never moving its keen eyes for a single moment from the actual operations, but of sign or movement it made none at all. He knew that it was pleased and satisfied. He knew also that he had now fulfilled its purpose in a great measure. The further intuition that now came to him derived, he felt positive, from his companion's dumb desire, was perhaps the cream of the entire experience to him. Gathering the bones together in his coat, he carried them, together with the tomahawk, to the foot of the big spruce where the animal had first stopped. His leg actually touched the creature's muzzle as he passed. It turned its head to watch, but did not follow, nor did it move a muscle while he prepared the platform of boughs upon which he then laid the poor worn bones of an Indian, who had been killed, doubtless, in sudden attack or ambush, and to whose remains had been denied the last grace of proper tribal burial. He wrapped the bones in bark. He laid the tomahawk beside the skull. He lit the circular fire round the pyre, and the blue smoke rose upward into the clear, bright sunshine of the Canadian autumn morning, till it was lost among the mighty trees far overhead. In the moment before actually lighting the little fire, he had turned to note what his companion did. It sat 5 yards away, he saw, gazing intently, and one of its front paws was raised a little from the ground. It made no sign of any kind. He finished the work, becoming so absorbed in it that he had eyes for nothing but the tending and guarding of his careful ceremonial fire. It was only when the platform of boughs collapsed, laying their charred burden gently on the fragrant earth among the soft wood ashes, that he turned again, as though to show the wolf what he had done, and seek, perhaps, some look of satisfaction in its curiously expressive eyes. But the place he searched was empty. The wolf had gone. He did not see it again. It gave no sign of its presence anywhere. He was not watched. He fished as before, wandered through the bush about his camp, sat smoking round his fire after dark, and slept peacefully in his cosy little tent. He was not disturbed. No howl was ever audible in the distant forest. No twig snapped beneath a stealthy tread. He saw no eyes. The wolf that behaved like a man had gone forever. It was the day before he left that Hyde, noticing smoke rising from the shack across the lake, paddled over to exchange a word or two with the Indian, who had evidently now returned. The redskin came down to meet him as he landed, but it was soon plain that he spoke very little English. He emitted the familiar grunts at first. Then, bit by bit, Hyde stirred his limited vocabulary into action. The net result, however, was slight enough, though it was certainly direct. "You camp there?" the man asked, pointing to the other side. "Yes." "Wolf come?" "Yes." "You see wolf?" "Yes." The Indian stared at him fixedly a moment, a keen, wondering look upon his coppery, creased face. "You 'fraid wolf?" he asked after a moment's pause. "No," replied Hyde truthfully. He knew it was useless to ask questions of his own, though he was eager for information. The other would have told him nothing. It was sheer luck that the man touched on the subject at all, and Hyde realized that his own best role was merely to answer, but to ask no questions. Then suddenly the Indian became comparatively voluble. There was awe in his voice and manner. "Him no wolf, him big medicine wolf, him spirit wolf." Whereupon he drank the tea the other had brewed for him, closed his lips tightly, and said no more. His outline was discernible on the shore, rigid and motionless, an hour later, when Hyde's canoe turned the corner of the lake 3 miles away, and landed to make the portages up the first rapid of his homeward stream. It was Morton who, after some persuasion, supplied further details of what he called the legend. Some 100 years before, the tribe that had lived in the territory beyond the lake began their annual medicine-making ceremonies on the big rocky bluff at the northern end, but no medicine could be made. The spirits, declared the chief medicine-man, would not answer. They were offended. An investigation followed. It was discovered that a young brave had recently killed a wolf, a thing strictly forbidden, since the wolf was the totem animal of the tribe. To make matters worse, the name of the guilty man was Running Wolf. The offence being unpardonable, the man was cursed and driven from the tribe. "Go out, wander alone among the woods, and if we see you, we slay you. Your bones shall be scattered in the forest, and your spirit shall not enter the happy hunting grounds, till one of another race shall find and bury them." Which meant, explained Morton laconically, his only comment on the story, probably forever. The end of Running Wolf by Algernon Blackwood.
The Shunned House by H.P. Lovecraft. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Shunned House. A posthumous story of immense power, written by a master of weird fiction, a tale of a revolting horror in the cellar of an old house in New England. From even the greatest of horrors, irony is seldom absent. Sometimes it enters directly into the composition of the events, while sometimes it relates only to their fortuitous position among persons and places. The latter sort is splendidly exemplified by a case in the ancient city of Providence, where in the late 40s, Edgar Allan Poe used to sojourn often during his unsuccessful wooing of the gifted poetess Mrs. Whitman. Poe generally stopped at the Mansion House in Benefit Street, the renamed Golden Ball Inn, whose roof has sheltered Washington, Jefferson, and Lafayette, and his favorite walk led northward along the same street to Mrs. Whitman's home and the neighborly hillside churchyard at St. John's, whose hidden expanse of 18th century gravestones had for him a peculiar fascination. Now the irony is this. In this walk, so many times repeated, the world's greatest master of the terrible and the bizarre was obliged to pass a particular house on the eastern side of the street, a dingy, antiquated structure perched on the abruptly rising side hill, with a great unkempt yard dating from a time when the region was a partly open country. It does not appear that he ever wrote or spoke of it, nor is there any evidence that he even noticed it. And yet that house, to the two persons in possession of certain information, equals or outranks in horror the wildest fantasy of the genius who so often passed it unknowingly, and stands starkly leering as a symbol of all that is unutterably hideous. And the house was, and for that matter still is, of a kind to attract the attention of the curious. Originally a form or semi-form building, it followed the average New England colonial lines of the middle 18th century, the prosperous peaked roof sort with 2 stories and dormerless attic, and with the Georgian doorway and the interior paneling dictated by the progress of taste at that time. It faced south, with one gable end buried to the lower windows in the eastward rising hill, and the other exposed to the foundations toward the street. Its construction, over a century and a half ago, had followed the grading and straightening of the road in that especial vicinity, for Benefit Street, at first called Back Street, was laid out as a lane winding amongst the graveyards of the first settlers, and straightened only when the removal of the bodies to the North Burial Ground made it decently possible to cut through the old family plots. At the start, the western wall had lain some 20 feet up a precipitous lawn from the roadway, but a widening of the street at about the time of the Revolution sheared off most of the intervening space, exposing the foundations so that a brick basement wall had to be made, giving the deep cellar a street frontage with a door and one window above ground close to the new line of public travel. When the sidewalk was laid out a century ago, the last of the intervening space was removed, and Poe in his walks must have seen a sheer ascent of dull grey brick flush with the sidewalk and surmounted at a height of 10 feet by the antique shingle bulk of the house proper. The farm-like ground extended back very deeply up the hill, almost to Wheaton Street. The space south of the house, abutting on Benefit Street, was of course greatly above the existing sidewalk level, forming a terrace bounded by a high bank wall of damp, mossy stone, pierced by a steep flight of narrow steps which led inward between canyon-like surfaces to the upper region of mangy lawn, roomy brick walks, and neglected gardens whose dismantled cement urns, rusted kettles fallen from tripods of knotty sticks, and similar paraphernalia set off the weather-beaten front door with its broken fanlight, rotting ionic pilasters, and wormy triangular pediment. What I heard in my youth about the Shunned House was merely that people died there in alarmingly great numbers. That, I was told, was why the original owners had moved out some 20 years after building the place. It was plainly unhealthy, perhaps because of the dampness and fungus growths in the cellar, the general sicklish smell, the draughts of the hallways, or the quality of the well and pump water. These things were bad enough, and these were all that gained belief among the persons whom I knew. Only the notebooks of my antiquarian uncle, Dr. Elihu Whipple, revealed to me at length the darker, vaguer surmises which formed an undercurrent of folklore among old-time servants and humble folk. Surmises which never travelled far, and which were largely forgotten when Providence grew to be a metropolis with a shifting modern population. The general fact is that the house was never regarded by the solid part of the community as in any real sense haunted. There were no widespread tales of rattling chains, cold currents of air, extinguished lights, or faces at the window. Extremists sometimes said the house was unlucky, but that is as far as even they went. What was really beyond dispute is that a frightful proportion of persons died there, or more accurately, had died there, since after some peculiar happenings over 60 years ago, the building had become deserted through the sheer impossibility of renting it. These persons were not all cut off suddenly by any one cause. Rather did it seem that their vitality was insidiously sapped, so that each one died the sooner from whatever tendency to weakness he may have naturally had. And those who did not die displayed in varying degree a type of anemia or consumption, and sometimes a decline of the mental faculties, which spoke ill for the salubriousness of the building. Neighbouring houses, it must be added, seemed entirely free from the noxious quality. This much I knew before my insistent questioning led my uncle to show me the notes which finally embarked us both on a hideous investigation. In my childhood, the Shunned House was vacant, with barren, gnarled and terrible old trees, long, queerly pale grass, and nightmarishly misshapen weeds in the high terraced yard where birds never lingered. We boys used to overrun the place, and I can still recall my youthful terror not only at the morbid strangeness of the sinister vegetation, but at the eldritch atmosphere and the odour of the dilapidated house, whose unlocked front door was often entered in quest of shudders. The small paned windows were largely broken, and a nameless air of desolation hung round the precarious panelling, shaky interior shutters, peeling wallpaper, falling plaster, rickety staircases, and such fragments of battered furniture as still remained. The dust and cobwebs added their touch of the fearful, and brave indeed was the boy who would voluntarily ascend the ladder to the attic, a vast raftered length lighted only by small blinking windows in the gable end and filled with a massed wreckage of chests, chairs, and spinning wheels, which infinite years of deposit had shrouded and festooned into monstrous and hellish shapes. But after all, the attic was not the most terrible part of the house. It was a dank, humid cellar which sometimes exerted the strongest repulsion on us, even though it was wholly above ground on the street side, with only a thin door and window-pierced brick wall to separate it from the busy sidewalk. We scarcely knew whether to haunt it in spectral fascination or to shun it for the sake of our souls and our sanity. For one thing, the bad odour of the house was strongest there, and for another thing, we did not like the white fungus growth which occasionally sprang up in rainy summer weather from the hard earth floor. Those fungi, grotesquely like the vegetation in the yard outside, were truly horrible in their outlines, detestable parodies of toadstools and Indian pipes, whose like we had never seen in any other situation. They rotted quickly, and at one stage became slightly phosphorescent, so that nocturnal passers-by sometimes spoke of witch fires glowing behind the broken panes of the fetor-spreading windows. We never, even in our wildest Halloween moods, visited this cellar by night, but in some of our daytime visits could detect the phosphorescence, especially when the day was dark and wet. There was also a subtler thing we often thought we detected, a very strange thing which was, however, merely suggestive at most. I refer to a sort of cloudy whitish pattern on the dirt floor, a vague shifting deposit of mould or nither, which we sometimes thought we could trace amongst the sparse fungus growths near the huge fireplace of the basement kitchen. Once in a while it struck us that this patch bore an uncanny resemblance to a doubled-up human figure, though generally no such kinship existed, and often there was no whitish deposit whatever. On a certain rainy afternoon, when this illusion seemed phenomenally strong, and when, in addition, I had fancied I glimpsed a kind of thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation rising from the nitrous pattern toward the yawning fireplace, I spoke to my uncle about the matter. He smiled at this odd conceit, but it seemed that his smile was tinged with reminiscence. Later, I heard that a similar notion entered into some of the wild ancient tales of the common folk, a notion likewise alluding to ghoulish, wolfish shapes taken by smoke from the great chimney, and queer counts assumed by certain of the sinuous tree roots that thrust their way into the cellar through the loose foundation stones. 2. Not till my adult years did my uncle set before me the notes and data which he had collected concerning the Shunned House. Dr. Whipple was a sane, conservative physician of the old school, and for all his interest in the place was not eager to encourage young thoughts towards the abnormal. His own view, postulating simply a building and location of markedly unsanitary qualities, had nothing to do with the abnormality. But he realized that the very picturesqueness which aroused his own interest would in a boy's fanciful mind take on all manner of gruesome imaginative associations. The doctor was a bachelor, a white-haired, clean-shaven, old-fashioned gentleman, and a local historian of note, who had often broken a lance with such controversial guardians of tradition as Sidney S. Ryder and Thomas W. Bicknell. He lived with one manservant in a Georgian homestead with knocker and iron-railed steps, balanced eerily on the steep ascent of North Court Street beside the ancient brick court and colony house, where his grandfather, a cousin of that celebrated privateersman Captain Whipple, who burnt His Majesty's armed schooner Gaspee in 1772, had voted in the legislature on May 4, 1776, for the independence of the Rhode Island colony. Around him, in the damp, low-ceiled library with the musty white paneling, heavy carved overmantel, and small-paned wine-shaped windows, were the relics and records of his ancient family, among which were many dubious allusions to the Shunned House in Benefit Street. That pest spot lies not far distant, for Benefit runs ledgewise just above the courthouse along the precipitous hill up which the first settlement climbed. When, in the end, my insistent pestering and maturing years evoked from my uncle the hoarded lore I sought, they lay before me a strange enough chronicle, long-winded, statistical, and drearily genealogical as some of the matter was. There ran through it a continuous thread of brooding, tenacious horror and preternatural malevolence which impressed me even more than it had impressed the good doctor. Separate events fitted together uncannily, and seemingly irrelevant details held mines of hideous possibilities. A new and burning curiosity grew in me, compared to which my boyish curiosity was feeble and inchoate. The first revelation led to an exhaustive research, and finally to that shuddering quest which proved so disastrous to myself and mine. For at last my uncle insisted on joining the search I had commenced, and after a certain night in that house he did not come away with me. I am lonely without the gentle soul whose long years were filled only with honor, virtue, good taste, benevolence, and learning. I have reared a marble urn to his memory in St. John's churchyard, the place that Paul loved, the hidden grove of giant willows on the hill, where tombs and headstones huddle quietly between the hoary bulk of the church and the houses and bank walls of Benefit Street. The history of the house, opening amidst a maze of dates, revealed no trace of the sinister either about its construction or about the prosperous and honorable family who built it. Yet, from the first, a taint of calamity, soon increased to boding significance, was apparent. My uncle's carefully compiled record began with the building of the structure in 1763 and followed the theme with an unusual amount of detail. The Shunned House, it seems, was first inhabited by William Harris and his wife Robbie Dexter, with their children Elkanah, born in 1755, Abigail, born in 1757, William Jr., born in 1759, and Ruth, born in 1761. Harris was a substantial merchant and seaman in the West India trade, connected with the firm of Obadiah Brown and his nephews. After Brown's death in 1761, the new firm of Nicholas Brown and Company made him master of the brig Providence built of 120 tons, thus enabling him to erect the new homestead he had desired ever since his marriage. The site he had chosen, a recently straightened part of the new and fashionable back street, which ran along the side of the hill above crowded Cheapside, was all that could be wished, and the building did justice to the location. It was the best that moderate means could afford, and Harris hastened to move in before the birth of a fifth child, which the family expected. The child, a boy, came in December, but was stillborn. Nor was any child to be born alive in that house for a century and a half. The next April, sickness occurred among the children, and Abigail and Ruth died before the month was over. Dr. Joe Boyvis diagnosed the trouble as some infantile fever, though others declared it was more of a mere wasting away or decline. It seemed, in any event, to be contagious, for Hannah Bowen, one of the two servants, died of it in the following June. Ellie Lidison, The other servant constantly complained of weakness, and would have returned to his father's farm in Rehoboth but for a sudden attachment for Mehitable Pierce, who was hired to succeed Hannah. He died the next year, a sad year indeed, since it marked the death of William Harris himself, enfeebled as he was by the climate of Martinique, where his occupation had kept him for considerable periods during the preceding decade. The widowed Robbie Harris never recovered from the shock of her husband's death, and the passing of her firstborn Elkanah 2 years later was a final blow to her reason. In 1768, she fell victim to a mild form of insanity and was therefore confined to the upper part of the house. Her elder maiden sister, Mercy Dexter, having moved in to take charge of the family. Mercy was a plain, raw-boned woman of great strength, but her health visibly declined from the time of her advent. She was greatly devoted to her unfortunate sister and had an especial affection for her only surviving nephew, William, who, from a sturdy infant, had become a sickly, spindling lad. In this year, the servant Mehitable died, and the other servant, Preserved Smith, left without coherent explanation, or at least with only some wild tales and a complaint that he disliked the smell of the place. For a time, Mercy could secure no more help, since the 7 deaths and case of madness, all occurring within 5 years' space, had begun to set in motion the body of fireside rumor, which later became so bizarre. Ultimately, however, she obtained new servants from out of town. Anne White, a morose woman from that part of North Kingstown, now set off as the township of Exeter, and a capable Boston man named Zenas Lowe. It was Anne White who first gave definite shape to the sinister idle talk. Mercy should have known better than to hire anyone from the Nooseneck Hill country, for that remote bit of backwoods was then, as now, a seat of the most uncomfortable superstitions. As lately as 1892, an Exeter community exhumed a dead body and ceremoniously burnt its heart in order to prevent certain alleged visitations injurious to the public health and peace, and one may imagine the point of view of the same section in 1768. Anne's tongue was perniciously active, and within a few months Mercy discharged her, filling her place with the faithful and amiable Amazon from Newport, Maria Robbins. Meanwhile, poor Robbie Harris, in a madness, gave voice to dreams and imaginings of the most hideous sort. At times, her screams became insupportable, and for long periods she would utter shrieking horrors which necessitated her son's temporary residence with his cousin, Peleg Harris, in Presbyterian Lane, near the new college building. The boy would seem to improve after these visits, and had Mercy been as wise as she had been well-meaning, she would have let him live permanently with Peleg. Just what Mrs. Harris cried out in her fits of violence, tradition hesitates to say, or rather present such extravagant accounts that they nullify themselves through sheer absurdity. Certainly it sounds absurd to hear that a woman educated only in the rudiments of French often shouted for arts in a coarse and idiomatic form of that language, or that the same person, alone and guarded, complained widely of a staring thing which bit and chewed at her. In 1772, the servant Zenas died, and when Mrs. Harris heard of it, she laughed with a shocking delight utterly foreign to her. The next year, she herself died, and was laid to rest in the North Burial Ground beside her husband. Upon the outbreak of trouble with Great Britain in 1775, William Harris, despite his scant 16 years and feeble constitution, managed to enlist in the Army of Observation under General Greene, and from that time on enjoyed a steady rise in health and prestige. In 1780, as a captain in the Rhode Island forces in New Jersey under Colonel Angel, he met and married Phoebe Hetfield of Elizabethtown, whom he brought to Providence upon his honorable discharge in the following year. The young soldier's return was not a thing of unmitigated happiness. The house, it is true, was still in good condition, and the street had been widened and changed in name from Back Street to Benefit Street. But Mercy Dexter's once robust frame had undergone a sad and curious decay, so that she was now a stooped and pathetic figure with hollow voice and disconcerting pallor, qualities shared to a singular degree by the one remaining servant, Maria. In the autumn of 1782, Phoebe Harris gave birth to a stillborn daughter, and on the 15th of the next May, Mercy Dexter took leave of a useful, austere, and virtuous life. William Harris, at last thoroughly convinced of the radically unhealthful nature of his abode, now took steps toward quitting it and closing it forever. Securing temporary quarters for himself and his wife at the newly opened Golden Ball Inn, he arranged for the building of a new and finer house in Westminster Street, in the growing part of the town across the Great Bridge. There, in 1785, his son Duty was born, and there, the family dwelt till the encroachments of commerce drove them back across the river and over the hill to Angel Street in the newer East Side residence district, where the late Archer Harris built a sumptuous but hideous French-roofed mansion in 1876. William and Phoebe both succumbed to the yellow fever epidemic of 1797, but duty was brought up by his cousin Rathbone Harris, Peleg's son. Rathbone was a practical man and rented the Benefit Street house despite William's wish to keep it vacant. He considered it an obligation to his ward to make the most of all the boy's property, nor did he concern himself with the deaths and illnesses which caused so many changes of tenants or the steadily growing aversion with which the house was generally regarded. It is likely that he felt only vexation when in 1804 the town council ordered him to fumigate the place with sulphur, tar and gum camphor on account of the much discussed death of 4 persons, presumably caused by the then diminishing fever epidemic. They said the place had a febrile smell. Duty himself thought little of the house, for he grew up to be a privateer's man and served with distinction on the Vigilant under Captain Calhoun in the War of 1812. He returned unharmed, married in 1814, and became a father on that memorable night of 23rd September 1815, when a great gale drove the waters of the bay over half the town and floated a tall sloop well up Westminster Street, so that its mast almost tapped the Harris window in symbolic affirmation that the new boy, Welcome, was a seaman's son. Welcome did not survive his father, but lived to perish gloriously at Fredericksburg in 1862. Neither he nor his son Archer knew of the Shunned House, as other than a nuisance almost impossible to rent, perhaps on account of the mustiness and sickly odor of unkempt old age. Indeed, it never was rented after a series of deaths culminating in 1861, which the excitement of the war tended to throw into obscurity. Carrington Harris, the last of the main line, knew it only as a deserted and somewhat picturesque center of legend until I told him my experience. He had meant to tear it down and build an apartment house on the site, but after my account decided to let it stand, install plumbing and rent it. Nor has he yet had any difficulty in obtaining tenants. The horror was gone. 3. It may well be imagined how powerfully I was affected by the annals of the Harrises. In this continuous record, there seemed to me to brood a persistent evil beyond anything in nature as I had known it, an evil clearly connected with the house and not with the family. This impression was confirmed by Uncle's less systematic array of miscellaneous data, legends transcribed from servant gossip, cuttings from the papers, copies of death certificates by fellow physicians, and the like. All of this material I cannot hope to give, for my uncle was a tireless antiquarian and very deeply interested in the Shunned House, but I may refer to several dominant points which earn notice by their recurrence through many reports from diverse sources. For example, the servant gossip was practically unanimous in attributing to the fungus and malodorous cellar of the house a vast supremacy in evil influence. There had been servants, Anne White especially, who would not use the cellar kitchen, and at least 3 well-defined legends bore upon the queer quasi-human or diabolic outlines assumed by tree roots and patches of mold in that region. These latter narratives interested me profoundly on account of what I had seen in my boyhood, but I felt that most of the significance had in each case been largely obscured by additions from the common stock of local ghost lore. Anne White, with Exeter superstition, had promulgated the most extravagant and at the same time most consistent tale, alleging that there must lie buried beneath the house one of those vampires, the dead who retain their bodily form and live on the blood or breath of the living, whose hideous legions send their preying shapes or spirits abroad by night. To destroy a vampire, one must, the grandmothers say, exhume it and burn its heart, or at least drive a stake through that organ. And Anne's dogged insistence on a search under the cellar had been prominent in bringing about a discharge. Her tales, however, commanded a wide audience, and were the more readily accepted because the house indeed stood on land once used for burial purposes. To me, their interest depended less on this circumstance than on the peculiarly appropriate way in which they dovetailed with certain other things, the complaint of the departing servant, Preserved Smith, who had preceded Anne and never heard of her, that something sucked his breath at night, the death certificates of the fever victims of 1804 issued by Dr. Chad Hopkins, and showing the 4 deceased persons all unaccountably lacking in blood, and the obscure passages of poor Roby Harris's ravings, where she complained of the sharp teeth of a glassy-eyed, half-visible presence. Free from unwarranted superstition though I am, these things produced in me an odd sensation which was intensified by a pair of widely separated newspaper cuttings relating to deaths in the Shunned House, one from the Provident Gazette and Country Journal of April 12, 1815, and the other from the Daily Transcript and Chronicle of October 27, 1845, each of which detailed an appallingly grisly circumstance whose duplication was remarkable. It seemed that in both instances the dying person, in 1815, a gentle old lady named Stafford, and in 1845 a schoolteacher of middle age named Eliza Durfee, became transfigured in a horrible way, glaring glassily and attempting to bite the throat of the attending physician. Even more puzzling, though, was the final case which put an end to the renting of the house, a series of anemia deaths preceded by progressive madness, wherein the patient would craftily attempt the lives of his relatives by incisions in the neck or wrist. This was in 1860 and 1861, when my uncle had just begun his medical practice, and before leaving for the front, he heard much of it from his elder professional colleagues. The really inexplicable thing was the way in which the victims, ignorant people for the ill-smelling and widely shunned house, could now be rented to no others, would babble maledictions in French, a language they could not possibly have studied to any extent. It made one think of poor Robbie Harris nearly a century before, and so moved my uncle that he commenced collecting historical data on the house after listening some time subsequent to his return from the war to the first-hand account of Doctors Chase and Whitmarsh. Indeed, I could see that my uncle had thought deeply on the subject, and that he was glad of my own interest, an open-minded and sympathetic interest which enabled him to discuss with me matters at which others would merely have laughed. His fancy had not gone so far as mine, but he felt that the place was rare in its imaginative potentialities and worthy of note as an inspiration in the field of the grotesque and macabre. For my part, I was disposed to take the whole subject with profound seriousness, and began at once not only to review the evidence, but to accumulate as much more as I could. I talked with the elderly Archer Harris, then owner of the house, many times before his death in 1916, and obtained from him and his still surviving maiden sister Alice an authentic corroboration of all the family data my uncle had collected. When, however, I asked them what connection the French or its language the house could have, they confessed themselves as frankly baffled and ignorant as I. Archer knew nothing, and all that Miss Harris could say was that an old allusion her grandfather, Duty Harris, had heard of might have shed a little light. The old seaman, who had survived his son Welcome's death in battle by 2 years, had not himself known the legend, but recalled that his earliest nurse, the ancient Maria Robbins, seemed darkly aware of something that might have lent a weird significance to the French raving of Robbie Harris, which she had so often heard during the last days of that hapless woman. Maria had been at the Shunned House from 1769 till the removal of the family in 1783, and had seen Mercy Dexter die. Once she hinted to the child Duty of somewhat peculiar circumstance in Mercy's last moments, but he had soon forgotten all about it, save that it was something peculiar. The granddaughter, moreover, recalled even this much with difficulty. She and her brother were not so much interested in the house as was Archer's son Carrington, the present owner, with whom I talked after my experience. Having exhausted the Harris family of all the information it could furnish, I turned my attention to early town records and deeds with a zeal more penetrating than that which my uncle had occasionally shown in the same work. What I wished was a comprehensive history of the site from its very settlement in 1636, or even before, if any Narragansett Indian legend could be unearthed to supply the data. I found at the start that the land had been part of the long strip of home lot granted originally to John Throckmorton, one of many similar strips beginning at the town street beside the river and extending up over the hill to a line roughly corresponding with the modern Hope Street. The Throckmorton lot had later, of course, been much subdivided, and I became very assiduous in tracing that section through which Back or Benefit Street was later run. It had, as rumour indeed said, been the Throckmorton graveyard. But I examined the records more carefully. I found that the graves had all been transferred at an early date to the North Burial Ground on the Pawtucket West Road. Then suddenly I came, by a rare piece of chance, since it was not in the main body of records and might easily have been missed, upon something which aroused my keenest eagerness, fitting in, as it did, with several of the queerest phases of the affair. It was a record of a lease in 1697 of a small tract of ground to an Etienne Rolette and wife. At last, the French element had appeared. That and another deeper element of horror which the name conjured up from the darkest recesses of my weird and heterogeneous reading, and I feverishly studied the plating of the locality as it had been before the cutting through and partial straightening of the back street between 1747 and 1758. I found what I had half expected, that where the Shunned House now stood, the Roulettes had laid out their graveyard behind a one-story and attic cottage, and that no record of any transfer of graves existed. The document, indeed, ended in much confusion, and I was forced to ransack both the Rhode Island Historical Society and Shepley Library before I could find a local door which the name of Etienne Roulette could unlock. In the end, I did find something of such vague but monstrous import that I set about at once to examine the cellar of the Shunned House itself with a new and excited minuteness. The Roulettes, it seemed, had come in 1696 from East Greenwich down the west shore of Narragansett Bay. They were Huguenots from Cod and had encountered much opposition before the Providence selectmen allowed them to settle in the town. Unpopularity had dogged them in East Greenwich, whither they had come in 1686 after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, and rumour said that the cause of dislike extended beyond mere racial and national prejudice or the land disputes which involved other French settlers with the English in rivalries which not even Governor Andros could quell. But their ardent Protestantism, too ardent, some whispered, and their evident distress when virtually driven from the village down the bay, had no the sympathy of the town fathers. Here the strangers had been granted a haven, and the swarthy Etienne Roulette, less apt at agriculture than at reading queer books and drawing queer diagrams, was given a clerical post in warehouse at Pardon Tillingshaft's wharf, far south in Town Street. There had, however, been a riot of some sort later on, perhaps 40 years later, after old Roulette's death, and no one seemed to hear of the family after that. For a century and more, it appeared that Roulettes had been well remembered and frequently discussed as vivid incidents in the quiet life of New England's seaport. Etienne's son Paul, a surly fellow, whose erratic conduct had probably provoked a riot which wiped out the family, was particularly a source of speculation, and though Providence never shared the witchcraft panics of her Puritan neighbors, it was freely intimated by old wives that his prayers were neither uttered at the proper time nor directed toward the proper object. All this had undoubtedly formed the basis of the legend known by old Maria Robbins. What relation it had to the French ravings of Roby Harris and other inhabitants of the Shunned House, imagination or future discovery alone could determine. I wondered how many of those who had known the legends realized that additional link with the terrible which my wider reading had given me. That ominous item in the annals of morbid horror which tells of the creature Jacques Roulette of Cod, who in 1598 was condemned to death as a demoniac, but afterwards saved from the stake by the Paris Parliament and shut in a madhouse. He had been found covered with blood and shreds of flesh in a wood shortly after the killing and branding of a boy by a pair of wolves. One wolf was seen to lope away unhurt. Surely a pretty hard-side tale with a queer significance as to name and place. But I decided that the Providence gossips could not have generally known of it. Had they known, the coincidence of names would have brought some drastic and frightened action. Indeed, might not its limited whispering have precipitated the final riot which erased the Roulettes from the town? I now visited the accursed place with increased frequency, studying the unwholesome vegetation of the garden, examining all the walls of the building, and poring over every inch of the earthen cellar floor. Finally, with Carrington Harris's permission, I fitted a key to the disused door opening from the cellar directly upon Benefit Street, preferring to leave a more immediate access to the outside world than the dark stairs, ground floor hall, and front door could give. There, where morbidity lurked most thickly, I searched and poked during long afternoons when the sunlight filtered in through the cobwebbed above-ground windows, and a sense of security glowed from the unlocked door which placed me only a few feet from the placid sidewalk outside. Nothing new rewarded my efforts, only the same depressing mustiness and faint suggestions of noxious odors and nitrous outlines on the floor, and I fancy that many pedestrians must have watched me curiously through the broken panes. At length, upon a suggestion of my uncle's, I decided to try the spot nocturnally, and one stormy midnight ran the beams of an electric torch over the mouldy floor with its uncanny shapes and distorted half-phosphorescent fungi. The place had dispirited me curiously that evening, and I was almost prepared when I saw, or thought I saw, amidst the whitest deposits, a particularly sharp definition of the huddled form I had suspected from boyhood. Its clearness was astonishing and unprecedented, and as I watched, I seemed to see again the thin, yellowish, shimmering exhalation which had startled me on that rainy afternoon so many years before. Above the anthropomorphic patch of mold by the fireplace, it rose. A subtle, sickish, almost luminous vapor, which, as it hung trembling in the dampness, seemed to develop vague and shocking suggestions of form, gradually trailing off into nebulous decay and passing up into the blackness of the great chimney with the feta in its wake. It was truly horrible, and the more so to me because of what I knew of the spot. Refusing to flee, I watched it fade, and as I watched, I felt that it was in turn watching me greedily with eyes more imaginable than visible. When I told my uncle about it, he was greatly aroused, and after a tense hour of reflection, arrived at a definite and drastic decision. Weighing in his mind the importance of the matter and the significance of our relation to it, he insisted that we both test and if possible destroy the horror of the house by a joint night or nights of aggressive vigil in that musty and fungus-cursed cellar. 4. On Wednesday, June 25, 1919, after a proper notification of Carrington Harris, which did not include surmises as to what we expected to find, my uncle and I conveyed to the Shunned House 2 camp chairs and a folding camp cot, together with some scientific mechanism of greater weight and intricacy. These we placed in the cellar during the day, screening the windows with paper and planning to return in the evening for our first vigil. We had locked the door from the cellar to the ground floor, and having a key to the outside cellar door, we were prepared to leave our expensive and delicate apparatus, which we had obtained secretly and at great cost, as many days as our vigils might be protracted. It was our design to sit up together till very late, and then watch singly till dawn in 2-hour stretches, myself first, and then my companion, the inactive member, resting on the cot. The natural leadership with which my uncle procured the instruments from the laboratories of Brown University and the Cranston Street Armory and instinctively assumed direction of a venture was a marvelous commentary on the potential vitality and resilience of a man of 81. Elihu Whipple had lived according to the hygienic laws he had preached as a physician, and but for what happened later, would be here in full vigor today. Only 2 persons suspected what did happen, Carrington Harris and myself. I had to tell Harris because he owned the house and deserved to know what had gone out of it. Then too, we had spoken to him in advance of our quest, and I felt after my uncle's going that he would understand and assist me in some vitally necessary public explanations. He turned very pale, but agreed to help me and decided that it would now be safe to rent the house. To declare that we were not nervous on that rainy night of watching would be an exaggeration both gross and ridiculous. We were not, as I have said, in any sense childishly superstitious, but scientific study and reflection had taught us that the known universe of 3 dimensions embraces the merest fraction of the whole cosmos of substance and energy. In this case, an overwhelming preponderance of evidence from numerous authentic sources pointed to the tenacious existence of certain forces of great power and, so far as human point of view is concerned, exceptional malignancy. To say that we actually believed in vampires or werewolves would be a carelessly inclusive statement. Rather must it be said that we were not prepared to deny the possibility of certain unfamiliar and unclassified modifications of vital force and attenuated matter, existing very infrequently in 3-dimensional space because of its more intimate connection with other spatial units, yet close enough to the boundary of our own to furnish us occasional manifestations which we, for lack of a proper vantage point, may never hope to understand. In short, it seemed to my uncle and me that an incontrovertible array of facts pointed to some lingering influence in the Shunned House, traceable to one or another of the ill-favored French settlers of 2 centuries before, and still operative through rare and unknown laws of atomic and electronic motion. That the family of Roulette had possessed an abnormal affinity for outer circles of entity, dark spheres which for normal folk hold only repulsion and terror, their recorded history seemed to prove. Had not then the rites of those bygone 1730s set moving certain kinetic patterns in the morbid brain of one or more of them, notably the sinister Paul Roulette, which obscurely survived the bodies murdered and buried by the mob and continued to function in some multiple dimension space along the original lines of force determined by a frantic hatred of the encroaching community? Such a thing was surely not a physical or biochemical impossibility in the light of a newer science which includes the theories of relativity and intra-atomic action. One might easily imagine an alien nucleus of substance or energy, formless or otherwise, kept alive by imperceptible or immaterial subtractions from the life force or bodily tissue and fluids of other and more palpably living things into which it penetrates and with whose fabric it sometimes completely merges itself. It might be actively hostile, or it might be dictated merely by blind motives of self-preservation. In any case, such a monster must of necessity be in our scheme of things an anomaly and an intruder whose extirpation forms a primary duty with every man and not an enemy to the world's life, health, and sanity. What baffled us was our utter ignorance of the aspect in which we might encounter the thing. No sane person had ever seen it, and few had ever felt it definitely. It might be pure energy, a form ethereal and outside the realm of substance, or it might be partly material, some unknown and equivocal mass of plasticity capable of changing at will to nebulous approximations of the solid, liquid, gaseous, or tenuously unparticled states. The anthropomorphic patch of mold on the floor, the form of the yellowish vapor, and the curvature of the tree roots in some of the old tales all argued at least a remote and reminiscent connection with the human shape. But how representative or permanent that similarity might be, none could say with any kind of certainty. We had devised two weapons to fight it, a large and specially fitted Crookes tube operated by powerful storage batteries and provided with peculiar screens and reflectors in case it proved intangible and opposable only by vigorously destructive ether radiations, and a pair of military flamethrowers of the sort used in the World War in case it proved partly material and susceptible of mechanical destruction. For like the superstitious Exeter rustics, we were prepared to burn the thing's heart out if heart existed to burn. All this aggressive mechanism we set in the cellar in positions carefully arranged with reference to the cot and chairs and to the spot before the fireplace where the mold had taken strange shapes. That suggestive patch, by the way, was only faintly visible when we placed the furniture and instruments and when we returned that evening for the actual vigil. For a moment I half doubted that I had ever seen it in the more definitely limned form, but then I thought of the legends. Our cellar vigil began at 10 p.m. daylight saving time, and as it continued we found no promise of pertinent developments. A weak filtered glow from the rain-harassed street lamps outside and a feeble phosphorescence from the detestable fungi within showed the dripping stones of the walls from which all traces of whitewash had vanished, the dank, fetid, and mildew-tainted hard earth floor with its obscene fungi, the rotting remains of what had been stools, chairs, and tables and other more shapeless furniture, the heavy planks and massive beams of the ground floor overhead, the decrepit plank door leading to bins and chambers beneath other parts of the house, the crumbling stone staircase with the ruined wooden handrail, and the crude and cavernous fireplace of blackened brick where rusted iron fragments revealed the past presence of hooks, andirons, spit crane, and a door to the Dutch oven. These things and our austere cot and camp chairs and the heavy and intricate destructive machinery we had brought. We had, as in my own former explorations, left the door to the street unlocked, so that a direct and practical path of escape might lie open in case of manifestations beyond our power to deal with. It was our idea that our continued nocturnal presence would call forth whatever malign entity lurked there, and that being prepared, we could dispose of the thing with one or the other of our provided means as soon as we had recognized and observed it sufficiently. How long it might require to evoke and extinguish the thing, we had no notion. It occurred to us, too, that our venture was far from safe, for in what strength the thing might appear, no one could tell. But we deemed the game worth the hazard, and embarked on it alone and unhesitatingly, conscious that the seeking of outside aid would only expose us to ridicule and perhaps defeat our entire purpose. Such was our frame of mind as we talked far into night, till my uncle's growing drowsiness made me remind him to lie down for his 2 hours' sleep. Something like fear chilled me as I sat there in the small hours alone. I say alone, for one who sits by a sleeper is indeed alone, perhaps more alone than he can realize. My uncle breathed heavily, his deep inhalations and exhalations accompanied by the rain outside and punctuated by another nerve-wracking sound of distant dripping water within, for the house was repulsively damp even in dry weather, and in the storm positively swamp-like. I studied the loose, antique masonry of the wall in the fungus light and the feeble rays which stole in from the street through the screened window. And once, when the noisome atmosphere of the place seemed about to sicken me, I opened the door and looked up and down the street, feasting my eyes on familiar sights and my nostrils on wholesome air. Still nothing occurred to reward my watching, and I yawned repeatedly, fatigue getting the better of apprehension. Then the stirring of my uncle in his sleep attracted my notice. He had turned restlessly on the cot several times during the latter half of first hour, but now he was breathing with unusual irregularity, occasionally heaving a sigh which held more than a few of the qualities of a choking moan. I turned my electric flashlight on him and found his face averted. So, rising and crossing to the other side of the cot, I again flashed the light to see if he seemed in any pain. What I saw unnerved me most surprisingly, considering its relative triviality. It must have been merely the association of any odd circumstance with the sinister nature of our location and mission, for surely the circumstance was not in itself frightful or unnatural. It was merely that my uncle's facial expression, disturbed no doubt by the strange dreams which our situation prompted, betrayed considerable agitation, and seemed not at all characteristic of him. His habitual expression was one of kindly and well-bred calm, whereas now a variety of emotions seemed struggling within him. I think, on the whole, that it was this variety which chiefly disturbed me. My uncle, as he gasped and tossed in increasing perturbation, and the eyes that had now started open, seemed not one but many men, and suggested a curious quality of alienation from himself. All at once he commenced to mutter, and I did not like the look of his mouth and teeth as he spoke. The words were at first indistinguishable, and then, with a tremendous start, I recognized something about them which filled me with icy fear till I recalled the breadth of my uncle's education and the interminable translations he had made from anthropological and antiquarian articles in the Revue des Démons. For the venerable Elihu Whipple was muttering in French, and the few phrases I could distinguish seemed connected with the darkest myths he had ever adapted from the famous Paris magazine. Suddenly a perspiration broke out on the sleeper's forehead, and he leaped abruptly up, half awake. The jumble of French changed to cry in English, and the hoarse voice shouted excitedly, "My breath! My breath!" Then the awakening became complete, and with the subsidence of facial expression to the normal state, my uncle seized my hand and began to relate to a dream whose nucleus of significance I could only surmise with a kind of awe. He had, he said, floated off from a very ordinary series of dream pictures into a scene whose strangeness was related to nothing he had ever read. It was of this world, and yet not of it. A shadowy geometrical confusion in which could be seen elements of familiar things in most unfamiliar and perturbing combinations. There was a suggestion of queerly disordered pictures superimposed one upon another, an arrangement in which the essentials of time as well as of space seemed dissolved and mixed in the most illogical fashion. In this kaleidoscopic vortex of phantasmal images were occasional snapshots, if one may use the term, of singular clearness but unaccountable heterogeneity. Once my uncle thought he lay in a carelessly dug-open pit with a crowd of angry faces framed by straggling locks and three-cornered hats frowning down on him. Again, he seemed to be in the interior of a house, an old house apparently, but the details and inhabitants were constantly changing, and he could never be certain of the faces or the furniture or even of the room itself, since doors and windows seemed in just as great a state of flux as the presumably more mobile objects. It was queer, damnably queer, and my uncle spoke almost sheepishly, as if half expecting not to be believed, when he declared that of the strange faces many had unmistakably borne the features of the Harris family. And all the while there was a personal sensation of choking, as if some pervasive presence had spread itself through his body and sought to possess itself of his vital processes. I shuddered at the thought of those vital processes, worn as they were by 81 years of continuous functioning, in conflict with unknown forces of which the youngest and strongest system might well be afraid. But another moment reflected that dreams are only dreams, and that these uncomfortable visions could be at most no more than my uncle's reaction to the investigations and expectations which had lately filled the minds to the exclusion of all else. Conversation also soon tended to dispel my sense of strangeness, and in time I yielded to my yawns and took my turn at slumber. My uncle seemed now very wakeful and welcomed his period of watching, even though the nightmare had aroused him far ahead of his allotted 2 hours. Sleep seized me quickly, and I was at once haunted with dreams of the most disturbing kind. I felt in my visions a cosmic and abysmal loneliness, with hostility surging from all sides upon some prison where I lay confined. I seemed bound and gagged and taunted by the echoing yells of distant multitudes who thirsted for my blood. My uncle's face came to me with less pleasant association than in waking hours, and I recall many futile struggles and attempts to scream. It was not a pleasant sleep, and for a second I was not sorry for the echoing shriek which clove through the barriers of dream and flung me to a startled awakeness in which every actual object before my eyes stood out with more than natural clearness and reality. 5. I had been lying with my face away from my uncle's chair, so that in the sudden flash of awakening I only saw the door to the street, the window, and the wall and floor and ceiling toward the north of the room, all photographed with morbid vividness on my brain in a light brighter than the glow of the fungi or the rays from the street outside. It was not a strong, or even a fairly strong light, certainly not nearly strong enough to read an average book by, but it cast a shadow of myself and the cot on the floor, and had a yellowish penetrating force that hinted at things more potent than luminosity. This I perceived with unhealthy sharpness, despite the fact that 2 of my other senses were violently assailed. For on my ears rang the reverberations of the shocking scream, while my nostrils revolted at the stench which filled the place. My mind, as alert as my senses, recognized the gravely unusual, and almost automatically I leaped up and turned about to grasp the destructive instruments which we had left trained on the mouldy spot before the fireplace. As I turned, I dreaded what I was to see, for the scream had been in my uncle's voice, and I knew not against what menace I should have to defend him and myself. Yet, after all, the sight was worse than I had dreaded. There are horrors beyond horrors, and this was one of those nuclei of all dreamable hideousness which the cosmos saves to blast an accursed and unhappy few. Out of the fungus-ridden earth steamed up a vaporous corpse-light, yellow and diseased, which bubbled and lapped to a gigantic height in vague outlines, half human and half monstrous, through which I could see the chimney and fireplace beyond. It was all eyes, wolfish and mocking, and the rugose insect-like head dissolved at the top to a thin stream of mist which curled putridly about and finally vanished up the chimney. I say that I saw this thing, but it is only in conscious retrospection that I ever definitely traced its damnable approach to form. At the time, it was to me only a seething, dimly phosphorescent cloud of fungus loathsomeness, enveloping and dissolving to an abhorrent plasticity the one object on which all my attention was focused. The object was my uncle, the venerable Elihu Whipple, who, with blackening and decaying features, leered and gibbered at me, and reached out dripping claws to rend me in the fury which this horror had brought. It was a sense of routine which kept me from going mad. I had drilled myself in preparation for the crucial moment, and blind training saved me. Recognizing the bubbling evil as no substance reachable by matter or material chemistry, and therefore ignoring the flamethrower which loomed on my left, I threw on the current of Crookes' tube apparatus and focused toward the scene of immortal blasphemousness, the strongest ether radiations which man's art can arouse from the spaces and fluids of nature. There was a bluish haze and a frenzied sputtering, and the yellowish phosphorescence grew dimmer to my eyes. But I saw the dimness was only that of contrast, and that the waves from the machine had no effect whatever. Then, in the midst of that demoniac spectacle, I saw a fresh horror which brought cries to my lips and sent me fumbling and staggering toward that unlocked door to the quiet street, careless of what abnormal terrors I loosed upon the world, or what thoughts or judgments of men I brought down upon my head. In that dim blend of blue and yellow, the form of my uncle had commenced a nauseous liquefaction whose essence eludes all description, and in which there played across his vanishing face such changes of identity as only madness can conceive. He was at once a devil and a multitude, a charnel house and a pageant. Lit by the mixed and uncertain beams, that gelatinous face assumed a dozen, a score, 100 aspects, grinning as it sank to the ground on a body that melted like tallow in the caricatured likeness of legions strange and yet not strange. I saw the features of the hardest line, masculine and feminine, adult and infantile, and other features old and young, coarse and refined, familiar and unfamiliar. For a second, there flashed a degraded counterfeit of a miniature of poor mad Robbie Harris that I had seen in the School of Design Museum, and another time I thought I caught the raw-boned image of Mercy Dexter as I recalled her from a painting in Carrington Harris's house. It was frightful beyond conception. Toward the last, when a curious blend of servant and baby visages flickered close to the fungus floor where a pool of greenish grease was spreading, it seemed as though the shifting features fought against themselves and strove to form contours like those of my uncle's kindly face. I like to think that he existed at that moment and that he tried to bid me farewell. It seemed to me I hiccuped a farewell from my own parched throat as I lurched out into the street, a thin stream of grease following me through the door to the rain-drenched sidewalk. The rest is shadowy and monstrous. There was no one in the soaking street, and in all the world there was no one I dared tell. I walked aimlessly south past College Hill and the Athenaeum, down Hopkins Street, and over the bridge to the business section, where tall buildings seemed to guard me as modern material things guard the world from ancient and unwholesome wonder. Then grey dawn unfolded wetly from the east, silhouetting the archaic hill and its venerable steeples, and beckoning me to the place where my terrible work was still unfinished. And in the end, I went, wet, hatless, and dazed in the morning light, and entered that awful door in Benefit Street, which I had left ajar, and which still swung cryptically in full sight of the early householders to whom I dare not speak. The grease was gone, for the mouldy floor was porous, and in front of the fireplace was no vestige of the giant doubled-up form traced in nitta. I looked at the cot, the chairs, the instruments, my neglected hat, and the yellowish straw hat of my uncle. Dazedness was uppermost, and I could scarcely recall what was dream and what was reality. Then thought trickled back, and I knew that I had witnessed things more horrible than I had dreamed. Sitting down, I tried to conjecture as nearly as sanity would let me just what had happened, and how I might end the horror, if indeed it had been real. Matter it seemed not to be, nor ether, nor anything else conceivable by mortal mind. What then but some exotic emanation, some vampirish vapour such as Exeter rustics tell of as lurking over certain churchyards? This, I felt, was a clue, and again I looked at the floor before the fireplace where the mould and litter had taken strange forms. In 10 minutes my mind was made up, and taking my hat I set out for home, where I bathed, ate, and gave by telephone an order for a pickaxe, a spade, a military gas mask, and 6 carboys of sulphuric acid, all to be delivered the next morning at the cellar door of the Shunned House in Benefit Street. After that I tried to sleep, and failing, passed the hour in reading and in the composition of inane verses to counteract my mood. At 11 a.m. the next day I commenced digging. It was sunny weather, and I was glad of that. I was still alone, for as much as I feared the unknown horror I sought, there was more fear in the thought of telling anybody. Later I told Harris only through sheer necessity, and because he had heard odd tales from old people which disposed him ever so little toward belief. As I turned up the stinking black earth in front of the fireplace, my spade causing a vicious yellow ichor to ooze from the white fungi which it severed, I trembled at the dubious thoughts of what I might uncover. Some secrets of inner earth are not good for mankind, and this seemed to me one of them. My hand shook perceptibly, but still I delved, after a while standing in the large hole I had made. With the deepening of the hole, which was about 6 feet square, the evil smell increased, and I lost all doubt of my imminent contact with the hellish thing whose emanations had cursed the house for over a century and a half. I wondered what it would look like, what its form and substance would be, and how big it might have waxed through long ages of life-sucking. At length I climbed out of the hole and dispersed the heaped-up dirt, then arranging the great carboys of acid around and near 2 sides so that, when necessary, I might empty them all down the aperture in quick succession. After that, I dumped earth only along the other 2 sides, working more slowly and donning my gas mask as the smell grew. I was nearly unnerved at my proximity to a nameless thing at the bottom of a pit. Suddenly my spade struck something softer than earth. I shuddered and made a motion as if to climb out of the hole, which was now as deep as my neck. The courage returned, and I scraped away more dirt in the light of electric torch I had provided. The surface I had uncovered was fishy and glassy, a kind of semi-putrid congealed jelly with suggestions of translucency. I scraped further and saw that it had formed. There was a rift where a part of the substance was folded over. The exposed area was huge and roughly cylindrical. Like a mammoth, soft, blue-white stovepipe doubled in two, its largest part some 2 feet in diameter. Still more I scraped, and then abruptly I leaped out of the hole and away from the filthy thing, frantically unstopping and tilting the heavy carboys and precipitating the corrosive contents one after another down the charnel gulf and upon the unthinkable abnormality whose titan elbow I had seen. The blinding maelstrom of greenish-yellow vapor which surged tempestuously up from that hole as the floods of acid descended will never leave my memory. All along the hill people tell of the yellow day when virulent and horrible fumes arose from the factory waste dumped in the Providence River, but I know how mistaken they are as to the source. They tell, too, of the hideous roar which at the same time came from some disordered water pipe or gas main underground, but again I could correct them if I dared. It was unspeakably shocking, and I do not see how I lived through it. I did faint after emptying the fourth carboy, which I had to handle after the fumes had begun to penetrate my mask. But when I recovered, I saw that the hole was emitting no fresh vapors. The 2 remaining carboys I emptied down without particular result, and after a time I felt it safe to shovel the earth back into the pit. It was twilight before I was done, but fear had gone out of the place. The dampness was less fetid, and all the strange fungi had withered to a kind of harmless greyish powder which blew ash-like along the floor. One of the earth's nethermost terrors had perished forever, and if there be a hell, it had received at last the demon soul of an unhallowed thing. And as I patted down the last spadeful of mold, I shed the first of the many tears with which I have paid unaffected tribute to my beloved uncle's memory. The next spring, no more pale grass and strange weeds came up in the Shunned House's terraced garden, and shortly afterward Carrington Harris rented the place. It is still spectral, but its strangeness fascinates me, and I shall find mixed with my relief a queer regret when it is torn down to make way for a tawdry shop or vulgar apartment building. The barren old trees in the yard have begun to bear small, sweet apples, and last year the birds nested in their gnawed boughs. The end of The Shunned House